Now, these nuggets are good? Should I buy a lotto ticket tonight? I think I might have to. Because this is bizarro world right now. I just don't know what.
Calling, if it's his grandma calling, if it's his producer calling, if it's a YouTube like manager calling, because most of these people have called before during a stream, including actual trolls. And it's like, hello, take a shit on my face.
Play the
and you're like, wait.
Cries like a baby and yells mama mama.
And then I was like, wow, that's what's gonna happen on the DSP stream one day. Mark was gonna call him and DSP's gonna answer the phone and he's gonna say, lick the fucking shit out of my ass.
Just curious.
And he's gonna hang up
Super Mario Art.
on stream.
That's not.
Hold on. Hold on, I'll share with the class. I'll share with everybody. Alright, here. This is the little meme that Peggy sent me. Alright, look at this. Also, meme, I'm trying to save money. I see a hype train in my friend's chat. Right. Wow. Good job. You actually, Peggy has a brain. They're able to form ideas.
To the single player that wants that immersive experience.
Legit, I beat Moloch Ball on my own.
Well, let's just keep on spamming.
I beat Moloch Ball on my own. I played that game fully solo until raids and public dungeons and shit.
And that's all it is. And it's like, it's stupid, you know.
What's your fucker?
That's my opinion about it. That's how I honestly feel about it, you know. And it's really, really unfortunate because, you know,
That's what happened. Okay, that's not very ideal. Come on. Come on. What's the combo man? It's fun.
Oh shit. Run. Blast him! Blast him! Oh my god, what did he just do? He's blasting me! I don't know what's going on! The game wasn't made for combat this intense! I'm pretty sure he's behind me, but I'm just oh my god. Oh my fucking god, what is going on? I can't move. I can't see anything. Jesus Christ. Come on, turn. Where is he? Fuck you. Don't look down. I pressed the wrong button. Die. Yeah, we are dead. Yeah, fuck you. Whew. Just die, bitch. Got any fucking...
Rust. Goddamn Rust. Oh god damn it, it's so small. Okay, whoa, I can't show this. I was about to show it, but I can't. There was porn on the screen. Luckily, I didn't put it up, but you know.
In that long ass corridor. I think Alien Isolation did a lot of things right to get people scared. PM is a puzzle piece, so it might explain why he's not scared of isolation, but he's scared of Silent Hill too for some reason. I think that's part of the reason I like the Alien Isolation.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
All right. Clip it, Josie. Fucking piece of shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention, there'll be a test at the end.
Holy shit, I didn't think we'd be here, but ladies and gentlemen, we're less than, well, not exactly less than 24 hours. We're almost close to being 24 hours away from the technical release of the latest and greatest in underpowered gaming hardware tablet technology. Yeah, we're talking about the Nintendo Switch too. I got mine secured. I hear Alpha Elite had a happy ending to his snafu with customer support over at Walmart. He will be getting his on June 5th as well. Big ups to the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen __ ones here. Hype beasting up, over-promising, and under-delivering on the Switch 2 hype. Big ups to all of you existing in the now. And big ups to the ding-dongs, dingers, dongers, and swollen __ ones, sure to be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. We're spending the final evening before Switch 2 craziness. Trying to 100% Sly Cooper Thieves in time here. I completed the story yesterday evening, and it was such an amazing story that I spent about an hour or so rambling about my thoughts on it following the credits. It was like an hour of me running around talking about the fall of the Cooper hierarchy and why we don't get cool, fun games like this anymore. However, there's still more to do in the game, and there is a secret ending that I feel like I want to show you guys. Thusly so, I will continue the game tonight since we got a day to fuck around. I'm gonna look for some missing treasures, sly masks, and trophies. I'm told in order to get the secret ending, I have to platinum the game. To that end, I did look at a list of trophies just to know what exactly I have to do. And some of these trophy requirements are cryptic as hell. There was no way I'd be able to encounter these organically throughout my casual playthrough. But big ups Alpha Elite TV for getting the Switch 2 confirmation. Iggle, Wiggle, Knock, 0901. I never say the numbers in Knock's name. He doesn't deserve it. Ends of win. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We got Red Animator. Got my Switch 2 ready. GameStop as mine so I can pick up the games at 3 p.m. Eastern today. I'm getting mine from GameStop as well. They said at 3 you just pay it off, and then you actually pick it up later that night. You don't actually get it at 3. At least that's how it was communicated to me. Golem, hello. Could Sly become an alpha and not a cuck? No, he allowed his ancestors to bend him over with diameter to peg him, and he enjoyed it. Pick up Dragon Slayer Productions, and anybody else coming in like Joe Blah. I forgot to say hello, Joe Blah. And I said Eagles' name, but I'll say hello to Eagle again. Okay. I got all the treasures in feudal Japan, so let's continue with the Wild West, baby. Get out here, Sly. We're going treasure hunting. But yeah, in regards to accessories, since Alpha Elite was asking, I am getting the Express micro SD card since, you know, I don't have one of those lying around. I imagine most people don't either. So may as well bite the bullet now and get one, especially if you're going all digital or you're going to buy any kind of third-party game, since all of them but Cyberpunk and Rune Factory are game key cards, it seems. Now me, I'm gonna stick to first party for now, but always nice to have one of those ready if and when eventually, inevitably, I will be needing of it. Other than that, I was thinking about a Pro Controller, but I'm gonna hold off until they do like a special edition Pro Controller for a game that I care about. Because when it came to Switch 1 Pro Controllers, that's pretty much the Pro Controllers that I own, which are limited edition ones. I got like the 2 Monster Hunter ones they did, just because I thought the designs that they had were cool. I got the Smash Pro Controller that came with the special edition of that game, and I have the Splatoon 3 special edition Pro Controller. I really wanted the Splatoon 2 and Xenoblade 2 Pro Controllers, but I could never get a hold of them. So I'll hold off now. I don't need a basic designed Switch 2 Pro Controller at this moment in time. Besides, it's still compatible with your Switch 1 Pro Controller. It's not like it's not. Same thing with the Joy-Cons. I was really thinking about whether I should trade in my OLED or not, because I got the Splatoon 3 OLED with the special Splatoon 3 Joy-Cons. I got the Zelda Skyward Sword Royal Blue Joy-Cons as well. Now, I know I only need to pair one Joy-Cons with the unit that I'm trading in. If it was like a regular-ass OLED, you know, no question about it, of course I would trade it in. But I don't know how much they're gonna give me for it. Usually they have, like, trade boost promotions and shit. Like, it's not like I can't pay it. It's not like I can't pay it if I don't trade it in. I have money, man. I'm not a broke bum! I'm a rich dingus. I'm swelling with funds over here that I would like to relinquish unto the gentle employees of the GameStop that I am going to procure it at. I can relieve myself of my funds. That's not the issue. It's just whether, you know, lightening the load that is required, that would be required of me. Yes, Goon, that's another thing pushing me. The Switch 2 is not OLED. Now, this is obviously because later on they will make the Switch 2 OLED, and that's why it's a reason it's not OLED at launch, and it's because of that. They will make a Switch 2 OLED. It's obvious, you guys, but big ups, Goon. I gotta keep the OLED so you can still play with your Labo. I didn't have Labo. I didn't have Labo or the Ring Fit Adventure thing. All the games that are incompatible with Switch 2 are just like those weird little gimmick games that are dependent on the Joy-Cons. It's like your Ring Fit, your 1-2 Switch, your fucking Labo. They technically are still compatible in varying capacities if you have Switch 1 Joy-Cons that can connect with Bluetooth to the Switch 2 without it having to be, you know, a Switch 2 Joy-Con, but the game experience may differ. Yeah, the Switch 2 OLED Pro. Hey, they never made a Switch 1 Pro, and that's what everyone was expecting. Give me a GameCube color scheme for the Pro Controller 2, and I might consider it. The only thing I know is that it has a headset jack, which I don't need because I don't use headset jacks on controllers. And it has... What else did it have? Oh, the mappable buttons on the back, which I don't have... I know third-party controllers already had those extra buttons, but I don't even know what I would use them for. Obviously, I'm not saying, like, they're useless to me. I just, you know, I'm not in a need to have mappable buttons on my Pro Controller. I usually map those to stick clicks. Okay, so, like, that's a smart idea. To have stick clicks mapped to the actual button. To an actual button, rather. But yeah, like, again, like, that's nice, you know, quality of life improvement or whatever. We like that shit, correct? But how much are those? Like 90 bucks? And you're already paying like an arm and a leg just picking up the damn thing? I think I'll live without those for now. There are a few games that I'm going to be picking up. For sure, Mario Kart World, obviously, which I will be playing. And at some point, I want to get the Switch 2 editions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Because I don't already have those games. And I will be able to enjoy them for the first time. The blind dingus playthrough in 60 frames, 4K resolution. Thanks for beta testing, Switch 1 cuckolds. I heard IGN was roasting Mario Kart World, saying it was boring, open world, empty as fuck. Your thoughts? I saw that article, but I didn't read it, so I can't comment. Did you read it? I saw the headline, and I went to the V board on 4chan, and I saw like 10 threads screen capping that headline, and the threads were not actually talking about the article. They were just making fun of Nintendo drones. So I don't know what the article actually said because nobody actually cared enough to read it. They only used it as a conduit with which to make fun of Nintendo fans. So I cannot defend and sweep for that which I know nothing about. To be fair, IGN is retarded. Yeah, they gave Mario and Luigi Brothership a 5 out of 10. The Mario and Luigi game I had played a few months ago. Sorry, it's thundering outside, so you might hear it, or you might not. No, not even normies. They're just 4chan people trying to get your go. Trying to get your go, right? Think it's to a gamer marathon to unlock Rainbow Road. I have PTO for Thursday and Friday, so I would like to start earlier than usual and see how much of the game I can play. You know, of course, do all the cups, do some online, obviously. Like tomorrow night, I just want to do a short stream because it's gonna be late as fuck. Just want to like turn it on and mess around with it. That tomorrow night we can just do like online if I'm able to right away. But Thursday and Friday I want to like no life the cups and see if I can do Rainbow Road before Phil. Mini Dingus versus Dave, I guess. That'd be kind of fun, right? We're bringing back the old staples of the stream. Dinger versus Dave is coming back. This will not go wrong, surely. I'm a Mario Kart master, guys. Dave can't beat me. He hasn't played Mario Kart in years. I'm gonna lose. I would give Brothership a 5 as well. Well, you're just a hater, right? Wake up, Saru. YouTube link. Is it DSP making fun of the leaderboard? Because I already saw that. Guys, What's with the support? I mean, look at the leaderboard. Literally shitting on the people that have already donated by pointing out that what they donated as is not enough to satisfy him. He's so weird. Days versus Dave versus the Kino Casino. Kino Casino will be live too, but their goal will be stream sniping Dave directly. So I don't know if their ambition will be to do all of the cups right away. I mean, who the fuck cares? We're just all trying to have fun. Another thing too, we have a state of play tomorrow. I'm assuming that's going to be at the usual time of 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Dinkus time. So I will not be existing in time to look at that live, but I will check out the announcements later in the evening.
If there's anything announced that you want me to get hyped about, like you tell me, oh, Dingus, did you hear about this announcement? I'd be like, oh yeah, I heard about that announcement. Then we can talk about it. We'd be like gossip girls at the cafeteria. I will read some because everyone does, but honestly, truly, all video games journalism is 100% scripting. Everything is scripting these days. That's the game. That's the name of the game, bud. How bad did Carl Jobs get blown the fuck out? Is that the 25-minute response video by Billy Mitchell? I watched it. I actually watched it like an hour ago, Goon. My thoughts on it are Billy Mitchell really dropped the mic when he called out Carl Jobs for being a manlet. And he also really dropped the mic when he talked about the joystick thing and how it's not actually a debunk, because he had a really great point there. It's that, like, if the joystick was actually a smoking gun, nobody who did anything for Twin Galaxies, like, their runs would also be valid in the 2000s because, you know, these companies don't manufacture arcade parts forever. Just a really simple, cold-cut explanation, really cutting into the heart of one of Carl Jobs' so-called, alleged, supposed smoking gun arguments. It was such a smoking gun, Goon, that Carl never entered it into evidence for the trial. The clip is the manlet thing? Yeah, it was pretty good. But, okay, I'm gonna sweep for Carl for a minute, because Billy did not want to include it in his video. Let me see if I can find this image, and in the meantime, I will load up Cerulean's video. But I don't know if you've seen this. There is something. There's something in that video that Billy did not want to show, and it's what Carl was actually referencing. Yeah, here it is. So, Billy Bros have to defend this. The reason why Billy was so touched that he had to call Carl a manlet was because Carl in his Discord server was referencing an image in which Billy is seen doing this. So there's Billy. There he is. Oh, that's actually very fortunate that it loaded like this. So you have everyone at this gamer convention or whatever, 40-year-old boomers having fun on level 1. Wow, look, there's a 6-foot god right there, Billy Mitchell. Very tall fellow. Very kind of them, too, to stand in the back there behind everyone. You know, so he doesn't overshadow them. You know, he doesn't block their vision, doesn't get in front of them so the camera cannot capture their bodies. Billy Mitchell, the magnanimous American hero that he is, the hot sauce fella, right there, standing behind all of his friends. But wait a minute, huh? Now wait a minute, something's not right here. Ladies and gentlemen, dun dun dun! Now wait a minute. What the bucket doing? Dun dun dun! He's faking it! He's faking it! He's standing on a paint bucket! Ah! Exposed! So this is what Carl was referencing in the Discord post that Billy Mitchell showcased in his response video. Carl was talking about this image, which Billy Mitchell curiously did not want to talk about in said response video. Look,
I like Billy. I've been sweeping for Billy for years prior to the end of the trial. Prior to the decision, I was endlessly sweeping and defending Billy by calling him an old man that should just be left alone instead of mined for clicks and ad revenue by grifting drama tubers like Carl Jobst. But isn't it a bit dishonest of Billy to not explain why Carl was mentioning Billy's height? Isn't it a lie by omission for Billy to not show the image that Carl was referencing in that conversation? He said in the clip that some photos are for fun and not serious. That seems like a preemptive cope. And that seems to me like Billy knows the photo that's being talked about. And that's like the preemptive excuse. Here's my response to that. If that's the case, why doesn't Billy show us the picture? Why is he, if it's just for fun, then he should show us. But him not showing it tells me that he might be embarrassed by how it might come off. If he wasn't embarrassed by it, if he was confident that it was a joke, why doesn't he just show it and then tell us, oh, I just took that for a joke? Lol, imagine you actually believing that for a second, that I stood on a paint bucket because I have such an ego that I have to be the tallest person in the room, even when I'm clearly not. Dingus, they're both retarded. No, I still like Billy. I still like Billy. He's very much a villain that you love to hate. But I gotta be consistent. Look, I call out Carl when he's dented. I sweep for Billy when it's necessary, when it's required. But it would be obtuse of me to not call Billy out for this minor fumble. Now, does it matter? Does it really matter that Billy is a manlet? He's no more or less a manlet than Carl. And does it really matter that his ego, that his insecurity is so huge that he needs to stand on paint buckets so other people don't tower over him? No, it doesn't really matter. I do think it's a bit silly. I keep telling you Billy's a piece of shit, but that's what I like about him, D-Side. God damn it. These damn coyotes. I still like how they hold the Wale Coyotes sign up when you knock them down. What is my... Do you not get the totals? Oh yeah, these are the unlockables. Monkey Paraglider. Well, let's wait for the Camo Paraglider. Ultimate Sly. Sly's costume. Is he supposed to be like a devil Batman? I can't say I'm a fan. Give me Boomer Sly back. Google says Billy Mitchell is 5'11", but IMDb says 6'5.5". I would say IMDb is less trustworthy, because I think that's an anybody can edit it kind of thing, and more than likely the person who the page is about is the one editing it anonymously. Big up Spabuku and Babimi. This is the clip that Sarah wants to show. And we can watch the Billy Mitchell video. I know I just watched it myself, but I figure some of you may not have watched it. Since I'm going to be looking for treasures, no story stuff. The story's over. I'm just going to fuck around and look for treasures. But here's what Sarah wants to show.
Even select a character. Good God. It's so bad. Roll back netcode. This is a good idea.
Hey, praise that song.
It's good. It's good netcode. Look at this. Look how good this game plays.
Okay, so it looks like he's having a fun night. Little heated. Big ups Praise That Son again. What's up, Dingus? How you liking this so far? I just beat it last night, so I'm gonna go for 100% because there is a secret ending that you unlock by getting 100%, so I will be attempting to do that. Why does he mock Jade? Because he fucking hates Jade. This fucking dented wheelchair kid never gives him money. He just comes there and complains about the game that he's currently playing, even if it's a game that Jade is supposed to like. And Jade doesn't like very many games that Phil plays. So it's really a wonder, a mystery if you will, as to why Jade still watches. Okay, is there really no way to check on your totals? Like, I don't know what the fuck I have. Do I have to go back to the hideout? Oh, dude, I forgot I had the... Dude, did I never use the map select? I turned the mini-map off because I felt like it took away from the mystique of a Sly game. The mystique. It took away from the feel of a Sly game to have a mini-map on the bottom right. Okay, 6 treasures. 6 treasures, really? Where the fuck are they? And 2 masks. I've ever played Psychonauts? No, I have not. Alright, but there's the Sarah clip. Thank you for the clip. But yeah, I enjoyed it well enough, praise that son. I spent an hour last night after finishing the story. I spent an hour critiquing my issues with the writing of the game, which I think is its biggest, the biggest flaw. Most very unfortunate flaws with the story there, bud. But the gameplay itself is alright. It's basically, if PS2 Sly game, if PS2 Sly was in HD, how would it look and play? Probably like this. Literally like this. And the music is the same composer as in 2 or 3, so it's probably the thing they got the most right with this entry. But holy shit, I had so many issues with the writing, and particularly what they did with Murray in episode 3, and everything with Penelope in episode 4, and Carmelita's sudden uselessness in episode 5. But yeah, I don't want to like retread everything though, because I spent like an hour seething about it after beating the game last night. But here's the Billy Mitchell video. It's his response to Carl Jobs putting out his response video about how he lost the case and whatnot.
Greetings, everyone.
There he is. I'm the one.
I originally didn't plan to create a video relating to Carl Jobs.
But he did.
I felt the judgment spoke for itself.
Apparently not.
However, after Carl Jobs' response video and a few other statements by him,
I knew I couldn't be silent any longer.
I also feel that this video provides a good opportunity to correct a few past claims by Carl Jobs.
He's a lying liar that lies!
Ricky's world-famous sauce is running a sale.
Oh shit, Ricky's.
Get 10% off all sauces at rickysauce.com using the discount code Carl Lost.
Well, he did lose, it's not a lie.
If you missed the recent special edition Dragon Sauce sale, stay tuned, because bottles number 1, 22,
I mean, Carl bought the sauce, he liked it.
And 256
I don't think he got the special Dragon Sauce though.
Soon. We call them the 4 kill screen bottles.
The 4 kill screen bottles, a reference to Pac-Man.
The King of Kong.
He's the Pac-Man man and the Donkey Kong man.
Weeby and
hey,
Walter Day, titled Arcades and Love
Gonna try to 100% the rest of this live for tonight.
Day.
Story's done, just looking for extra shit.
At arcadesandlovesongs.com. Firstly, Mr. Jobs claimed that he couldn't disclose the subject of the lawsuit to his viewers is false. This is because the claim, which is the document that I filed in court to sue Mr. Jobs, in which I clearly set
and 1337, ladies and gentlemen, stop the presses. I'm finally live so that Ann can stop doing his short little stream in which he fucks around in some indie game. I'm finally here so that Ann can stalk me and fall asleep to my dulcet tones, deliciously dulcet tones. And hey, Carl. Big ups, Carl. I have been demanded by Goon to put on Billy Mitchell's video. We're also, Carl, I know you like Billy Mitchell, but I did have to expose them for the good of mankind. Billy is lying to you, and when we get to this point in the video, I will reveal to you how Billy is lying by omission. Big ups, Sensei Croy. Gonna work from home tomorrow too? Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy fucking week coming up. So we got a state of play tomorrow. Apparently, there's gonna be if I am to believe these fucking bullshit 4chan leaks that Seru has been sending me, this state of play and this Summer Games Fest are gonna be like the best fucking presentations of all time. I'm totally not gonna get hyped and then earn another Fell for It Again award. Hey, Omen of the Raven. But they're like, oh my god, Jak and Daxter is gonna get a remake. Oh my god, Spyro 4! Spyro 4 will be announced at Xbox Games Fest because Toys for Bob confirmed a few years back that they were working directly with Microsoft on something, and the announcement for that showed a purple heart. Not the military kind. So Jak and Daxter is back. Spyro is gonna be back. Dude, it's gonna be like Dragon Slayer's birthday or something. I will eat my hat, eat my crow, and eat humble pie if both of those get announced. Not just one of them, both of them get announced. And that's the thing too. Just the fact that those games get announced in the middle of nostalgia nonsense, the charity extra life fucking playthroughs. Just finished Live 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just finished Crash 1, 2, and 3. Look what they're doing to me. Announce a new Spyro, announce a new Jak. I got all the funny mascot platformers in the world. But yeah, apparently they're gonna hit us with Resident Evil 9, they're gonna hit us with Final Fantasy 9, bunch of other remakes and remasters you may or may not have ever asked for. If all of those happen, I will do something to eat my words. Yeah. But yeah, State of Play is tomorrow. That's either like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. Dingus time. I won't be existing to restream it. Maybe Seru will be live and then he'll restream it or something. Maybe Tevin will restream it. That's tomorrow. And then we have Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest this Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, DSP will be looking at it, ruining it. I think Anne was wondering if he wanted to look at it with me. I do have Thursday and Friday off due to the power of PTO. So I would not mind looking at the gaming hotness with Anne if he so chooses. And maybe, well, I was going to say maybe we could play Mario Kart, but he's not going to have a Switch too. I could play Mario Kart and Anne can just do nothing. Then we have, I believe, Sunday. Sunday should be the Xbox show. So every other day this week, we're gonna have a presentation. Tomorrow's Sony, Friday Summer Games Fest with the Dorito Pope, and Sunday Xbox. And then a few other smaller shows in between by people you've never heard about for indie games that you don't care about. Last time retards ruined it by posting DSP clips every day. Hopefully that won't happen again. Let's hope it won't be like last year. It was so insufferable. I think I went on a maniacal rant the day after his Summer Game Fest reaction when I was playing Paper Mario. Big ups to Roachbait, like Project Zomboid. No, people like Project Zomboid. I think. Info on the new The Last of Us in Space game, Intergalactic. That might be at Summer Games Fest. Pop posted another clip of Dave on LSF that's blowing up of the begging today. Yeah, he's been blowing up on Twitter again. I saw one of his Elden Ring Night Rain clips got like over 1 million views. He's the king of the live stream. Hey, Chowda. Chowda! I love new IPs that are just the same IPs. Dude, when I was ranting about like the pros and cons of literally this game last night after I beat it, I was talking about how devs don't want to take risks anymore. And then when they do take risks, it's some stupid shit like Marathon or Concord or Intergalactic. And then people wonder why games like this don't like get a chance these days. They just want to rely on what's tried and true. But even then, that's like a half-truth. If that was fully true, we would still be getting Sly Cooper games. You get a game that doesn't sell a gazillion copies on week 1 like this one, and it's like, okay, I guess people don't want any more Sly games. Haha. Yeah, I blame the internet. As I do for most things. Kingdom Hearts 4? Maybe? Usually Kingdom Hearts info is saved for Tokyo Game Show or D23, Disney's own personal convention. Or usually they do like their own events. I don't know, I guess it's possible. Hey Ostrava. I'm back. Back again for that 100%. Looking for treasures, trophies, and slime mass. And in the interim, I will be watching videos. But yeah, thank you again, Anne, for the raid. Let's do the poll right now. Don't touch that dial. We're doing the poll for the next nostalgic nonsense playthrough, guys. We did Crash 1 to 3. We did Sly 1 to 4, featuring my first ever playthrough of Sly 4 ever. But what is next? You can scam with your points. What is the next game? I will be making the poll right now. Get your points ready. Get ready to spam your votes. Do Sly Cooper again, but fast? No! No. No, please. I already did Sly one-time trials. That's enough for me. Okay, what is the next nostalgia playthrough? And we'll put... I win either way. If they announce like the Jack and Daxter remake, or if they announce Spyro 4, I win regardless. Okay, these are the remaining games we can do for the Extra Life charity goals. The poll is going live 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. FE4 playthrough of the eventual remake. They were teasing that too again this week. They were also some leaker came out on Twitter and leaked that SpongeBob, literally SpongeBob and Patrick will be in the new Sonic Racing game. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is gonna have SpongeBob and Patrick and Avatar, the Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's gonna have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and basically all the Nickelodeon characters because Paramount made the Sonic movies, and it's gonna have Minecraft Steve and Alex. And this would have been the banger reveal of the century if this fucker didn't just casually post it on Twitter like it was nothing. I got it spoiled for me. And if you're like, no way, you're bullshitting, Dingus, that can't be true. He posted full gameplay clips and everything. It's out there. Sega collab characters are also confirmed, so don't think for a minute that's like, oh, they're putting Nickelodeon characters before actual Sega characters, and it's like a sequel to Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. There will be Sega collab characters. He also leaked Nights into Dreams. Nights into Dreams will be like a collab character, but all of this appears to be DLC. It doesn't look like it'll be base roster. Sadly, the footage I've been seeing of that Sonic game, it looks a bit slow for my liking. Maybe I'd have to see like more gameplay from people that know what they're doing. It's the same issue I have with people posting their Mario Kart World gameplay. These aren't good players, so the game looks kind of slow. But I had to say opinion when Mario Kart 8 was coming out, when these journos were posting their gameplay. If you get bad gameplay, it's not a good showing of how fun and fast the game can be at higher levels.
Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate it.
Okay, poll is going live right now. What is the next nostalgia playthrough? Woo! Get your points in now. Right now, you can spam and scam the votes. Get your points in. You could win big. 10 minutes on the board. Let's get some points. All right, in the meantime, where were you, Billy? I left you paused for too long. King Billy, please respond.
Couldn't disclose the subject of the lawsuit to his viewers is false. This is because the claim, which is the document that I filed in court to sue Mr. Jobs, in which I clearly set out why I was suing him, is a matter of public record. This means anyone in the world can go down to the court and ask for a copy, and the court has to...
Wow, just like the people who went down to the Recada's courthouse and demanded access to the body cam footage. If you just live in Recada's town, you can just go as a concerned citizen, and you can just go and watch the body cam footage. You can't do it anymore, though.
Apply that document to them. I essentially published that document to the world at large, and as such, I could not possibly claim that Mr. Jobs or anyone else had defamed me if, for example, they sent a copy to their fans, so they could understand the dispute and know what it was about. He also could have done this by acknowledging what he said was false and given a genuine apology. Australian law clearly states that an apology is not an
wants it
admission
destroyed
of
because his
guilt.
kids are in it. He's being dishonest. He's calling anybody that wants to look at the footage a pedophile because his kids are in it. But the ladies who went to the courthouse to look at the to look at the footage have confirmed that the kids are barely in it and they're censored on top of that. So it's just a disingenuous cope to deflect and to change the subject as to why anybody would want to look at the body cam footage. You know, for the guy who had, you know, cocaine in his daughter's hair. No, you would only want to be interested in that if you're a fucking degenerate weirdo.
In a 2019 case, the Supreme Court of Queensland stated...
No, Dragon Slayer, that's what I mean when I say Jack 1 to 4. It just, if I typed 1 to X, I think people would be confused. That I am referring to Jack X, not the Lost Frontier. Though Podert was requesting Daxter. Daxter is relevant to the story of Jack 2. I would be considering, I would be open to Daxter because it's not a long game.
At paragraph 17. The fact that the defendant wished to
Yeah, he just doesn't want people laughing at the state of his home.
Conveyed the defamatory meanings contended for by the Wagners was not a good reason to continue to refuse to issue a public correction, retraction, or apology.
He did post a correction, King Billy. He posted it at the end of a 30-minute Dark Souls video that had nothing to do with you. Very genuine, heartfelt retraction, I'm sure.
The law has long recognized that a defendant may formulate such a statement while not admitting that the meanings were in fact conveyed. Secondly, Mr. Jobs' defense that his GoFundMe
well, the port on
campaign
PS4,
intended to
PS5 was just
crowdfund
emulation.
for a second potential lawsuit, but redirected the funds to the existing lawsuit after the second lawsuit never materialized is bullshit.
He swore.
I say this based upon 3 facts relating to Mr. Jobs' financial situation at the time of his GoFundMe campaign and the timing of his GoFundMe campaign. To start, I'll state these 3 facts and then place them into context for everybody.
I'll give you the full context.
Notch, the creator of Minecraft,
that guy,
funded the early
literally
and late
Notch.
stages of Mr. Jobs' legal defense.
Notch doesn't know
But
any
he
better.
did
Notch,
not
go make your
fund
game.
Mr. Jobs for a time in the middle of the case. Here's the clip of Mr. Jobs himself explaining how this happened.
Oh my God, it's Camelot. The guy who crashes his cars at NASCAR.
The money yet, but right at the beginning of the lawsuit, right? Notch, the creator of Minecraft.
Yeah, Shava, I used to play Carl's videos all the time, and I still will going forward, but I can't shake the disappointment that I feel from him fumbling this bag and lying to me and everybody in his audience. I only watched his content for coverage of that case, and if you were like me and you only watched Carl's videos for that for coverage on the case, you would believe that it was about, you know, Billy cheating. I don't know why he decepted the audience there. Why was he so deceptive? Why did he lie? Maybe this is the road. The completionist this is the road to the completionist redemption arc, maybe? Nah.
Yeah.
That guy can get fucked
He
too.
made a tweet saying, "Hey Carl, I'm gonna pay your legal bills. I'll pay all your legal bills." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, that's awesome." And then I messaged him and I'm like, "Are you sure about that, man? You sure you want to pay my legal bills?" He's like, "Yep, I want to go through with it." So.
And then Notch never talked to me
He
again.
got in contact with his manager. And then she started paying my legal bills. And like 3 months in, the manager's like, "We want to stop supporting you."
What? Why? I wonder why.
For context, the lawsuit started in September 2021. 2.
Yeah, there's a treasure right here.
Mr. Jobs exhausted the money that Notch gave him in or about May of 2022. And he then offered to settle the case.
Completionist and Billy
Mr.
teaming
Jobs
up.
said this himself.
Billy did recommend that Completionist should sue. Like Billy's not a legal expert, so you know, don't take that for him saying, "Oh yeah, you totally have a case here, Gerard." But yeah, I know. I mean, maybe. Maybe, yeah, you never know. People thought Billy was gonna lose.
On October 9th, 2024, in the comment sections of a YouTube video, I'll read the relevant parts. In May 2022, I made a settlement offer. Originally, when I made the offer, I had spent nothing because Notch was paying. As you can see here, this isn't me acting as if I know Mr. Jobs' legal bills. These are his words. 3. 6 months of silence passed between Mr. Jobs receiving the correspondence concerning a potential second lawsuit and then him opening his GoFundMe campaign. Now I'm going to place these 3 facts into the overall context. On May 10th, 2022, Mr. Jobs published a video about me that led my lawyers to send a concern notice to his lawyers.
You just wanted some blood. That was me.
2022, Mr. Jobs and I were...
I still remember the stream I did right before the verdict was revealed. I was like, you know what? I want Billy to win because it'll be the funnier outcome.
Scheduled for mandatory mediation in the already existing lawsuit. One and only lawsuit. Before the mediation, my lawyers emailed his lawyers a copy of a legal complaint related to the concerns notice. And
Carl
lawyers
just
said
wiped his ass with
that
it.
I would proceed with the complaint unless the current lawsuit resolved at the mediation. The current lawsuit did not resolve, but I chose not to begin a second lawsuit, even though my lawyers felt that the second claim was meritorious. No further
big words
developments
there,
occurred
Mr. Billy.
after May 22nd relating to that concerns notice and the complaint emailed to Mr. Jobs' lawyer. The complaint was not filed. The complaint was not served. My lawyers did not email Mr. Jobs' lawyers after the mediation to request that he accepted service of a second lawsuit. It was complete silence. And as I showed earlier, at this time, May 22nd, 2022, the funds that Mr. Notch gave to Mr. Jobs ran dry. In July of 2022, Mr. Jobs submitted an application to the court of what effectively amounted as a Hail Mary attempt to dismiss the lawsuit.
Mr. Notch, Mr. Jobs. At that point, why wouldn't you just call Notch by his actual name?
Brevity.
Unless he changed his name to Jobs. Unless he changed his name to Notch, I don't know.
Of that application in the description of the video.
His legal name is just Notch, all lowercase. No last name.
By the time Mr.
He's
Jobs
just
had
Notch.
lost his financial backing from Notch, Notch's money was exhausted, he had failed to dismiss the case, he needed money, and he needed money now. But he knew his
It's because
viewers
Notch has a
may not
notoriety.
open
Well, of
wallets
course.
if he was transparent about the true subject of the lawsuit.
Just want to call him Mr.
Here's what he
Minecraft.
does.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, the poll has ended with 185 votes. 70% of the Democratic vote, as voted by you, the voting populace, you, the people, voted. Jack and Daxter is the next nostalgic nonsense playthrough. Wah! I will hold it off for a minute due to all the Switch 2 stuff, but I will keep it in mind. What was the electoral vote? Hang on, I gotta scam it. I'll get the results to you in a week. We'll get the democratically elected electoral vote here. Let me. I gotta do some redistricting. I gotta do some gerrymandering around here. Then I'll tell you the results.
On November 4th, 2022, he reaches
But Big Ups
back
Dragon Slayer,
6
the majority
months
of the points there.
to May of
Really
2022.
fiending for me to, really
Pulls out
fiending
an
to see me
old
rage in
legal
Jack 2, I bet.
correspondent that never received follow-up, and he creates a GoFundMe campaign on the premise that he urgently needs financial support
now, guys,
for a potential second lawsuit. Carl, I do not accept the fact that you generally woke up 6 months after the last correspondence and also after your financial support ran out from Notch, and you suddenly felt the need to crowdfund for a potential second lawsuit.
You need to hop on the train.
You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming. or at the very least, you are unsure if it ever was. You created a GoFundMe campaign with the knowledge and intent to fund the existing lawsuit on false premises. Period. End of paragraph.
What a king.
With that said, I feel it is important to address Mr. Jobs' principal argument against all this.
Oh no.
His argument is that he opened the GoFundMe campaign because my lawyers told him that I provided instructions to commence a second lawsuit.
If your lawyers told you to jump off the bridge, would you do it?
If Billy lawyers said so, then why should I not believe them? Here's the clip of him saying that.
The speedrunning district will vote for anything you want, think is for a bribe. I refuse.
Concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion.
Jack 2 and Jack 3, the only reason they're hard to 100% is because you have to look for the fucking precursor orbs. They're basically the blue coins of Mario Sunshine of Jack and Daxter.
And he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice, saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed with the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself.
Here's the problem. Mr. Jobs testified under oath at trial, quote, "I don't believe anything Billy Mitchell says."
Oh, okay.
So apparently...
Wow, there it is. It kind of reminds me of when Carl was like, I can't talk to you about what the case is actually about, but I can show you clips from Mr. Billy Mitchell, and I will have him explain to you what the case is about. But if you watch all of Carl Jobs' videos for coverage on the case, you would be led to believe that Billy Mitchell is a lying liar who lies, who should not be trusted on anything. So what good is that?
Apparently, the only time Mr. Jobs ever believes me is after 6 months pass without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience. In my opinion, the irony of Mr. Jobs' behavior here is that this misleading and disingenuous behavior is the exact type of behavior that he attacks people for in his videos. And the harsh reality is, he uses these tactics on most subject matters, not just this one. Based upon Mr. Jobs' I lost video, it appears that he plans to dispute the factual findings of the judgment. And based upon his Discord messages, it appears that he's
glitched for the Flats of the PS3 remaster
against not only me, but my family, my hot sauce company.
Oh, that's true. I don't know how many of you may have missed it, but Carl did reveal plans in his Discord server to go after Billy's son. It is very, very strange. I think Billy's son, when I say son, you think that Billy's son would be like a kid. I think Billy's son is in his 20s. But still, regardless, did Billy's son also cheat in Donkey Kong? What is wrong with you, you fucking little weird manlet Australian?
Here's what I'll say of that with the information available.
Oh, he's also going to go after the hot sauce company.
It's very easy for a YouTuber to create a self-serving video with an unopposed narrative shaped by them. It is not easy to present those arguments in a court of law where the other side can argue back and win. Remember, Mr. Jobs already received
I love this dude. I don't care how much of a villain he is.
And everything that he claimed in his I Lost video, or may claim in a future video. Remember that despite all these allegations that he hurls with inflammatory languages, it is ultimately him who the court found to not be a credible witness.
See, he's a lying liar who lies.
In his I Lost video, he says this.
I will say one thing though, the judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness. And essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal. I hate
trying to get on this train, buddy.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also caused you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this. At that moment in my deposition, I was discussing the allegations related to video games, not Apollo Legend.
Oh, okay. So Carl took shit out of
listed a series
context.
of individuals in lawsuits with me that all related to video games in one way or another, either in the complaint, in the defense, or as a broader background text. All while sitting in a deposition for a Twin Galaxies lawsuit. Then, when the questioner asked why, I said, because this is where it all began. Because my answer related specifically to Twin Galaxies and video games. Mr. Jobs will likely respond by playing a segment of my deposition. I'll play it here and then discuss.
Okay, getting ahead of the. Oh my god! Oh my god, he's getting ahead of the preemptive debunk.
Why are you suing?
And then discuss.
What about Carl Jobst? Why are you suing him?
Carl Jobs has nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death of an individual, Apollo Legend, on me.
Are you suing him for defamation for making that blame?
Has nothing to do with video games.
I don't remember that clip
These
from
two
any of
clips
Carl's
of my
videos.
deposition were two entirely different lines of questioning that occurred hours apart. In the first clip,
Yeah, Carl really
my
just should have
answer
shut his
related
trap
to
and
multiple
should have just went away. At least for a
across
couple of months.
Lawsuits connected to video games in one way or another.
Yeah, okay, that's the issue. Again, I only ever saw Carl's coverage for information on the case. I don't remember any of Carl's videos, and he made like over 30 on Billy Mitchell alone. I don't remember any of Carl's videos showing that clip of Billy clearly stating what the case is about. The only time Billy said, the only time Carl would show something about like Billy talking about what the case is about was that one clip of Billy at the convention. And then he's like, you said you can't take Billy's word on the matter for what the case is about. Don't ask me, just ask Billy. And then he plays a clip of Billy at the convention saying that Carl is lying to you and Carl is tricking you guys. And boy, was he speaking the truth back then. But he never showed that clip. That's a more explicit clip than the convention clip. Billy literally says what the case is about right there. But where the fuck was that clip? And you know, it's kind of like, it's kind of on me too, and you know, most people. Because you have like, I'm sure Billy Mitchell's deposition was available for months, right? You could just go seek it out for yourself. The problem is, you know, people... You know, with Carl's credibility, you kind of just, you take him at his word, right? That he's not lying. What would he gain by lying? What would the point be? You trust him because he's got, you know, his credibility and all that. Like, why would he make it up? And then you find out, you know, not doing your own research, not going to go watch the whole clip yourself or watch the whole deposition yourself, as I did. You know, I just believed it, even though that deposition was probably out forever. And if you had just watched it, you know, you would have known right then and there, long before the verdict came out, what the trial really was about.
My answer related to multiple individuals across lawsuits connected to video games in one way or another.
I like to think, like, Billy is a piece of shit, but he kind of actually is a king and a villain. He's kind of the villain that DSP wishes that he was in his older glory days.
Including Mr. Jobs, but not only Mr. Jobs.
Why can't I pounce?
In the second clip, my answers concern specifically Mr. Jobs and the imputations in my complaint against him. Context is everything. What does Mr. Jobs not do in his I Lost video? He doesn't present any opposing argument to his narrative. Despite hearing my explanation, my deposition testimony at the trial, and despite reading the judgment's reasoning for accepting my testimony on this issue, he just omits everything and presents his position as fact. This tactic of omitting inconvenient information to his desired narrative is common in Mr. Jobs' videos generally. Not just the videos about me, all of his videos. Here's an example from his I Lost video.
To be clear though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo.
That is a very clear statement from Carl there. He never believed that anyone was responsible for Apollo's decision except Apollo. Well, let me show you in an exchange that occurred between my barrister and Mr. Jobs.
Yeah, Billy did the right thing. He kept quiet.
Here, Mr. Jobs is saying to the
Carl
court,
had to put bread on the table for his family.
that
Come
he
on.
did in fact believe that I
Carl had to lie to protect his family.
was a factor in Apollo Legends' decision. And before you ask, yes, Mr. Jobs said this while under oath. You can make up your own mind, but it appears to me that Carl either lied directly to his fans about this, or he lied to the court under oath. Third example. When I settled my lawsuit with Twin Galaxies in January 2024, Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs jointly circulated a claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition.
Yeah, apparently that was
is a
just flat out
lie.
not true.
Here is the relevant clause to the settlement agreement with Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies will work to include any future score submissions by Mitchell to Twin Galaxies leaderboard, with such submissions having to go through the normal Twin Galaxies adjudication process. So what Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs claimed was that even though Twin Galaxies said it would permit future score submissions from me, I remain banned from the Twin Galaxies competition. That just doesn't make any sense. As a result of these claims,
it does if you don't think
I
about
filed a
it.
motion to enforce settlement agreement on Twin Galaxies on May 30th, 2024. The court ruled in my favor, and the judge directly addressed this claim by Twin Galaxies as false. Here's what the judge said. I think it's a fair assumption that the intention was to at least allow for the possibility of the plaintiff to submit his scores. To me, this implies that he was not banned. In my opinion, the claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition was a coordinated effort by Mr. Jobs and Twin Galaxies to spread misinformation. These are just very, very dishonest people. But with that said,
Not King Billy,
I will
though.
not be submitting any scores to Twin Galaxies because it has no authority. It has no purpose. At this point,
Yeah, it's not even Twin Galaxies is like so fucking 80s. Like no one refers to them for the authorities on like speedrunning or high scores or any of that shit.
Galaxies is only relevant for its history. Today, Twin Galaxies has no physical place of business. It has no office. It
Really?
has no in-person competition, no employees, no referees, no industry experts. In fact,
No referees. That's how Todd Rogers got away with all his scores back in the day. he would just make up the scores that he got and no one questioned it and they just accepted his scores. What is the Todd Rogers redemption arc? Can we get that one next?
Twin Galaxies today is one guy with no industry experience that runs a website from his apartment.
Is it Josh?
He stands on nothing but the hard work and achievement of those who came before him and thinks money can buy him credibility. Next, Mr. Jobs and Twin Galaxies stated
Todd
many
doesn't have what it
times over
takes.
the
Billy
years
should back him up.
that this photo shows a rule violation
Oh, speaking
on
of
one my
Todd.
Donkey Kong World Records.
Okay, this one was very interesting. This one was like a real eye-opener for me because Carl swore by this fucking joystick for much of his Billy Mitchell content that this is what proves once and for all. Oh, I'm covering it. This fucking red joystick here that I was covering up until like 2 seconds ago. This red joystick is what proves once and for all definitively that Billy Mitchell did in fact cheat. And if you aren't convinced by this, you're literally sweeping and coping and defending Billy. You're a Billy cuck. You're sweeping for Billy and whatnot. But Billy Mitchell is gonna smite this down, the god that he is, and explain why this is a nothing burger.
The reason, Mr. Pun, why this red stick was thought to be a smoking gun was because it wasn't the original arcade stick that came with the Donkey Kong arcade cabinet. Therefore, since it wasn't the original, this means that Billy Mitchell modified the arcade cabinet before performing his epic Donkey Kong feat live in person. Therefore, Billy Mitchell is a proven cheater because it wasn't the original arcade stick.
The joystick was red. That's not true.
Oh, it's a lie.
The joystick was compliant with the rules.
I love, okay, he's gonna explain it. He's going to explain himself, but I love how the king like shows a picture of a red joystick and then says it's not true. Like he shows you clearly that the joystick is in fact red. Right here. He shows you this picture, the king, and then he says
because the joystick was red.
The joystick was red. You can clearly see that it is red. And then the king follows that up with,
that's not true.
Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your eyes or ears. It's not red. That's not red. That's maroon. You maroon.
The joystick was compliant with the rules. In 2007, there was no written rules
this is what he means
for competitive Donkey Kong. However, the general rule for all games was to use the original machine with a manufacturer's hardware or hardware that constitutes a like-for-like exchange. A like-for-like exchange is a functional equivalent. For example, in this case, if a four-way joystick installed by the manufacturer broke, you may install and use a different four-way joystick. That is why the joystick was compliant with the rules.
Yeah, because it was the same type of joystick. It didn't matter that it was the original joystick.
Manufacturers stopped producing parts in the 1980s. No arcade machine on this earth.
Right. They stopped producing the parts in the 80s.
Any game.
You wouldn't just be able to go out in the mid-2000s before any of these reproduction companies took off and shit. You wouldn't just be able to go out in the mid-2000s and get an authentic Donkey Kong joystick. So as long as it was compliant with the rules at the time, they were all Gucci.
Had each and every part from the manufacturer. Nobody's scores would have been valid for that rule. Nobody's.
Yeah, if they were that strict on the rules, then everybody who submitted scores in that era would be invalid because nobody has working parts. Well, not working parts. Nobody has original parts from way back when. They were all fucking. They were all scalping. If arcade machine breaks down, you scalp it for parts and then use it to replace parts in your broken machinery.
In fact, even today, Donkey Kong world records occur
in scavenging arcade machines for parts
inside the control panel, based upon a like-for-like exchange rule, both the joystick and the
okay, that's all treasures. Just missing a few maps.
Mr. Job also levies the claim that the joystick was an 8-way joystick, not a 4-way joystick. I don't think he understands how the arcade machine joysticks work. Any joystick.
Because he's a speedrunner, not a high scorer guy.
Based upon
not a high score boomer.
It doesn't matter who the manufacturer of the joystick is. It doesn't matter what the manual says. It all depends on the restrictor plates.
It doesn't matter what the manual says. It doesn't matter what the manual says. It only matters what King Billy thinks, bish. All right, let's get the treasures from the Ice Age.
It doesn't matter who the manufacturer of the joystick is. It doesn't matter what the manual says.
It doesn't matter, Sean.
It all depends on the restrictor plates inside of the arcade machine, which are not visible from the outside. In this instance, it was a 4-way joystick. On a separate note, if Mr. Jobs' joystick claim was true, then both him and Twin Galaxies would have walked into court, would have shown the photo, and won their case.
Yeah, why didn't they?
Neither Mr. Jobs nor Twin Galaxies ever attempted to use this photo at any point in the trial or even in preparation.
Think about that. So much of Carl's Billy Mitchell coverage hinged on that fucking red joystick. And when it came time to put the pedal to the metal, the rubber to the road, to put your money where your mouth is, Carl didn't even bring up the red joystick. Because it didn't matter. And he knows it proves nothing.
Despite the claim from Mr. Jobs that this photo was some kind of a smoking gun, his decision not to use it speaks volumes.
It actually
Even
does.
in his I lost video, Carl makes a claim that I'm a proven cheater, and that I've seen commentary from around the internet for years now where people claim that there's no doubt. It's obvious. It's been proved. Well, I ask you to consider this. Twin Galaxies had the opportunity.
I'll consider anything
to
if it's
prove
coming
in
from
court
you,
that I
Mr.
cheated.
King.
It couldn't. Carl Jobs, who was told by a billionaire, Notch, that he'd pay for the best legal representation possible, did not even try to prove that I cheated. If it's obvious, that's certain, so easily provable, why does the claim suddenly fall apart as soon as it's taken out of the court of public opinion and into the actual court of law, where I have the right to reply and where real evidence
I have the God-given
by
right
real
to
people
vote you in
who swear
court.
under oath to tell the truth?
I have the right to reply to
And
you.
regardless, Twin Galaxies, what kind of defendant spends hundreds of thousands of dollars, even over $1 million according to his lawyer, litigating a case for 4 years to settle 3 months before trial? A defendant that expects to lose. Lastly, I recently learned that Mr. Jobs plans to engage in a revenge campaign on YouTube by creating videos about me, my family, and my hot sauce company.
So yeah, he confirms
Imagine
the
that.
video.
My family.
He's looking into Carl's son now. Not Carl's son. He's looking into Billy's son, and he's looking into the hot sauce company. Actually vile and unhinged. I don't even know what to say. This is not the W that you think it is, Carl.
It's sauce company. Imagine that. My family. It seems that the discount code Carl lost deeply bothers him. On May 5th, 2025, at 3:02 a.m.
Does his wife
Mr.
cheat
Jobs
at Miss
wrote on
Pac-Man?
Discord,
Like, what the fuck?
there are 2 videos that need to be made. One talking about the hot sauce company, one talking about how Billy needs to stand on things to make himself.
Okay, so this is May 5th. So this is very recent. I know some of these Discord... This is the only sweep I have for Carl. Most of these Discord screen cap leaks are from like years ago. This is the most recent one I've seen, and it's Carl pledging to make videos on Billy's family and the hot sauce company. And Carl, I gotta break your heart here. Bucketgate. We're gonna talk about Bucketgate. Hey, JC. So here he is, Carl, the King Billy, at a convention with boomers. So magnanimous is he, standing behind his subjects. But it's all a farce, Carl. Wait, sorry. There he is. But look, right there. He's standing on a paint bucket. He's on a paint bucket. Wah! Is the only thing I'll say for Carl in these Discord leaks is that Carl is referring to that picture. Billy does not show the picture in this video. He knows that that's the picture Carl is talking about, but Billy lies by omission by not showing that picture because he's embarrassed by it. Now, he will cope in a second and say, oh, it's just a funny picture I did for a laugh. But I think that's a preemptive cope. I think he's actually embarrassed by it, or else he would have just showed it. Does it really matter, though? No, it doesn't really matter. Carl still lost.
About the hot sauce company, one talking about how Billy needs to stand on things to make himself look taller in photos. Carl, I'm 6'6". I don't need to do anything to look taller. I've taken thousands of photos of different types with fans since 1982. Some very serious, some nothing but fun.
That's the cope right there. And he doesn't want to show the picture, and in case you go out and look for the picture and you see that's his explanation. For the people that do go out and look it up, the explanation is it was just a funny haha picture for laughs. Is that really? I don't know. You just stand on a bucket in a photo.
To me, and I think any layman, it would be you stand on the bucket to appear taller than the other people in the photo. Because, in my mind, likely because you can't stand anybody else being taller than you.
Meanwhile, you're 5'7".
Okay, I gotta play that the whole way through.
Fun. Meanwhile, you're 5'7". Cope harder.
Whoa!
Try not to since 1982. Some very serious, some nothing but fun. Meanwhile, you're 5'7". Cope harder. Try not to stretch the truth.
Stretch the truth.
As for Mr. Jobs' plan to attack my hot sauce company, I don't know what he could possibly claim. I'm interested to know what could possibly lead Mr. Jobs to believe that
I mean, Billy's not stretching here. He's not standing on his tippy toes, he's just standing on the bucket.
Company. It reminds me of a time where he claimed to know the terms of a confidential settlement agreement back in 2021. Of course, that's why we're all here. That's all for today, but don't forget to buy Ricky's world-famous sauce. 10%
Buy his
off
hot sauce
at rickysauce.com.
Buy it now, right now.
Carl Lost at the checkout. Thank you for watching to the end.
All right, Carl says for sure he's like 6 foot. He does look pretty tall, but you know, is he really that tall? It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. King Billy still wins. All right, that's the Billy video. I thought it was very good. There are a lot of things in there that I just didn't know about. Very eye-opening, and like, you know, Billy is an asshole, but you can't hate on a winner, chat. You can't hate on a winner. They won. They have felted their haters and detractors. Steve and Cope, I suppose. Okay, this one's on Creator Clash, but it's not by the Kino Casino. It's by Harmful Opinions. Yes.
Let me pitch you guys something.
So now Creator Clash, the fiasco that is Creator Clash is starting to expand beyond the mortal coil of the sector. Now you have bigger creators talk about it, like Harmful, and I think Count Dankula also had a video out. So this is gonna trickle upward. More and more people are gonna start talking about this. I think Asmongold was talking about it too. Dude claiming someone is the reason for suicide just too much. Carl should have just tried to settle. I think I said this when the verdict was announced to Ostrava. I think Carl deliberately did not tell anybody what it was about because Billy Mitchell is suing me because I said he cheated. Looks better on a GoFundMe page than Billy Mitchell is suing me because I said he led someone to take their own lives. I think it was like Carl's not an idiot. I think he looked at the optics of the situation and decided what would be better to put on the GoFundMe page. Oh, Muda put out a video too. Oh, of course Muda would put out a video. Yeah. We finally got the likes of like Muda and Asmongold paying attention to it, so it's only going to get worse from here for them.
Real quick, a business idea. We're gonna run a charity boxing event. A whole big thing, all these different influencers fighting, and their fans will have to pay to watch it. The twist?
How's it feel,
None of that
Muda?
money goes to charity. I've been taking a look at this Creator Clash stuff, and it really rubs me the wrong way. Bold, brave,
Rubs everyone the wrong way.
take. I know, but what's really
Yeah, I've seen a new
struck
venue,
me
Carl.
as
It's so
odd
small
and
compared to the old one.
pathetic is a particular angle I haven't seen
It's
honed in on
old,
too
it's
much.
ancient.
And I want to make sure and check that people are seeing this too. There are all the glaring obvious issues you can find a million videos going into the details of, and I recommend that you check any of those out and learn about it.
He's
because
saying
it's
go watch
quite
the Kino
funny
Casino.
and interesting, but I'm gonna zoom out for a couple of minutes here instead of lasering in. So, fundamentally, though there are issues with Creator Clash in particular, I'm cool with the idea of an event that makes the people involved money and works as cross-promo for the celebs or e-celebs involved.
Oh, you're familiar with Creator Clash? Yeah, what a fiasco it is right now.
When done right, when you nail an event or product like that, the dream is a bunch of money goes to charity that otherwise wouldn't.
Oh, I gotta do the
because
achievement
you're
with
enticing the
Carmelita.
masses with something they want to spend money on, where they wouldn't have given money to charity otherwise. You get what I'm saying? Ideal scenario, you're actually exploiting influencers' desire for money and good PR, consumers' desire for stuff, to the benefit of charity. That is the win condition in that endeavor. Sure, it's not 100% pure, noble altruism. Sometimes people are just directly paid to promote a charity in the hopes it'll bring more money than they were paid in. Are they being a hero? Maybe not. But if it works out, fair enough. Okay, have your good PR, have your little bit of cash. That incentive for influencers being there can even be viewed as a positive, if it's
It's like a everybody wins scenario. Sure, even in the most optimal timeline, like you still get creators getting clout and getting paid for their time. But it's like I scratch your back, you scratch mine, everybody wins. People donate to charity when they wouldn't have otherwise. That's the goal, right? You get someone to donate to charity when they absolutely would not have done it otherwise on their own time without that event having taken place.
Making good things happen that wouldn't otherwise. If I'm going to be very, very nice, Creator Clash 2 was trying to pull this off, but failed catastrophically. And with that failure came a massive hit to the image of Creator Clash as a brand. A big boo-boo that the people involved with it surely want to heal. Now, if we ignore the details just for a second, you can defend Creator Clash conceptually in the way I just described. Explain how it works. And if you're going to continue...
Can you mention how DSP made less than $100 total today? Any predictions for the crash out tomorrow? That's only if you count, like, the subs, right? It's actually less, Carl, when you count the actual liquidity, the tips liquidity, I believe. You know how he consolidates everything now and just counts everything? What did he actually make hard tips?
With it, explain how you're going to work out the kinks. The people
I made
involved
$7
with
on
Creator
Claire
Clash
up here
3
today.
have sort of done this, but they've also done something else. In the video, let's talk about Creator Clash 3. The model for 2 is explained, and we're told essentially it just didn't work out. But they're not going to work out the kinks in execution of the model. They have changed the model entirely.
So going into Creator Clash 3, we've completely...
God, Ego Raptor, you've fallen so fucking hard, man. Can you just go back to YouTube and do you funny YouTube stuff? Oh, I gotta get Bob up here to get this mask. 54% of the revenue would have just been paid out to the influencers, and a charitable donation would be made under the LLC, so to decrease the tax payments they would have to pay and put more money in their pockets from the payout. Yeah, and then originally it was supposed to be the ticket sales would only go to fund the influencers and pay off the event, and you had to make a separate donations to the charity. I think that is changed now under the new format, but originally none of your ticket revenue would go to charity unless you did a separate charitable donation to the foundation, which is if they fixed that and changed it, okay, that's good, because like that's like, okay, I gotta make two fucking, you're charging me twice?
The model entirely.
So going into Creator Clash 3, we've completely restructured it. So all of the onus is on us to pay for the event, to produce the event through our partners, through our sponsors, and we will be doing a traditional fundraising through Tiltify. It's running right now.
Fucking Tiltify.
Right now.
If you're just gonna do it through Tiltify, why can't these motherfuckers just put on a 24-hour stream and do it normally without having people fucking fly out and come to California? The worst place you could ever want to be at in this continental United States!
We've already raised $238,000, which is so awesome. That's gravy. That's going straight to charity. So every dollar that is raised for charity through this event will be going.
It's just like Jay Frosty said earlier. People need to learn to accept their L's. It wasn't gonna work. You shouldn't have changed the venue. You should have just dropped it as soon as fucking iDubbbz and Anissa allegedly completely pulled away, because all of them are based in California. I know what you mean, but it's impossible to be based in California. Get it? Get it?
Straight to charity.
I'm sorry,
the event
JC.
will be funded by ticket sales. It will be funded by pay-per-view sales, and the fighters will be receiving a cut of that revenue.
Yeah, it's basically two separate things now, right? There's the event part, which is handled a very traditional event way, and then the charity is totally separate. So, like, even if you don't like watching boxing, you could still donate to the charity.
Yep. you can. And on the flip side, if you just want to see the boxing and don't give a shit about charity, you can just financially support the boxing event. The entire system that makes something like this good has been dismantled and rearranged, as everyone and their dog has recognized and commented on. But it's not just the flow of money that's been altered. And here is what I personally find repellent. As the cash part of the system has changed, so too has the PR flow. I look at it like this. Previously, Creator Clash was the event people could get involved with.
Oh, you went to GDQ? Big ups. Hopefully it was during the good years and not the bad years. Oh, treasure. That's how I expect the charity event to go. I know they make a profit off the event, but majority of the money is donated to charity directly. I always hear that it's better to donate to Summer Games Done Quick versus the main event. The one about the Cancer Foundation one, I heard some weird stuff about that one a few years back. I don't know if it's still true today. Okay, maybe you don't get that with Carmelita.
In part for a sprinkle of good.
The one where they support Doctors Without Borders is the one that I always hear is the good one to support.
It was the good thing that rubs off on everyone touching it. And if it worked out as it was meant to, cool, I'm fine with that. But now it's not the good thing. It is a brand in shambles. Now the good thing...
Yeah, I will donate to Doctors Without Borders way quicker than the cancer one. Yeah, that's the one. The cancer one is what I heard questionable things about.
That can rub off on people is the entirely separate fundraiser. This is framed as insulating and protecting that money. You see, this time the money from Creator Clash will go to Wait. But that's not money from Creator Clash anymore. If people view it that way though, that looks real good for the Creator Clash brand, doesn't it? Creator Clash is no longer an event trying to serve charity, taking advantage of people's desires to that end. It is now itself a tainted entity, exploiting charity for PR, with all the synergy of the previous model removed. A win for Creator Clash is no longer a win for charity. As it was put in the damage control video,
Like, even if you don't like watching boxing, you can still donate to the charity.
Or in other words, the Tiltify campaign doesn't need that boxing event. The boxing event needs the Tiltify campaign. They are no longer getting money to charity from people who otherwise may not donate. They specify on their website that they are not also doing what they did before, but rather the financial success of the event does not impact the amount raised for charity. It's not, if we screw up again, at least there's the fundraiser. There is the fundraiser instead. Stand Up to Cancer is only getting cash from the people who will donate, just for the sake of donating. The boxing is no longer an essential element. All these influencers could have just gotten together to do a different event.
Yes, I was gonna bring it up once she came back into focus here. But that is a lot up here. See a lady currently getting roasted for saying she worked on God of War. Well, saying that she didn't. What?
This is for you.
Joe Blah! Holy shit! Joe Blah! Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Blah! The 5 gifted subs with a hype train. Big ups Joe Blah, 5 gifted to the Gaben Zone, 69 Tails, Detractor Media, Jasper Inc. and Lint 777. Big ups Joe Blah. Thank you for the 5 gifted. The cancer one, you're basically paying their executives salaries since they have to disclose how they spend their money. That's what I remember reading. But it was years ago. I don't know if that's still the case, but that was what I remember reading that made me think, oh, okay, so do the Doctors Without Borders one instead. AGDQ supports the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which is a US-based charity, so it only helps people from the US only. True, whereas the Doctors Without Borders is international. Thank you again, Hype Train, Positivity. You could win big. Let's get some subs. You could get an awesome Hype Train emote, even if you just do your resub. Yes, use your Prime. Let's get some subs. I'm gonna shill. Now, guys, this is the worst supported Digga stream in history. I'm gonna beg. No, but seriously, thank you. Right, let me rewind a bit.
Only getting cash from the people who will donate, just for the sake of donating. The boxing is no longer an essential element. All these influencers could have just gotten together to do a different event.
Thanks for completing the Sly series. Thank you for the nostalgia. Thank you.
If any. But it's worse than that. I don't know about you guys, but I personally don't have infinite expendable ink.
Mr. Pun, another one. Gifted tier 1 to Brian S. I know that name. I've seen that guy around. Thank you. You're a commentator for the Sly 4 episode 1 run. See, I haven't watched any Games Done Quick event in years. If you're a commentator again, let me know. I'll take a look if you ever go back and pop on. It just the event kind of lost the magic, in my opinion, from the days of old.
Let's have some fun.
Devoured Eagle, another gifted 1 month tier 1 to D-Side. He's literally here right now. Hype train level 2 activated. I'm gonna continue flashing rainbow colors for as long as I live. And thank you, Devoured Eagle, for the positivity. Look at you lurking and stalking and hanging out. Big ups, man. Yeah, I'm spending $80 for Mario Kart World, guys. I'm gonna spend 500 smackaroonies for the Switch 2. I need a return on my investment. I'm broke. I'm a broke bub, guys.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Thank you for the lurk, Devoured Eagle. Big ups. Appreciate it. Daily wrap this up? Okay, we'll watch it after this. And thank you for the Xander Ensa win. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. I hope you're all having a great evening.
If I was all in on Creator Clash, I love boxing, I love charity, I love charity boxing. Me buying into Creator Clash no longer helps charity. I would need to donate separately, having now spent money on the boxing event. Creator Clash is competing with the charity for your money.
Right. If you people only have so much money. If you're gonna go to see this fucking event or get the pay-per-view, you have to spend for that, and then your money no longer helps out the charity. You have to make a separate charitable donation. It's both are competing for your money. Whereas, say what you will about Games Done Quick, but you know, the proceeds, if you super chat to Games Done Quick, it does go to the charity. You don't have to. It doesn't like support the event, and then a separate charge has to be made from you to the charitable organization. You don't pay twice. With Creator Clash, you're paying twice. Won't be able to go to a GDQ event until next year. Definitely try to submit a run in the future, since I had a good time with being on the GDQ hotfix, showing off slide 200%. Okay, yeah, let me know. I will definitely shill your appearance. You've been such a kind individual. It will be remiss of me to not return the favor. Let's get a shout out. If you want to see Sly gameplay much better than mine, you can follow this dude. Amazing speedrunner. He was showing off some tricks in Sly 4 that I was like, whoa, he fucking dominated that mission that I spent 10 minutes in.
Previously, a wildly successful event would mean more money goes to charity.
You need the Rob clip where he breaks the chair doing the air guitar. I had that, but then I got rid of it. I gotta look for it again. But I did have it at one point. Big ups MT Suited, welcome in.
Now it means that money that could have been donated instead went to a boxing event. Imagine I start a gamer coffee company that's going to support charity.
Oh, like the quartering?
I do my research, I make sure it's something people would want to buy regardless. And what I do is I get a certain number of bags roasted. Once I've sold a certain amount, all the rest of that money coming in goes to charity. I promo it on streams, I get big epic gamers to promo it on streams. There will be people buying it just because they want the thing. Some people might be pushed over the edge into a purchase because of the charity involvement, but hey, it will help charity if everything goes right. Some might have minor qualms, but alright, right? Now imagine if instead, I'm on stream, I sell my coffee, I get other people to sell my coffee, and oh yeah, here's a link you can donate to charity. It's a charity stream. You wouldn't be hearing about this campaign if I wasn't selling my coffee, so I'm helping charity. And look, a bunch of people did donate, so it's charity coffee. They're good person beans. In fact, this is the best way to do it because it keeps the money meant for charity safe. That would, of course, be both.
Always call NATO coggers.
Shit. And Creator Clash is worse, because at least you wouldn't have to pay to watch my coffee ad. No wonder fighters are pulling out. You look like a fucking dickhead if you're getting a piece of this action. Because even now, they characterize the whole thing as being for charity.
It's just supposed to be a fun boxing event.
That's what I've been seeing a lot of from this Cope video that they put out. It's like you can't criticize the event or you're criticizing charity. And while you're so fucking evil, you're so fucking obsessed with internet drama and smearing good people's names, you would actually go after a charity event for charity for kids with cancer. You're so heartless. No, we're going after charity because you're lying and you're duplicitous.
event for charity. And
they are death gripping onto that characterization because it sounds good. But to
Right,
a lot
for
of
a
people,
reason.
it doesn't look like that anymore. Some might say the difference is subtle, but I asked...
And Lee, 100 bits for the Dingus charity. Now, guys, this is gonna help me in the long term. Thank you guys, Hype Train, level 3. 7 gift subs and 100 bits. Thank you, everybody. Let's see what emote I get. Oh, I got this one. I saw Ann got this one, and I was like, whoa, I wish I had that one, but now I have it. Yes, there it is. I'm the one. That's what you post when you want to pog out.
You to imagine again. I get a bunch of big names onto my stream selling my coffee, and I have a link to a charity. Hey, I'm just selling coffee for charity. You don't understand why that pisses people off? You don't understand why people will be annoyed at those involved? Which is another way the original system that can work has been obliterated. Instead of this being a nice charity thing for influencers to get involved with, you're volunteering for a black stain against your name to benefit Creator Clash as a brand, when you all could have just done a bunch of collab streams or something promoting the Tiltify campaign. Before, they were using influencers to draw attention to a big event that benefits charity. Now they're using them separately to draw attention to a big event and to draw attention to a fundraiser. You can just do the latter, and then you don't need to pay them for their training time. The extra zing of it being a real-life boxing event is a thing, but that's no longer feeding into the charity. Not in the same way. As described before, it may even be cannibalizing it now. You can totally just have a boxing event that plugs a charity, but that ain't what people were sold all this time. This whole thing isn't just shady and weird. It's stupid. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. The organizers will credit Creator Clash with raising this cash to gild the turd that is their event. But if you think for 1 second about opportunity cost, in other words, what could have been instead, it's clear that's not the priority it's made out to be, and everyone's being messed with. A few people are praising the transparency, but you wouldn't praise a public toilet for installing glass walls after someone smeared the floor with shit.
Beautiful analogy to end it on. DSP couldn't word it any better way. You know, not in my wildest dreams did I ever think iDubbbz would single-handedly ruin a charity event, somehow scam said event at the same time because of an internet buff defending a piece of shit made 2025. It's wild. I agree. Daily rap time. Witcher 4 React. Lowest support in years. Can we bounce back tomorrow? Why is this the title? Why is it 12 minutes? Oh no! No! I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. No, this is the title. This is the title. This is the title. Oh, dude, I love this band so much. This is the title. Lowest support in years. Can we bounce back tomorrow? Apparently, years plural is a year and a half. I heard him on the night stream. This motherfucker said lowest support in a year and a half. Somehow, in the span of a few hours, a year and a half becomes multiple years, plural. Remember when he said Splatoon 3 was his lowest supported playthrough in DSP history? DSP history, Splatoon 3, the lowest supported, lowest watched, least attended playthrough. I would kill to go back to that era.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Tuesday, the 3rd of June, 2025. Now, admittedly, today was kind of a weird day, because today...
Why was it weird?
We were playing fighting games on a day when normally I wouldn't, you know, because we're not doing Friday Night Fights this week. And this was kind of a, you know, weird middle of the week, counting down to the release of the Switch 2 and Mario Kart kind of day. It wasn't, you know, really hyped.
Vinny Raid! Thank you, Vinny, for the raid. Raid with a party of 2. Caught me in the middle of the daily wrap. We are completing Sly Cooper. Thieves in time 100% tonight, or at least I'm gonna die trying. I gotta do this before Switch 2 comes out tomorrow. But I'm just looking for treasures and secret shit. But welcome in, hello, hello. I hope you're having a good evening. We're watching the daily wrap.
A weird middle of the week, counting down to the release of the Switch 2 and Mario Kart kind
Hey, go
of
follow
day.
Vinny.
It wasn't, you know, oh,
they're a
you know,
detractor.
really hype scheduled games. And because of that, today
Which
kind of
means you
sucks.
gotta support them.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give it to you like it is. I'm gonna tell you why today.
No way, brother. Hold up.
Kind of sucked. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give it to you like it is. I'm gonna tell you why today sucked. So here's what happened today. We started off today with a level 1 podcast. Excuse me. Where we talked about a couple of interesting topics that I knew that people wanted me to discuss today because there was some timely stuff that actually happened. First off, Witcher 4 had a tech performance demo release over, I guess it was an Unreal like conference or convention or something like that, where all the devs who were, you know, making games with Unreal Engine were showing their stuff off. And so CD Projekt Red was one of the big ones, and we watched the whole thing and I reacted to it on the podcast. So that was definitely something that was interesting to watch, and that was timely because it just happened today. So I was able to do it pretty much live. But then we had to talk about the future of Blueprints, which sadly, as you know, from
they didn't spring it on DSP. Hold up. CD Projekt Red didn't just spring that on Phil out of nowhere, unlike Sony with their State of Play tomorrow. Fucking Phil was seething because it was like, I didn't know they were going to do that. They sprung it on me a day before. I'm not going to fucking change my schedule to go watch that, you guys. Even though he's going to watch the Summer Games Fest and the Xbox thing.
Not working as a late stream, and now sadly it's failing as a day stream.
Hey, Sardguard.
So we came to a quick determination. I am going to attempt to do one more stream of Blueprints, and if it does decently, I'll keep it in the rotation. If it tanks again, we're done. And it sucks because after all the amount of gameplay that we played,
Stop
it's a
playing
really hard
it
decision
now.
for me to make. But I want you.
The last time this failed, he was like, look, I guess you guys are like messaging to me that you don't want to see this game anymore, and like, there's no way I can make you enjoy it. Okay, so brother, the game should have been gone like 3 weeks ago.
Tune in, watch the podcast from this morning, and you'll
He's
see
trolling.
why we came to that determination.
He's trolling in. He knows that people don't want this anymore. He's making his viewers suffer.
Actually, even have time after those 2 things that we did to look for wheels and pedals for PC for future driving streams like Truck Sim. So we'll probably end up doing that tomorrow morning on the show. Okay.
Oh boy.
So after that, we jumped back into Clear Obscure Expedition 33. Now you remember,
help me decide what I should spend your $300 on.
We did come to an agreement, and the agreement was that we are just going to finish the story of this game. We're going to get to the end, and then at the very end, we're going to see, does it make sense to go do more side content? But we're just going to try to finish it, because at this point, we're over 50 hours in, and the attendance and support is dwindling.
50 hours at the end of Act 2.
I think I made like $30-something on the stream. And then last time, because I had brought up, oh man, I don't want to retire the game, I want to beat it, we actually had a rally.
You gotta retire, brother.
That last Clear Obscure stream and supported it, so we did well. This morning was the worst stream of Clear Obscure, and the worst stream that I have actually done
ever.
In about a year and a half. I think the last time I had a stream.
Oh, so he says it in the daily wrap. He says it in a night stream and a daily wrap, but in the title he says plural, multiple years.
First stream that I have actually done in about a year and a half. I think the last time I had a stream.
You would hear any other streamer say this, and you would think, oh, like they would say that because, oh, I was trolled, oh, I lost in the game, I was embarrassed, I had like the L of the century, I was getting heated in Overwatch 2, I was speedrunning, and right when I was on PB, I fucking ruined my run, and I tossed my controller at the wall. For DSP, the worst stream of his life is when he doesn't hit his goal.
Stream this dead were the night streams when I was playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth almost 2 years ago.
Almost 2 years.
Attendance was
Plural
abysmal.
is almost 2 years.
We had less than 150 people on YouTube and only about 40 to 50 people on Kick. So one of the lowest attendance streams I've ever had in my life. Okay. Then the support was non-existent. Like, no exaggeration, we raised about 16 to 20 bucks on the podcast. Guess how much we raised during 3 hours of only story of Claire Obscure? $7 for 3 hours of gameplay. Okay? Now, here's the thing. There are people who are watching Clear Obscure on demand.
But they don't matter,
sadly,
right?
This is just not translating into support outside of the views on demand. And I feel like, sadly, this is a playthrough where the people who like it are watching it on demand. They're not coming to the streams. I mean, there were some people who were engaging on the streams. It was like 10 people. It was like 5 people on the YouTube
Doesn't
side.
count?
And
Literally
5 people
does
on the
not
Kick
count.
side, okay? So, obviously, this really sucks because I already had a really bad stream of Blueprints the day before. So now we're talking back-to-back terrible streams for engagement and support. That's not good. So, what do we do? Well, I mean, we're in the end game. I'm basically...
Because that's what you're doing right
a few
now.
minutes away, likely, from beating Act 2 and then getting into Act 3. And people are saying the story of Act 3 will probably take me 2 streams. And then the game is done. Or, that means skipping all the side content. Which people are saying the best content of the game is the side content at the end of the game. And it means I have to skip it because no one will show up and engage and support with this playthrough anymore. I don't know what to do. I have no solutions. We already said that we were going to play it to the end. But
You
just the
never
story,
do.
I guess that's what we're doing. It just seems like every time I play this game, we're going to have no one show up, and it's going to be a dead stream of people complaining that I'm playing this game still. I just don't understand it. I really don't. Why people liked the game for a month and now they don't. Or
you played it for a month
why people
straight.
just have no attention span anymore, because you notice it's every lengthy game that doesn't work anymore. Anything longer than...
It's like me asking why people are into Xenoblade after a month of playing it straight. I know why they're not into it anymore.
15 to 20 hours, and it's
the same reason why people aren't into DS Politics a month after he does it. Why they're not into DSP Reacts anymore weeks after he started doing it. Why they're not into Legos anymore after the first stream of him doing it. Because it's all a novelty. And when the novelty goes away, nobody wants to see it anymore. It's just how it is.
Multiplayer, people freak out and hate. I just don't get it anymore. I don't. As a gamer, it's part of my gaming life and culture. Longer games make sense, especially when you're playing an awesome game that has tons of story and content and is getting better and better. And that's what's happening with Claire Obscure. Like, I'm leveling up and we're fighting tougher bosses and things. But it's just not enjoyable when no one's there along for the ride with me. You know what I mean? So, I'm not going to lie. The first stream literally sucked.
I'm a gamer.
No one showed up, no one engaged, and no one supported. And it's the worst stream I've done in a year and a half. Then... the night stream tonight, because I couldn't do fighting games Friday night, which you guys have been enjoying and supporting recently, Friday Night Fights. I wanted to do them once this week. So I said, let's do it on Tuesday night just to mix it up and break up the week. So we did more Capcom versus SNK 2. Now, admittedly, I will say this. Sadly, the matches were laggy as hell. Most people are no longer playing this collection, and it's only 2 weeks old, and no one wants to play it. And that's just pathetically sad that Capcom again has done it. This is the 3rd collection like this. Capcom Fighting Collection 1, the Marvel Collection, and now this. It's just, they're dead. No one plays them after a couple of weeks because Capcom doesn't put in crossplay, and the netcode is fucking terrible. Capcom makes no effort to improve, so
we're
I end up
watching
getting a couple of weeks
a
of
night
content
boomer,
out of them, and then they're dead.
A boomer at
and
night.
That's what's happened here is the few people who are left actually are cheating. I'm not kidding you. I actually found someone who had a diamond ranking in the game who was using a lag switch. They would get to round 3, the final round. They had an R2 Sagat, ratio 2 Sagat. They would wait till they had level 3 super.
Hey Astro, how long is this shit?
Switch, which would make
we're over the halfway point. He's crying a lot because he made no money today on the stream.
the game go to red connection, and
I did see him fight the hacker too. I know what he's talking about. I don't know anything about the collection. Maybe he did fight a hacker. Like, would you really be surprised that a few bad eggs, a few bad apples exist in these online games that have access to cheating tools? I wouldn't be surprised.
They would just roll super, and you can't block it in the lag. So literally, they would hit you with a level 3 super, and you couldn't do anything about it, and they would win every time. Finally, I said, fuck this, and I realized they were doing it, and I played incredibly hard, and I beat them, and then I said, I'm not playing them again, and I quit. I couldn't believe it. That's who's left.
Fucking
These
coward ran
low-level
away.
degenerates are playing this fucking
Dude, he
game,
beats you and then runs away.
Using scrubs.
All right, I'm ending
now,
on a
overall,
win.
it was still a good night. I had some good matches against people, but most of them were insanely laggy. Again, you tell the collection you want a 4 to 5 bar connection.
You tell the collection? It's not real.
You can't see the quality of the connection before you join the match. So you can't even say, oh, I don't want that. It's too low bar connection. They did it on purpose because if they did, no one would play the collection. You understand? So it's bad. It's a rip-off collection. It's already almost dead.
Yeah, Goon, he's gonna do it for 2 more streams to do Act 3, and then it's done. No more side content because nobody wants to see it.
I was trying my best to entertain, and I did. You know, I did some good stuff tonight, but it's really hard when the collection is a piece of garbage and people are already quitting it. So guess what? we raised like $57 of support tonight. The thing was, there was engagement. People were talking.
It's like he can't even believe it. It's like he's shocked. Like you just slapped him in the face and he's like recovering.
All night about the matches. And yes, there were people
we only made
watching,
like
trolls and
$57.
everything, but no one wanted to support it. So this overall was my worst engaged, worst supported day that I've had in years. And I know why. I said this to the audience. It's because there's no new games right now.
Oh,
right?
shut
We've
the
been playing
hell up.
the same shit for a long time. The best
Yeah,
streams
Mario
are Kill
Kart's
Stream.
gonna save the
Minecraft
stream.
and Truck Simulator are the two games that are doing consistently well because it's relaxing, it's fun, it's interactive. Everything else people are bored of.
Yeah, blame the viewers more.
Perhaps with the Switch 2 coming out. Perhaps
Oh, yeah, right.
with other games coming out this month like
The only game he's going to play on Switch 2 is Mario Kart. Every other game is a third-party game that he's already played or just not interested in. The Switch 2 is not saving the stream. We'll be lucky if we get more than fucking 5 streams of Mario Kart before he gets bored. And in the funniest timeline, he only plays Mario Kart for the marathon and then just never goes back to it because he's too busy playing everything else and then says you guys need to tell him to go back to Mario Kart in order for him to be convinced to go back to Mario Kart.
mind's eye, and you know they're going to announce other games at Summer Game Fest and things coming up. Maybe it's a godsend, right? Maybe now is the right time for a new console and a new Mario Kart and things, because I think things are just dead. Otherwise, people are just not interested in these games that I'm playing because they've been around too long and people sadly just don't have attention span for them. All I will say is this: if you're someone who likes either Blueprints or Claire Obscure,
they're pretty good daily wrap, Carl.
Well, I can't.
No. Oh, no. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Long and people sadly just don't have attention span for them. All I will say is this: if you're someone who likes either Blueprints or Claire Obscure, I don't know where you've been.
I don't know where you've been. Why weren't you here? Why?
I can't. I'm floundering now. You know, I want to play these more. I'm gonna do one more.
I'm floundering. He's floundering. No, he's not playing GameCube Switch Online, even though he would get it with Cat's membership.
Blueprints and see if it works, and if it doesn't, we're done with it. Even though we've played as much as we have, I have to move on to other things people want. And the same thing with Claire Obscure. Like,
dude, Trucking Sim is 2016. I didn't even know that. I thought that was just like a new meme game that came out this year, but is already old. It's actually years old, it seems.
Oh, we're in the end game, but what the hell happened? Where was everyone? I can't do a stream for 10 people. Okay?
Why does he have qualms about playing older games then? Oh, I can't play that. That's too old. You're playing a game from 2016, though.
Okay. So yeah, a disappointing, disheartening, frustrating day. On top of all of that, no updates on my Switch 2. I'm waiting all day, nothing. No update, no shipment confirmation, no shipment information.
Should have just went to GameStop. Every single one of them is getting at least, what, 15 to 20 extra units? Yes, walk-in bros, win again.
I hope tomorrow's a better day, folks. Here's what we're doing tomorrow, okay? On the podcast in the morning, number one, I hope you will come by and rally and support the show.
I saw his seething over the Chinese third-party Switch 2 accessories not coming in time or whatever. Serves him right for not getting the real deal.
I mean it. Some days we get tons of support for the podcast. Today we had like none. Please come by and support the show in the morning.
It's
all right?
Temu accessories.
During that show, I'm hoping to look for a wheel and pedal for PC. The problem that I think we're going to arise here, people are telling me the best one is the Logitech, but they're telling me it's over $300, and I'm not dropping over $300 on a peripheral that I'm not sold we're going to use all the time. And I just...
You know, that's why they're trying to get you to buy it, Phil, because it is $300. Most wheels, they're like $100 minimum for a wheel, because a wheel is fucking expensive, man. You get the whole fucking shebang, and you get the pedals. Some of them even come with like the little stick shift. You get the little stick shift. You get the whole shebang. You're paying like over $100.
Had 3 bad streams.
And what are we gonna do? Again, we're using this for a game from 2016.
Have a ton of excess cash now to drop on this peripheral because 3 bad streams in a row is not good.
No. He's using the bad streams to justify why he can't get the big wheel, even though he would still be saying it's too expensive if he hit the goal. No. No. You don't get to do that. No, I see what you're doing. Oh, I would have gotten it if you guys just gave me money on the streams today. Oh, but you didn't, so it looks like I can't get it, guys. As if he had made $300 on both streams, as if he wouldn't still say, okay, that's a little bit out of my ballpark. That's like basically the revenue of one of the streams I'm putting into this wheel right now.
Okay? So let's see what happens tomorrow on the show. Maybe it is well supported.
Nah, the 1.6 already went to champions.
All right. But after that, we're going to do Elden Ring Night Rain. What I want to do on that stream is see the other 3 bosses I haven't seen. I think one is supposed to be a knight. And then one is, oh God, what are they? There were 6 and we saw 3. What the hell were the other 2? I'm having a brain fart right now what the other 2 are. But I want to see what they are. You know, I think it'd be pretty cool to see what the final 3 bosses are we haven't seen. Plus, I think in those runs you see other mini bosses we haven't seen yet either. So that'll be fun.
Nah,
so there
he's
is
still playing Elden Ring.
And I will pick a different character. I won't just keep picking Iron Eye. I'll try either the Duchess or another class. Okay. And then tomorrow night, Minecraft. Why are we doing Minecraft? Because the Minecraft stream on Sunday night did exceptionally well. And I told you guys if we hit the goal, I would do it again.
You're desperate.
So we're doing it again. So guys, please tomorrow, let's come back. Let's get engagement. Get people to show up and
come
engage
on,
and hang out and like the game.
Come on, guys, let's come back. Hit him.
Support the stream.
Please.
All right?
Oh no! He's begging. He's on his hands and knees. No, don't do this. Don't. No, this is so awkward. No streamer does this.
Please tomorrow, let's come back. Let's get engagement. Get people to show up and engage and hang out and like the games. And please come support the streams. All right.
He always says,
really need to
dude, it's always the last thing. He always makes sure it's that it's the last thing that he says.
Bounce back. I do. One final thing. I know people are like, but Phil, don't you think that everyone is just holding out for the marathon on Thursday? No.
Yeah. No.
No, I don't. I think a lot of people are getting their Switch 2 on Thursday and they'll be playing it. I think we will have some people for the marathon, but I don't think.
No. This is even worse than the Memorial Day code. Oh my god. No. I'm really trying not to exaggerate my reaction here. I don't think I can embellish it any more than what I'm currently. This is my genuine reaction to his whine, his outright total whine.
Final thing. I know people are like, but Phil, don't you think that everyone is just holding out for the marathon on Thursday?
Don't you think most of your dented supporters are about to drop $500, $600 on a fucking console? No, I don't think they're gonna do that.
No, I don't. I think a lot of people are getting their Switch 2 on Thursday and they'll be playing it. I think we will have some people for the marathon, but I don't think there's literally all the regular supporters have decided to hold off on Thursday. I don't think that's happening. I don't, just being honest with you. Maybe I'm wrong, because I've been wrong. Sometimes people say, oh no, maybe you're underestimating, and I'm like, maybe I am. I don't think so, though. All right?
Why do you think the regular supporters are not currently supporting, Phil?
I'll see you all in the morning. Hopefully things go better tomorrow. We'll find out. Thanks for those who were here today and did support in some way. I do appreciate you. Let's just hope for a better day tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow, let's get some damn information about my Switch 2 being on the way. Okay? Thank you all. Have a good night. See you in the AM. Peace out.
To call them regular supporters would imply that they are there regularly, so they know about his plights when it comes to money. So why would they be withholding if they know about how he needs to make his goals and shit, how this is how he makes his bread and butter? Why would they be withholding unless they're just fucking psychotic? Wow, ask yourself that, Phil. Why would they... Like, they understand your plight because they're there all the time. So they should just give you money anyway, regardless of the gameplay, but they're not. They're actually giving you money dependent on the quality of the streams. They don't just give you money just for you sitting there and existing. I know, they're just torturing you psychologically because they're all assholes. They're all dented assholes who pretend to like you. But just ask yourself, under the context of your perception of them being actual good fans that like you and like you and your content, why do you think they're not, ponying up, even though they know damn well that you're struggling right now, ostensibly struggling, even though you just made 1.6K on a big stream? Yeah, lowest support in years. Can we bounce back tomorrow? That was the first thing I noticed. Hey, Hired God. Good night, Swollen Dingus. Thank you for choosing my dulcet tones to fall asleep to. Oh, dude, that was so rough. I don't even know what to say. DSP, worst day ever in his career. Heavy crash out on viewers and rages in game. We got a new Momology. That's how you know the shit was hot today. Momology came out with the video real quick. I'll go ahead and put it on. I need to see how the night stream was.
What? No, I didn't press a button. Get the out of here. Because his connection is ass. You suck. You're terrible. Diamond. He thinks he's good too. He's a diamond player. He's awful. What a piece of human garbage. Hey, Ninja INPJ, you cheating piece of.
This is from today.
Go
you want to ask
yourself,
why people weren't giving him money?
This is ridiculous. I had a really slow stream earlier today. You tell me I'm gonna have the slowest day I've had in like 3 years now.
3 years? How does 1.5 years become 3 years?
Where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm gonna be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now, I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna have all my shit reclaimed. You know, credit card bills are gonna go default. I'm probably gonna have to declare bankruptcy. I'm gonna lose everything.
Dude, he fucking turned in this. Okay, he fucking turned 1.5 years into. Okay. He started out with 1.5 years. Then on a daily wrap, he says nearly 2 years. Then in the night stream before the daily wrap, to get people, to scare people in the supporting right then and there, he actually says 3 years.
Okay.
That's like double 1.5 years.
No one has picked the
3
first
years
character.
is double
So we're just
1.5.
gonna get started. Remember, for a $20 contribution, you can pick a character, and I will.
Dude, he's kind of just like a Kiryu right here. It's a better cosplay than Yang Yaz, I suppose.
Use them for a whole set. All right.
Is that his Kiryu outfit?
So let's see who's gonna take advantage of that tonight. Excuse me, but in the meantime, please support the stream. All right. Earlier today, like I said, Clear Obscure was miserable. We did terrible.
Miserable.
I need to make up for that tonight. We got to hit the goal tonight. At the bare minimum, we have to hit 1 goal tonight. If we hit 2 goals tonight, that would be exceptionally great and would make up for earlier. But 1 goal tonight, I need to hit that to make up for how bad Clear Obscure did. Okay. All right, guys. Well, last 10 minutes of the stream. I guess this is gonna go down in history as my worst stream.
That wasn't me. That was Phil.
Because it really is.
But you already knew that.
I went to Bison. He switched characters.
His excessive use of adjectives. Dude, he has to look. I love my adjectives too, Carl. But once you really like try to listen for it, like you try to you try to look for it, you try to hear it in his dialogue, the adjectives are so constant. Everything is described with like an adjective. Like he was saying earlier, oh, this is so pathetically terrible. Everything needs an adjective, and the adjective is always, it's always an adjective that ends in "ly." It's pathetically terrible. It's totally bad. Objectively bad. It's so bad. It's really bad. Testing out working Wii emulation with online play with a controller. Is going to try it tomorrow with UNFW. Oh, that's cool. I was talking to Starman, and he said he was not opposed to doing Mario Party 8 net play. I don't know if he's ever done it before, but he said he was really looking into it. And I was like, oh yeah, Saria was looking into that same shit. I see a slime mask up here. Oh, House of the Dead 2 2-player? Oh shit. Yeah, House of the Dead 2 and 3 are on Wii.
He literally mashed buttons and got a free combo because it's not a move that I did.
Yeah, he's zesting it up.
I got hit because I wasn't doing that
treasure.
move that Honda did.
It's gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
I don't know what happened there. I didn't do cannon spike. What the fuck? Oh, cannon spike again. Oh my god, roll super.
Tremendously bad.
What? It showed the kick. It took it back and rolled it back to give him an air throw. Fuck this laggy game. It showed the kick and then it erased the kick and gave him a backdrop. Laggy bullshit.
Yeah, the game just erased it, Phil. Sure.
I don't know I'm getting hit. Never did anything. Again,
I never did.
Super bullshit. Well, I'm not doing nothing. Look at that bullshit again. No, I can't move. Block. If he rolls supers, it gives him a free super. I'm serious. He rolls supers. The game refuses to let me block after roll super. That's twice in a row. All he does is roll super with Sagat. It won't let me block online. So he just gets away with it because the game is trash and the netcode allows you to do bullshit and you can't block. What a fucking scrub. Dude, that pisses me off. Roll super twice, dude. You know that doesn't hit. You know I'm not gonna fucking just stand there and fall for it. It won't block on reaction because the game lags, you fucking idiot. That pisses me off. Twice he's done it. Twice. He won't fucking
The alarm
play
sound
legit.
effects are very fitting for his current mood.
About to explode.
Look at that. I hit him, then I can't move. I legit just stuck in place after my own kick. I can't move.
Yeah, I did watch the clip. It was making jade noises. Very cool.
Oh my god, roll super! Yo, it's so bad. Most of his hits are complete nonsense. I can't do anything about them because of the lag. And he rolls supers a million times because of the lag I can't respond.
It's true love feeling.
What's going on? Why did I get hit by the second hit? Well, I got frozen. I couldn't move.
I was frozen today.
What the fuck? What? Yo, the guy just Hail Mary level 3 super from mid-screen. It perfectly hits me even though I'm not doing anything and I lose half my health bar. This guy is awful and he gets away with everything because of the connections. What a fucking asshole. Look at that! KO. Amazing gameplay, huh? KO.
Go for broke.
Can't do anything. Roll uppercut. Game will not let me block. I'm not doing that. I tried to hop. See what I mean, King Crimson? I can't hop at all. I can't, dude, I can't hop. It will not fucking hop. That was super, dude. Nothing. What? No, I didn't press a button. Get the fuck out of here. Again, roll. See, I can't little hop. You saw the giant lag spike? Yo, I can't little hop. Every time I go for little hop, I get a full
Where's
jump.
my little hop
so I
at?
can't ever little hop because the guy's connection is fucking ass. This guy sucks shit. Roll uppercut, roll super, and I can't do anything about it because his connection is fucking ass. You suck, you fucking bitch. You're terrible. Diamond, he thinks he's good too. He's a diamond player. He's awful. He gets away with basic scrub shit that you should be able to block. It won't block it online because his connection sucks. He's a fucking scrub. Relax, dude. Relax. You fucking
I don't think he
annoying ass
can.
fucking
He's
scrub.
not
Now I'm
capable.
pissed. Because you're not beating me ever. You haven't beaten me legit once yet. You're still just fucking getting lucky as shit.
Whoa, you
Roll
beat me?
fucking uppercut,
Doesn't
roll
count.
super.
Haha.
Suck my dick.
Whoa.
Can't block. Can't block. He gets a full hits here.
That's not very kosher, Phil.
Are you kidding? I fucking finally he wouldn't die. By the way, his character is 7 times better than mine. Bison is broken. Honda sucks in this. And I'm fucking beating him with it. It's hilarious.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
What? Roll throw, even though he's not close enough to me to throw. It showed her here, then all of a sudden she's closer to me throwing because of the net code. Whatever you fucking say, scrub.
Whatever you say, scrubby, scrubby, scrub. There he is, ranting about the netcode.
This lag. Yeah, KO, Now she gets a throw for no reason. Dude, it's so bustedly broken online. I already won.
Bustedly
KO.
broken.
Play it. Take
The
it back.
absolute state of the
Fuck
adjectives.
this game.
Live and let die.
What? No, you can't do 2 tiger uppercuts.
Deleting
before
comments
someone
on the
can
Daily
react
Rap?
in CVS2.
Not
It's
surprised.
impossible. It's the lag. They gave him 2 instant tiger uppercuts.
Or
without
this
a
dude
chance
would
to
still be
the draw.
awake.
Fuck this game.
Because we're still awake.
Why am I getting hit? I never attacked. Why? Roll through again. Roll uppercut. Can't do anything about it, dude. I can't do anything. It's too laggy. Yo, it's getting laggy. Yo, he lag switches. He's a lag switcher.
He's lag switching.
Look how bad Yo, he's been doing it all along.
Yo!
Every match at the end of the match, he lag switches. That's how he beat me. You notice it's red only at the end of the round. He's done it every time. That's why he's able to roll super. What a piece of fucking human garbage. Hey,
Ruben
Ninja
garbage.
INPJ, you cheating piece of fucking shit. Go fuck yourself, you loser.
What the holy shit
Whoa,
was
buddy.
that? What the fuck, dude? I was not expecting that whatsoever, dude.
You didn't beat me once. You fucking are cheating right now. Look at your internet.
You're cheating right now.
He fucking lag switches at the end of the round. That's how he got diamond. You fucking suck, bitch. I can't believe he got diamond cheating. Only at the end of the round it goes red. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I only noticed it then. Because it was the end of the round and I was up on energy. So he tried to do it desperately. He couldn't hide it that time like he was hiding it the other 2 rounds. But you could absolutely see 100% that he was cheating the whole fucking time. Unbelievable, man. All right, now guys, we got about an hour, a little over an hour left on stream. Please, let's get some support. We have done very well with this collection since it came out, but I've had some pretty bad streams recently. I need to recover from that and have a good one tonight, so please.
How many treasures am I missing? I'm at 11 out of 12. I know, sorry for the awkward pause.
Support the stream tonight. All right, like I said, I already offered this. Now, if you contribute $20, you can pick a character for me to use. But you guys haven't done that yet. No one's taking advantage of it. Let's get someone to do that.
He sounds like a bitch as he calls people bitches.
Can we get another sub? Because, man, let me tell you.
He's still going.
Yesterday and today, except for last night where there were some good sub bombs.
Dude, get ready for $20 to charge who he plays as in Mario Kart.
Look at the top 10 right now. Seriously.
There it is. Wait, no, that's a mask. Okay, I bring Bob here.
Talking shit.
Shit. I thought that was a treasure.
Like, whoa.
Let's do it, please. Let's get some support tonight, shall we? All right, let's continue. Based alpha real, there's a rule to not bring up detractors. Why are you constantly bringing up detractors? I mean it. Like, why the fuck do you bring it up every stream? Who gives a fuck what they're doing? They're losers.
Yes, I did do the Archer costume above the safe house.
They have nothing to do without me. They rely on me. I am their master. And they watch shit that's always mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, without me, if I...
No, Phil, it's cope. You bringing them up here confirms that they live in your head rent-free. You should completely ignore them, but you never do.
I have a day off. They have nothing to do. So...
no, I have
talk
fun.
About their nonsense. Stop bringing them up and derailing the stream. Guys, come on.
That's us. That's us on Saturday, except not really, because Saturday is anime night.
Guys, come on, let's get some support.
Oh my God, Carly's still going.
We got no subs today at all. Well, I think one. All day, I think we have 1 sub on Kick. What the fuck is going on over there? How many of you are over there right now watching and no subs whatsoever? Let's get some support on the YouTube side. Let's get a tip. Come on. Let's get a single super chat. We have like 3 super chats all night.
Time door in the river, yes.
Already, I had a really slow stream earlier today. You tell me I'm gonna have the slowest.
Ironically, that was like the first treasure I encountered playing casually, so I did remember, and I went back to that door.
Day I've had in like 3 years now. Yes.
Yeah, I've never played games in my entire life. This is actually pre-recorded footage. I'm not even live right now.
Yo, from full screen in lag. Wow. From full fucking screen.
This battle is about to explode. Fight!
I can't move. I can't. It won't work. It won't work. I'm frozen. I can't dash. I'm trying to air dash. It won't work. You just stand still. That was super. That was fucking air super. Uppercut. So stupid. You fucking online laggy spammer idiot.
The sad Tom is me whenever Lazarus is airing.
Fucking suck. Oh my God. What happened? What happened? I landed, started attacking, and all of a sudden her combo starts hitting. Complete fucking laggy nonsense. Complete laggy nonsense. Wow. What's going on? Why can't I attack when she rolls? What? Come on!
Lazarus' biggest offender? I don't know what you're talking about.
What? I can't block? Nothing.
My good name is being maligned again.
I can't do anything, see?
What did I do wrong?
Literally, I'm dominating him. All of a sudden, it drops 2 of my
I'm
inputs.
I'm always the villain.
It won't play. It's like it won't catch up to my inputs so that I can play the game.
I'm like Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect around here.
Fuck this game. This game is just a fucking terrible version of this fucking. By the way, a diamond player. Oh, you're such a good player, diamond player. Yes, you are. You fucking run away and lag like crazy, and you're a diamond player. Fuck this guy. So I got a $2 anonymous tip, and then Based Alpha Real gifted a sub to Super Bonchan. Thank you, Based Alpha Real.
Yeah, you guys were putting Twitter weirdos on blast for not liking, not hating that bad show. Oh well.
We're at 47 to support. Guys, come on. We only got like 20, 30 minutes left tops. The end of the stream. Let's get freaking support for my content. All right? Enough is enough. You know, I understand people are like, oh, that, you know, we're playing slow games no one wants. People are here, they're watching, they're enjoying the rage and how bad the fucking game is. Support this goddamn stream right now. Yeah, I don't want it. Nope, I don't want it. Is that really it for fighting games? I mean, you guys have been great supporting fighting games up to now. What is going on this week? I want to know what's going on. I seriously want to know what the fuck is going on, Dad. Now I've got so many streams this week.
You're acting like this?
Really
how about that? For starters.
I get it with Blueprint. I get it with Claire Obscure. I don't get it tonight. $50. So this is, again, overall, yeah, if we don't get some support right now, this will be the worst day that I've done in like 2 years. Seriously.
It was, he said earlier 3.
Day, and no one will support. I don't get it. Based Alpha Real, thank you for another gifted sub, man. I don't know what else to say. The common practice here is the game. What it is, it's the game that I'm playing. No, to be frank with you, Creed Crimson, I don't think that people are saving for a marathon this week. No, that's not happening. I don't think so at all. I just think, sadly, what's happened is, let's be honest, Blueprints and Claire Obscure have been around for 1 to 2 months each. People are tired of them. They're too long. I like them. I think that they're outstanding games, but people don't have attention span for long games anymore. Okay? So those are
He's just calling his own audience
dented. The chill streams are doing well, right?
They're too dented to appreciate longer style games.
Every single time I played Truck Simulator, it's done well.
Not like you guys. You guys love Xenoblade.
That's what it is at this point. They're like, where are the new games? When do we get fresh stuff? This has been fresh, but now it's been 2 weeks. You see now already the good comp is gone. It's just laggy fucking button mashers. So I think people are wanting new games is all it is. Hopefully, when new games start coming out, people will support again. But I can't make new games come out. I can't release new games. You know what I mean?
Man, he wishes he could.
I'm doing a marathon on Thursday. I hope people will be there to support it. I don't think anyone's saying, oh, I'm just going to hold off till Thursday. I don't think so.
But you were calling out people withholding in the past.
Push support for the very end of the night, the last match. Right now, let's get to 100 by the end of the night. Listen, it's still gonna suck, but if we get to 100 by the end of the night, at least that would be something, okay?
Oh my God! It would at least be something.
This is sad. You know, this is upsetting because I don't know what's going on. This is now a 3 streams this week that have done terribly. 3, not 1 and 2. It's 3. Now,
wait,
I know
is that
some
it?
people are like, oh, well, you got a marathon on Thursday. I do. I absolutely do. I do hope that people are going to come by to the marathon and support it. There's no guarantee. I don't really think that everyone's holding back for that marathon. I don't think so at all, to be honest. I don't.
Now, how do I get there?
I just think people all want new games, but I need games to come out. You know, we do have.
Oh, he cuts it off right there. I'm glad I watched that. That was, dude, that was the behavior leading up to the daily wrap. That was tonight. That was the behavior that led to the daily wrap that we just watched. That was the prologue. And then right there was, you know, that was the preamble. And the daily wrap was the ramble. Oh, I closed out the to-watch playlist. You owe the fans a halfway decent wheel after begging the other night, you piece of shit. It's just like, the reason they want him to get the wheel is to waste money on something that he's going to give up after a few streams, and he sadly understands this, which is why he's holding back on it. Okay, we need a palate cleanser. My hopes and dreams for Mario Kart World.
Mario Kart World is almost upon us. We will be playing it very soon.
kind of on a time limit to watch this one, obviously.
We'll be playing it very soon.
I'm not making enough money, part 69. It really is how he is every day. So I guess to a layman, it could seem like much of the same. But no exaggeration, to take a phrase from him. Some days he is simply crazier than others. And this is definitely one of those days.
And I am very, very excited to play it, which, as always, I have to mention, that's a new thing for me. And them being like, here's a Mario Kart, and me being like, oh man, I just absolutely can't wait. That is a brand new event for me. So I would like to take this one final opportunity to just kind of go over some of my hopes and dreams for the game. Let's hit the biggest ones first, because really, like, what am I into with this Mario Kart? Like, why is this Mario Kart the one that I super want to play? It's the world. It's the big, huge open world. I am.
Oh, Goon told me reviewers were hating the open world, though. Arlo might get felted.
And changing the way that they work so that you can view them from every angle and connecting them together. I can't wait to see how they did it, how they made all of this seamless. I just can't wait to play around in it. And so, yeah, naturally I've got some hopes there. First, I really want it to feel big, you know? And like, it seems like it probably will feel pretty big just based on the footage that it's like the amount of time it takes them to get from one track to another. And then, like, I don't know, part of me is like, well, maybe it'll go kind of fast if you go one end to the other, but then you have to consider the entire, 2 dimensions of the space. You go in a straight line, but then you have that much to go in the other directions as well. Whatever. I want it to feel like a lot to enjoy and a lot to explore. I really don't want to just like sit down with it for a couple hours and kind of feel like
Whoa, the one and only Love Cow Media, Hate Army. 2 months at tier 1 for 8 months. Big ups, welcome in. China 100% Sly 4 here before the Switch 2 comes out tomorrow night. And making the audience suffer after watching the Daily Wrap by watching the Puppet Man.
I saw everything.
Thank you for the re-up.
I want it to be like, nah, like there's enough to see that it's going to take a while. And I suppose I also just want it to be interesting enough, just filled with enough fun little things that things that capture your attention and things that do make you kind of slow down or even.
What am I most excited for in this new era of Nintendo gaming? A new fucking Fire Emblem! Where is Fire Emblem?
Stop completely and just
this year for sure, guys.
Kind of look at them, maybe there'll even be just little things to play with that are not necessarily track or racing related, but just I don't know, maybe I'm hoping for too much. Maybe nothing they give me will end up being enough. I want it to be like I
just played the last one. They're all the same. If you tell someone that Engage is no different than Three Houses, they will kill you.
No, it's not going to be like Breath of the Wild. I know it's not going to be quite like that. It's Mario Kart. The point is to go fast.
Did he just say he expected Mario Kart to be like Breath of the Wild because of the open world?
You're going to be able to go from one side to the other. It's not going to take hours and hours or anything. I don't know. I just want it to feel like kind of a big experience, kind of like I'm just so into the idea of a Mario Kart world where you are exploring it and you're just taking it in that.
Thank you for the kitty. That's a stray kitten that we found at my grandpa's house, Grampy Dingus. And we let him go out into that good yonder.
Raw, video gamey kind of way. Yeah, I'm not just like jumping on a track and doing a race. I'm like somewhere, and I love all the focus they put on all the multiplayer. Really just putting just focusing on
no, don't call them Fire Emblem
just being in the place. That's such a crazy new thing for the series. I'm super duper into it. So yeah, basically, I hope the world feels big. I hope there is a lot to explore. And then, as I've already talked about a lot, I really just want there to be a lot to do when you're out there in terms of the more like actual tangible video gamey stuff. And again, in the direct, they revealed that there's going to be like switches to hit and various little collectibles to get. I guess it's just another thing where it's hard to get an accurate picture of like how far this thing goes, how much do they utilize it and lean into the idea. Hard to get an idea just based on the footage that we've seen from the direct and whatnot. I just want them to do a lot with it. In the same way that I hope there's a lot of world to explore in just like a, just looking around and just cool visuals to look at and the vibe. I just hope there's also a lot of stuff to just do, a reason to explore, because then it's doubly satisfying, enjoying exploring a place just because it looks cool and you like to be in it. But then there's also just like a lot of stuff to find along the way, especially in a game like this. I really could see a lot of really hidden secrets, and yeah, there's another thing.
Thank you, JC, for the GPM shuffle. There he is. He's shuffling. He's looking you in the eye. I think at this point, people know this little dance more for GPM than the Ralph version of it. Oh, there's GPM right there. Hello, GPM. GPM, I'm playing more Sly. I'm trying to 100%. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. No. Got it.
Secret stuff that like.
I wish you put the Ralph version back. I don't even think I have it anymore. I'd have to look for it. I cleaned out some of my old sources that I wasn't using anymore. I only got rid of it because I ran out of redeem space, so I already had, like... Well, I wanted to put the Xander... I wanted to make Xander redeem, but I ran out of, like, space for redeem, so I was like, okay, well, I'll replace a Ralph redeem with a Ralph redeem.
Really is hidden. You really got to go off the beaten path and kind of snoop around for it. I would love that kind of stuff, even if it is just like worth.
To be fair, Ralph has too many redeems. He also has Let's Fucking Gun.
List collectibles. They don't like do anything. Just something to do. Even though I will admit I'm a little bit torn, because the more stuff you put in the world, the more like gamey it feels. And what if you do just want to kind of cruise around and look at stuff? If it's all covered with special coins and switches and stuff, then
and just ignore it, Arlo.
Take away that feel.
The game won't feel realistic because there will be too much gamey stuff all over the open world, like switches. Okay, well, you don't have to just ignore it? I don't know.
I don't know. I would love like an option to just toggle the stuff on and off, like if you're in free explore mode. Can you just like, can I just go like pure free explore mode?
God's Plan redeem? I did have that early on, but I think I got rid of it because in favor of Let's Fucking Gun. Because it was too long of a clip.
It's just, there's none of that. There's no gamey stuff whatsoever. It's
like,
just
Let's Fucking Gun is that right amount of length.
That is asking too much. Whatever the case, though, just give me stuff to do. They went on and on about how, like, you've got the tracks.
I saw a question mark in a truck, and the dude became a truck. I'm secondhand hyping this game. Can't wait to see you play it. Mario Kart? Yeah, we're gonna fucking hour 1 Mario Kart as soon as I get my copy, you guys.
And that's already big, but then like the places between the tracks, those are like tracks too, and overall it's almost like the game has over 100
Speaking of
tracks,
Ralph,
so it's like, give us stuff to do on those tracks. I want real hours of playtime, because I'm never gonna be into, especially competitive.
Joining maybe during Christmas. I'll look forward to a GPM.
Of this game.
I'm stuck.
To get good enough at
I'm
it to
stuck.
do really well in races.
The game
I'm
glitched.
just not really interested in that. That's why I've never really been a Mario Kart guy. I'm not that interested in just doing races over and over again. So like, it would be really nice if this open world concept gave me some hours, just like gave me a reason to sit down with the game, maybe a bunch of times to like dig into this rather than just kind of like a little novelty or
Mario Kart 2 days straight, hoping it gets you a lot of money. Actually, MTC, dude. I do have days off on Thursday and Friday. So, you actually literally predicted what I will be doing. Look, I gotta no life it. I gotta do the extensive dingus coverage. Maybe Friday I'll watch the Summer Games Fest with Anne or something, just as like background, just like break things up. But yes, it will be no lifing Switch 2 stuff until I decide to go back to Xenoblade and then start Jak and Daxter, because Jak and Daxter won the poll.
We'll start with Jack and Daxter Precursor Legacy. Of course.
Something that mostly just kind of feeds into the main.
Don't watch the guy, watch the thing. Yeah, no, I was thinking about it, and yeah, that would be a bad idea.
Gameplay just kind of feeds into the.
We can just watch the Racc clip after the fact.
I want the open world idea to basically be its own game, even if it's not like a campaign mode. You know, you got like story and bosses or whatever. It's not full on Diddy Kong Racing, but
Diddy Kong Racing.
Something that like even if in theory. I never wanted to play multiplayer. I never wanted to play competitive races with people.
Yeah, as a you know, as a reminder here, Arlo does not actually like Mario Kart. He's not a Mario Kart fan, and he doesn't like playing with other people. So he's like literally the one person who doesn't like to play Mario Kart with anyone, not even himself.
What if there was still enough there for me to just be like, yeah, I absolutely got enough out of this game? I mean, that would be saying a lot considering the price. So I don't know. It would also be really nice if they gave us a lot of options for like how to use this world. You know, like I know you can like select a few different courses and kind of make your own little circuit. I would really like a lot of flexibility there. I think it would be really cool if we could essentially create any kind of circuit we wanted, maybe even like any, because if you're just playing multiplayer with your friends, it's not online or anything, there's really no downside to just letting us do whatever we want. So I think it would be cool if we could essentially just like select any area of the map, any number of courses, or even the places between the courses. You know that little ridge between this place and that place? I think that's really cool. Like, can we have an actual option to like turn that into a track and like so you can have your friends and turn it into a real race?
Why doesn't he want to go in blind? It's confusing because he gets the games early anyway. And when he doesn't get them for free, he buys them and then just writes them off, which is fine because most creators do that. Yours truly included.
And that's the thing with the open world.
But then he tries to relate to the common man who doesn't get games for free /
You don't necessarily need the game to like allow you to do it. For instance, another one I'm about to talk about is battle mode. What I loved about the N64 one was that
battle mode is going back to being elimination based, like in the older Mario Kart games. I saw Racc say something about that in Baby Park. That's cool to see. I didn't like the newer variant of it in Mario Kart 8.
These big arenas, and there was no time limit. So like we would just chase each other around, trying to get that last balloon. You know, you turn into a little bob-omb and you're just trying to hit each other just for hours, and it was so much fun. And I know it's probably silly trying to recapture that magic that I had when I was 10. You know, it's probably not possible. I probably don't even want it as much as I think that I do. But the point is, if we have this big open world now and we can kind of do whatever we want within it, the battle mode itself does seem to be really, really basic, and that's pretty disappointing. Again, we'll talk about that more in a second. But like, look at this big open world. What if we could just have balloons? You know, don't even make it a whole mode. Don't even like give it a time limit or anything. What if we could just have that option to turn the entire world into a big battle mode stage, and so we can just chase each other with balloons? I don't know, just even little options to take the world that they've given us and kind of package them and package it all in different ways. I would really appreciate
I don't know anything
that.
about
Maybe it's not
the
necessary.
TCG
Maybe
game.
It's more work than they would
TCG
need to.
Pocket?
Maybe you can
I don't fuck
still
with
like
the
play
GPM.
tag with each other. You don't need the game to understand that.
I did fiddle around with Masters EX Pokemon, but not TCG Pocket. So I don't have much to say on it.
That's what you're doing. You can just chase each other and just pretend there's a balloon. I don't know. But yeah, I like options. I like flexibility.
What's your opinion on Buzzswole? He's pretty cool. He's bug fighting, right? Very Kino type. And he's swole. I can't dislike anything that's swollen. A bit. Buzzswole is swollen a lot a bit.
On that note, overall, I mean, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was great, but just like, man, you only have to sit down for like one single multiplayer match to be like, hey, can we do this? Oh, no. Oh, how about this? Oh, no. Oh, wait, you have to do, oh, you only can do it this way or that way? That's disappointing. Like, it's just like no options for anything. So, just like I mean, maybe a lot of this has been already revealed. I haven't been really digging into all the footage, sorry. But like overall, across the board, options. The more options you can give us, the better, especially for this game. Again, the open world, especially because of how open and cool this world is. Like, let us use it. Let us be able to do whatever we want with our own personal, especially like local multiplayer matches. I mean, like even online too, of course. Like there's a really, really, really big online component this time. You've got game chat and all that. So like, give us every reason to play as much of this game multiplayer as possible. This game is about flexibility in the traversal.
No, it's about breaking friendships by meeting them in Mario Kart
and whatnot. But yeah, let's get to the battle mode. I don't have a lot of like really specific hopes for the battle mode. Really, my whole entire thing, again, since the N64, trying to capture that childhood, silly, up all night eating pizza magic that is just the single best time I've ever had in my entire life. Nothing's ever beaten that.
He's lonely.
Don't want it to
he has
have
no
a
friends
time limit anymore. Really, if you could boil everything down to just one thing that has made me like not even really touch the battle modes in any of the modern games, is just like, it's just okay. Well, like we've got a couple minutes, and that's it. And you don't get that silly like, oh man, like I'm the Bob-omb and I'm chasing them, I'm chasing and chasing and chasing. It's totally stupid. Online, I get it. Obviously, you want the match to end, but again, it's just options. When I'm playing with my friends, there's literally no reason at all that we have to have a time limit. Like, let us disable that. Beyond that, like, I don't have a lot of specifics of like what I want battle mode to be.
He got his wish there.
I just know that I am frustrated that Nintendo doesn't seem to care about it. Because nothing was better than that battle mode. That is the single most fun I've ever had with Mario Kart overall. And I think a battle mode has a lot of potential, and yet they consistently treat it like it's an afterthought, like it's just a little like whatever kind of tacked on thing. And I don't know, maybe that's by choice. They're like, it's Mario Kart, you're racing. We want racing to be the main thing, and battle mode is more like a mini game or something. I don't know. I want to see them do more with it, even if it does come in updates, even if it is DLC. Because everything we've seen so far, it does seem very plain.
GameCube levels announced or not?
I mean, in other like multiplayer modes would be kind of cool.
Sorry, I muted myself. Any GameCube levels announced or not? Peach Beach from the GameCube version, Double Dash, and Dino Dino Jungle.
Dino
Dino Jungle has been redesigned so that it's based off Jurassic Park. Not literally based off Jurassic Park, but it's obviously it's invoking Jurassic Park imagery.
Sort of. I know 8 Deluxe had an okay amount one year, like.
And big ups for playing with Alpha.
Collecting coins or whatever. I don't know. They're the cops and robbers or whatever it is. They're okay. I don't know. Ultimately, I feel like nothing is better than just like we all got 3 balloons and let's go. And I feel like there's so much you could do there, especially with this big open world, big open spaces. I think that the potential is humongous to turn battle mode into something really special with Mario Kart World. And I just want to see Nintendo explore that. Next, I am very, very excited about all of the new movement tech. You call it that, you know, all the jumping and grinding and wall riding and all that. I'm really excited about that, because it just looks like a lot more to just do. You know, it's kind of like drifting and drift boosting and like doing tricks off of jumps. It's just something to do while you're driving. It's a little bit of an extra something to give you extra boost. It just feels good. You know, each time you do it, each time you pull off a little trick and get a little boost, it's a little pinch of dopamine. You're just like, yes, I'm going faster, I'm doing better. But there's almost like a part of me that's very slightly intimidated by it. That like, am I gonna get tired of this? You know, is it almost too much? Or could I say, what if I'm not as interested in engaging with it as I think I'm gonna be?
Engage.
Because I already have a problem with multiplayer games. I'm not gonna play them enough to get good enough to really compete. So I have this like slight worry that like that stuff is gonna matter so much that it's gonna become like the new like drift boosting, how it originally was, how it was just like you go left and right on the stick or the D-pad. And
the thing is, Nintendo just hates snaking. Nintendo does not want you to snake anymore. That's why they got rid of that shit after Mario Kart DS, and ever since then they've been cracking down on snaking. That's why there's so many straightaways in the new one. Now, even though the streets in the new one appear straight, they do steer you in a direction. but because they're not all wacky curves and all that, people seem to think the game is majority straight-ways. But I think a part of that is due to the open world design, the open-ended nature of it, and also because they really don't want you to fucking snake.
And so, like, snaking was like the only way to win. You know, I'm sure I've told this story a million times, but like they make the Wi-Fi thing at McDonald's, and I take my DS because like you could play Mario Kart DS online at McDonald's, and I go and I play like 2 matches, and everybody just snakes their way past me, and just and I never see them again. And it was just like, okay, well I can't play this anymore competitively. Because I don't want to do that. That's not fun. So like I'm almost worried that this is gonna be the new snaking, where it's like you gotta be tricking like crazy.
It's new Nintendo. They won't do that.
So I don't
it
even
won't
know
be that
exactly
bad.
how am I wording the hope here? I guess I just hope that it's like a really fun option, but not completely necessary to a point where it creates a really big divide between players. It comes down to the people who really do want to utilize all this and the people who kind of don't. I don't know. But at the same time, I will be contradictory and say that I also hope that this new movement system is so cool and so flexible that people learn how to use it really well. I want to see, you know, YouTube videos of people tricking in crazy ways. You know, just getting up on places and up on ledges.
You'll
and whatnot,
undoubtedly
like,
see
they're
videos
totally
like
not
that,
supposed
for
to.
sure.
I want people to use this to surprise the developers. That's really the ultimate goal with this kind of stuff. Make a system and then give it to the people, and then they surprise you with how amazingly they use it. I like that. Next, we can touch on post-launch content.
No guarantee that there will be any.
The game's got a lot of characters already. Like, it's one of its things, you know? It's kind of one of its gimmicks.
I've seen a few of them, Ivan.
So there's so many different characters. So I don't really know what Nintendo's plan is for, like, characters. Are they gonna do the Mario Sports thing and we get free updates? Is that even necessary? I don't know. But if it is gonna get new characters,
they could do free updates like they did for the Mario Sports games, or they could just do a battle pass like Splatoon 3, or maybe take the Crash Team Nitro field approach where it's a battle pass every month with one new character and then a track. Or they could just do the booster course pass again, or just go back to how Mario Kart 8 originally did its DLC on Wii U. A lot of options for them.
Mario Kart 8 introduced the idea of these like little guest characters, and I really technically you could say DS because Rob isn't necessarily a Mario character. Whatever. For the most part, Mario Kart 8 had these DLC characters. They were non-Mario characters. You had Link and
I didn't care for the crossover
I love that
characters.
idea, and I know that maybe Nintendo will never do a full-blown Smash Kart or whatever. They
Please
may
don't.
want to always.
If you do Smash Kart, that diminishes how special Smash Brothers itself is. I would not want for that to happen. I don't want Nintendo to become Disney, where it's just like a bunch of member-berry shit. No, thank you.
Bit Mario branding, but if they never want to like go all the way that way, I mean, I don't know. It may be inevitable if you run
Even though
out of
Nintendo
ideas,
was
but
already
whatever.
kind of like the member-berry game company.
I like just some is fun. You know, like we can play as Link in Mario Kart 8. Like that's really cool. So I just want more Nintendo crossover characters, even if it is just a handful. I just think the idea is too much fun. You know, I like the idea of Samus driving around this big open world. I don't.
It's out of character.
Cringe. Much. So give us a few. I don't know if that's the kind of thing they'd probably want to charge for.
I want to see super serious Samus in a car. Won't that be funny?
Concept of DLC for this game.
She would never do that.
Weird.
Idiot.
Because originally it was just tracks. It was just tracks and racers. Okay, here's a new racer. Here's Link, and he comes with a new track. You can race around like Hyrule Castle. Cool. How do you do that here? How do you Okay, so
the characters that were in Mario Kart 8 are fine because they're all EPD characters. Like, they're just characters that already fit in well with Mario as it is. Like, they're cohesive. Like, it wasn't too ridiculous to see those characters next to Mario. Once you start getting like anime bullshit, it's like in a cart next to Mario, then I'm like, well, bud. Let's not go that far.
It's an open world game. What do other open world games do? Generally, the DLC will be like a new area or something. You know, it'll be like, oh, the island. It unlocks the island over here. And then you get like kind of a smaller version of the greater
He's thinking
game.
about Oblivion.
You get like an area to explore. It's not as big, but it's still pretty good. Do you do
Think about
that here?
Dragon's Dogma.
Do you just like, there's a bridge to an island and that's it? Or like a thing in the sky? I don't really know how they're gonna handle DLC, really. But I will say, even separately from like the character part, like as far as like new tracks go, I hope that whatever they do with the DLC, I hope it's different. I hope it's new. Mario Kart World itself is already something very new, and so I think it would be fun to do something even more new with the DLC. Maybe it is like a new area. Yeah, you drive over the ocean or whatever. But then like you do something new with that. You create a new kind of experience. It's not just another place to explore with a handful of tracks. Maybe you do introduce some kind of like campaign or campaign-like thing, especially if that then applied to the whole main game, you know, or yeah, you take what you have and you recontextualize it. You create some sort of new game mode that we just never would have expected, and yet it really makes all the sense in the world. And I know it's always very easy to just say, I hope they do something totally new. I'm not proposing any any suggestions at all, because I can't think of anything, but I hope they just surprise me with some magical new concept I've never considered. But I mean, I don't know. Nintendo does that a lot, so yeah, I can hope for that. Absolutely.
Arlo gonna think this game changes the world.
Paid DLC in terms
and it comes out and he
just
barely
like
plays it.
Post-launch content, like free stuff.
Wait, is that Clank? It's the medieval metal man. Dude, Clank is in the game. Big shocker. We found Daxter earlier in the Stone Age. Whoa. Speaking of member-berry moments. Remember Ratchet and Clank? Remember that series? Sony doesn't.
I think the game looks really cool, and I think it looks really big, and based on the developer stuff they've been revealing, it does look really big. They really did spend a lot of time on this game, and probably a lot of money. It is kind of a technical marvel, or at least a developmental design marvel, probably more so than most people realize. And yet, I can't help but feel like
Sony just wants to make live service games.
Yeah,
it's like with their marathon shit coming up.
Video, isn't it? It's just like you've
it's
got
gonna have a
this big
spot in the
open
State of
world.
Play tomorrow.
It took so much effort.
Dude, if that Jack and Daxter remake leak is fake, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's too bad.
For it to get here, it took so much to create this thing. So use it. Don't give us just a couple like, oh, there's Grand Prix and there's this and there's that, and that's it. And you know, there's a basic battle mode and that's it. I don't know, like you've got a real opportunity here. Take what you have and run with it. Give us new modes. Give us a bunch of new modes. I know.
So it was like a 4chan leak that for some reason journalists are putting a lot of stock in. Same journalist also said Spyro 4 is coming out on the Xbox Games Fest Sunday. No source whatsoever. It's literally just my dad works at Nintendo. Trust me, bro. But apparently, Jack and Daxter to be announced tomorrow.
With an online game, the more modes you introduce, at least to the online,
you know, Naughty Dog doesn't have to be the one making it.
Splitting up the player base. But it's also Mario Kart, and it's
they got
sell
Druckmann in the
100 million
supervisor
copies,
role.
so,
Could you
I don't
imagine?
know. Maybe they could afford to create some new modes. I just want to see them do more with it. I don't want it to just be regular old Mario Kart, but there's also a big open world, and that's it. Keep evolving the game. Keep adding stuff to it. Take those basic modes and like, I don't know, like go deeper with them. Give us some like this is a new experience, but I don't know, maybe I'm just greedy. I just want even more newest experiences. I don't know. So that's basically it. That's pretty much all the stuff that I'm hoping for Mario Kart World. I am excited to play it. I think pretty much no matter what, based on what I've seen, I'm gonna have fun with it. At the very least, I'm gonna explore that open world, and I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. And you know what? Because they spent so much time on it, I do see them evolving it. I don't know how much it's gonna be like free updates versus paid content. I know if it's all paid, people are gonna get pretty mad. It would be nice if Nintendo, you know, we're making an investment here. So give us some free stuff down the line. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I see it. I could see them doing more with it, just spending a little bit of time with it to create. I mean, 8 Deluxe.
It's their flagship game. I would imagine so, Arlo. I don't think they'll just release it and then abandon it.
There's so many people who bought it, so any amount of DLC for any amount of money is gonna do really well. So yeah, it's almost here. It is almost here.
Now talk about the tariff thing. Oh, I guess he won't because the video's over. That really sure was him talking for way too long about Mario Kart. We need another palate cleanser.
They hate.
This is the brutal reality of owning a video game store. Wow! This has just been sitting in the playlist for a minute.
Hated me for that. They talk.
Oh, dude, fucking the source is doing that thing again.
They hated me for that. They talk trash. They kick the hornet's nest. They try to start fights. I never stop. I'm 7 days a week. I have a 1-year-old and a 6-year-old. I don't think I'm going to see my daughter walk for the first time.
Wow.
Just being honest
yeah,
with
maybe
you guys,
don't own a video game store.
There are a million reasons, like we talked about before, not to open a video game store. Yep. So, are you crazy? This is Mark.
The MSI is trying its best hate army.
He opened this video game store in Fort Myers last year when everyone was telling him it was a terrible idea. But despite the decline of retail and collectible prices, an unstable economy, and the uncertain future of physical media, he's still managed to build one of the most successful video game stores in the area. And today, I want to find out how. Mark, thank you so much for having me, man. You know,
well, he just explained
we're very
how
positive on this
he doesn't get to see any of his family.
So in that spirit, how much money are you making?
This year, between card and cash, $250,000.
Wow, and how much of that total is profit, would you say?
About $75,000.
So not only are you doing in this space really solid revenue, but also solid actual profit after everything.
Absolutely.
Really excited to get the store tour. As we're starting that off, can you give me your origin story of flipping video games? Because it's one of the most fascinating ones I've ever heard.
Thank you. So let's go. Basically,
Nick Crowley, heard the name?
The beginning.
I may have seen a video or two, but they're not in my sub list.
And also collect video games. So I have a really big social media following, and I decided to monetize it. I made a post saying, I'm gonna buy video games. And I ended up getting like 10, 20 messages. It was crazy. So I bought everything. Just put all my money on the line, bought everything.
Yeah, it doesn't seem worth it.
What platform was this on, and what was the content about?
Twitter, and my content was about Magic the Gathering and how much I hated my serving job that I served for 20 years. So it was kind of like a dual action type of account.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of people in from different backgrounds. So that means a lot of people that play video games. During COVID, a lot of people need money, and a lot of people were in that position where they needed to stretch every dollar that they had.
Yeah.
So that meant them
They're
selling
penny
to
pinchers.
me, and I collected all the stuff that I always wanted. And that means lots of cool games that I never had. Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, like just the coolest Super Nintendo games.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the
GameStop in the mall here shut down. Physical collectible card and sports card store open in its place. Not sure, no idea how that's gonna work. People are crazy about the sports cards right now. I imagine they might do pretty well in the short term.
3DS section, Vita section, some cool stuff. PS3, PS4 bangers.
Yeah, pretty
Wii U.
eclectic mix in here. You've got Switch.
Wait, Sega CD, Sega Saturn? Wow.
PS3, PS4 bangers.
Yeah.
Dude, that's every Wii U game ever right there, including 2 copies of Xenoblade Chronicles X. Hello, Pim Pam. I'd like to thank you, sir, for buying a Switch 2, so I don't have to. Now I can play through osmosis and be knowledgeable about Miyamoto's new piece of machinery. You're welcome, Pim Pam. I'll be having it tomorrow night at around this time. I'll do a very short, chill-style hangout stream. After the midnight release, I'll think about maybe taking video of that too. Nothing too long, I don't think. But if I'm able to, I don't know. Hey, I'm just this random guy in line. Can I film you guys? No. You don't have my consent, motherfucker. Stepped by Kane Profit and says he won't see his daughter walk as he refuses to work less than 7 days a week. This guy actually works harder than Phil. Consider that. He's the one guy working harder than Phil. No days off. Not even one. Software engineer, about 12 years of experience in a niche that I work in, interviewing for roles that offer $200K a year, options, equity, some offer bonuses, most offer perks like computer stipends, paying my internet bill, food, etc. Big ups. You're certainly probably facing less stress than this individual.
Pretty eclectic mix in here. You've got Switch.
Yeah, lots of the really cool games. One of my favorites, Sunset Riders on the Genesis. I know, I'm just really proud. Sorry.
Oh, I love Sunset Riders.
Was I decided to sell all the excess games that I had. There were a lot of doubles, a lot of triples, a lot of Super Mario World.
The stuff that you weren't collecting.
Exactly.
Okay, one more
So I put it all on eBay
one more treasure
without
here.
knowing how much game prices had spiked. I looked at my first eBay sale and I thought to myself, whoa, there's something to this. So I decided to make another post. Hey, I'm buying video games. 10 messages, 15 messages, 20 messages. I ended up getting probably around 40 messages in my first week of doing it.
Sourcing on Twitter.
On Twitter.
By the way.
This is just Twitter. This is not Facebook.
Just Twitter.
This is not
Wait, this guy kind of looks like Dickers, but like less fat and with the glasses off. Do you see it? Like, especially from this angle. Doesn't it look like Dickers?
Instagram.
This is like the alternate timeline. It's Dickers merged with Phil because he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Ah! Dude, Patchy said it right as I was saying it. Dickers in the timeline where he wears Phil shirts and then opens a game store to be like closer to his lover.
This is not locally. This is strictly Twitter. All those spikes in games made me realize, yeah, there's something to this. So I bought more and more and more until my house looked like a
What's with the AI?
And my wife got to the point.
You couldn't just like put actual photos of his collection.
Hey, dog, how you doing, dude?
As you're in his store. Hey, Shroom. Dickers here is explaining why you should never own a video game store. I'm also gonna finish Thieves in time, or die trying. We're gonna go for 100%. I gotta get all the extra shit.
Where she was like, Mark, you got to do something about this. My living room was filled with games. My garage was filled with games. My
wife
office was
left
filled
me
with
because
games.
all I was doing
She
was selling
going
games.
Absolutely ballistic. There were a lot of lonely nights
she
on
was
the
going
couch.
ballistic.
She was just like, if you don't get this stuff cleared out, I'm going to go crazy.
The home business was taken over.
It was absolutely insane. It was 7 days a week, 70-hour work weeks, listing, taking pictures, shipping. This is my N64 section.
Which, by the way, very commendable N64.
Thank you.
Here, I see very few game stores that have half this many N64
This
games.
is one of my babies. I have a couple babies in here.
Yeah, before we get too far into the story, like, how do you stay stocked with these?
I buy for more and I sell for less. It sounds like a terrible business model, but I operate on velocity over margins. I think if you're willing to buy a game for 30 bucks and sell it for 45, you're going to make more money in the long run than if you buy that game for $20 and try to wait 8 months to sell it for $50 or $60.
Oh my gosh.
It's just marking things up way
I
too
love
much.
that. One thing we always say on this channel is buy low, sell fast, so we'll get deeper into that
Definitely.
later. But sorry, I interrupted your story.
We're both terrible.
You're in heavy home business mode.
Heavy home
becoming
business
too
mode.
much.
It's
Then what
becoming way
happened?
too much. So next logical step, the flea market. Why the heck not? So we go to the flea market, we start bringing all of my inventory, which my wife loved, and we start selling. All of a sudden, we're doing like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 weekends on just a flea market. 2 little booths.
Oh my gosh.
It was insane. So we started doing killer business at the flea market. I start to think to myself, maybe it's time to start a store.
Wow.
And that's how it happened.
How long ago now have you had a store?
It's been about a year and 6 months.
Okay.
And it's grown from a tiny, nothing on the walls, maybe 5 racks, maybe 2, I think it was like 2 showcases. We were just a baby. And it went from this tiny little passion project to a monster in about a year.
I mean,
Crazy.
it looks all right.
We'll definitely have to ask you what principles you implemented to grow so fast, but it looks like we're getting into the Pokemon section of the store.
Yes, this is actually something we started a year ago. We decided to pivot into Pokemon because I got like so many calls a week about, do you buy Pokemon? Do you sell Pokemon? And I always said no, I always said no, I always said no. Didn't want anything to do with it because it's a fickle market. That's a tough part about it. But what's not fickle is sealed. And one day a guy just came in with a binder. I didn't know anything about it, but I decided, what the heck. I looked, I
And
saw like
so
Charizard,
it began.
Blastoises from base set. Yeah. I knew those. So I made the guy an offer, and apparently it was better than the other place that he went to. So he sold it to me happily. Wow. We had no idea what we were doing. We were putting out $1, $2 cards in the only small case that we had. Okay. That whole case sold in the first week. Wow. Yeah. So it was pretty crazy. Again, I've said this before, this is a theme. We realized there was something there. Yeah. We started buying Pokemon cards, started posting about how we were buying Pokemon cards, started posting about how we were buying Pokemon sealed product, made some friends in the area, made some connections with some local Pokemon resellers, and we blossomed into this
Like friends in
incredible
high
place
places.
to go get Pokemon singles, to get packs, to get ETBs and ultra premium collections.
The kind of friends that hoard all the fucking cards when the new packs
It seems like a big
release.
trend in your business has been trying things and then doubling down
found the last
on
one.
what works. Yes. I'm excited to get more into like kind of the tactical side. Let's finish up this tour and then I'll start pelting you with the business questions.
I can't wait. This is the PS1 and PS2 section. We put all the heaters in the cases.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
This is my proudest achievement that we have, and the worst part is it was like twice as filled before Christmas. Wow. Or maybe the best part, for me at least. The best part.
No kidding. Yeah, part for the bank account.
This is my GameCube collection, and this
I
isn't
see
even all of
Melee.
it.
I almost never, like, this is just so unprecedented for game stores. I just have to commend you because, like, a lot of it, like the game exchanges I'll go into will have like loose sports games and like maybe 1 or 2 decent titles. Yeah. And you've got, looks like 100.
It's pretty excessive. This is about the only word I could use to describe it. And this isn't even all of it. Wow. We have all the games that are 30 and under on our shelves. So there's about another 100 of
like
those.
out. So everything on the floor, kind of out and about. This is all 30 and under.
30 and under, yeah. Okay. So we put an emphasis on quality, as well as making sure that we're putting out games that people are going to want instead of putting out games like sport games.
Yeah, it seems like this is the kind of store that, even though it's smaller, would be really fun to come like hunting because they're you're utilizing the space so well and you've got so much stock.
Yeah, that's our big philosophy here is that
Inspirational that he still has the GameCube boxes.
we can make an experience for people where they can come in and find games that they're going to love.
Yeah.
And good condition, like people usually toss that shit out.
And we're really, really doing the right thing by our customers.
So
Marvel
Mark,
vs.
talk to me
Capcom
about
2 on
now that
original
you've owned
Xbox.
the game store for, you said, a year and a half or so?
Dude, look at him get this Squirtle Huggy plush. It's his little plush buddy.
Career that a lot of people really romanticize. Yes. What's the reality of owning a game store, and how does that not?
You don't
match
get to
up
see
with
your
maybe
family
what your
ever.
expectations were, or what other people's expectations were?
Yeah, emotional
It's not
support
as fun as
Squirtle.
people act like it is. You watch a lot of channels where people are like, this is my dream job, this is what I've always wanted, this is the coolest thing you could possibly do, you're on video games 24/7. If you're taking it seriously,
I'm gonna work at
it is
video
not
games.
the most fun job. It's very rewarding, it's very interesting, it's always changing. But I think a common misconception is this is like a secret clubhouse, you know? All your friends can come hang out at it. Everybody plays video games 24/7. We're always having fun and smiling and laughing in here. It's not the truth. The truth is that if you're going to be successful at a business, you have to take it very, very seriously. And I know a lot of people that just don't. And their stores last for maybe a year or two, the lease is up, and they're gone. You have to treat it like the animal that it is, which is very, very delicate, but at the same time, one that requires a lot of attention. And if you don't do that, you're not going to be successful. It's just not as fun as people make it out to be.
Yeah. What is something that you would say you do better in this store than most people do in the field?
Customer service, by a wide margin. Okay. And that's not me being egotistical. I come from a hospitality background. I worked in restaurants for over 20 years. This is my server voice, yeah. So if you guys ever need anything, let me know.
And that was actually partly what your Twitter was about, you said.
Yes.
Is your serving background. So how does that translate into your game store?
So I think that customer service is what is severely lacking in this business. I don't think that people take it seriously enough. I think that if you're going to have people come into your store, one of the things that we do in the restaurant business, and I was a trainer, I used to open up restaurants, one of the things that we do is we don't take orders, we create memories. And I think that that's something that is severely lacking in this business, and that I try to do different than other things. I'm friendly with the customers. I talk to them.
Yeah.
I recommend games to them if they're looking at the systems that I'm familiar with. I try to create a nostalgic bubble for them to live in for the next 20 minutes while they're in my store, so they can really get that throwback of like a Blockbuster or the game store that they used to visit, like an EB, you know, in the early 2000s. I want them to have this experience that they're A, gonna remember, but B, tell their friends about.
You said something really interesting when we were speaking before this, that you don't sell games, you sell nostalgia.
Yes.
So what's the difference?
You sell
Games you play,
member
nostalgia
berries.
you live. You remember. You're 10 years old again, sitting on your bed. It's summer outside. It's beautiful. School's out.
You're trying to emotionally
You don't have
manipulate me. You're trying to get in my
responsibilities.
head.
You don't have bills. Mom's making dinner. Everything is peaceful. And when you play those old games, when you play your Super Mario Worlds or your Super Punch-Outs or your Sunset Riders, you're living what you used to feel.
At this point, you have bought and sold on Twitter,
yes,
at flea markets, and now in a game store.
Yes.
Talk to me about like that transition and what the differences are. Like if there are people watching at home and
DSP sells the nostalgia every day when he talks about his legacy.
Social media, I wouldn't recommend getting into. It's very niche. You have to have a big following to do it. And you have to have a certain personality temperament to deal with it. You have to deal with a lot of negativity. You have to deal with a lot of people kind of making fun of what you're doing.
You gotta
It's
deal with the
a
trolls.
Reddit that never stops. It's a 24-hour thread. So with social media, it's its own.
Did he just say it's the Reddit that never stops? Brother, just walk away from the screen. It's not real. It can't hurt you. These are people who like type bullshit in your replies and then they go about their day. And then you're just left thinking about it. You lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering about what they just told you while they just go on with their day, because they're dented.
You have to deal with a lot of people kind of making fun of what you're doing. It's like a
You gotta
Reddit
deal
that
with
never
the
stops.
detractors.
It's a 24-hour thread. So with social media, it's Reddit that never stops.
It's a Reddit that never stops. What a line.
It's a 24-hour thread. So with social media, it's its own monster, and I do emphasize the word monster. Selling at the flea market, a little bit different, because a lot of those booths that you go to at flea markets, they're selling at over eBay prices. They're selling at over price charting prices, which is where they get a lot of their prices from. They are not creating the flea market experience. People want to go in there and find a deal. They want you to wheel and deal with them. They want to find that you have a $25 game for 20 bucks and see if you'll sell for 18.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Let's do it. Let's make some money together. Let's have a flea market experience. It sounds silly, but that's what you go to them for. You go there for the yard sale experience. So that was sort of the feeling that we tried to create when people went to flea markets.
Before we started rolling, you briefly talked about a little bit of flea market beef that you had before coming here. Is that something you can talk about?
Sure. The other flea market stores hated me. I priced things not to undercut them, but just because I thought that's what the prices were for games.
Yeah.
I didn't go to their stores and say, oh, they're selling Super Mario World for 30, I should sell it for 27. Ha ha ha, I'm so evil. I just went and looked and saw what they were going for, and I took a few bucks off because I figured that would give the person coming to your booth something fun to find.
Yeah.
It's not the typical.
Nah, you knew what you were doing. You were trying to undercut.
You're
You
really
little
getting
cheat.
a good deal when you shop at me at a flea market. They hated me for that. They talk trash. They kick the hornet's nest.
Wow, yeah, so you did
And
undercut
this
them.
isn't hyperbole, folks. I'm talking.
He's
about
just
people that would
painting it
literally
in
come up to my
nostalgia
booth
member berries.
and
Like he's doing a
make
noble
fun of
thing.
What I was selling things for, because they viewed me as competition, but unfair competition.
Why buy Super Mario World for 30 smackarooskies from Hate Army when I can just go to Patchy's stall across the road and get it for 10 bucks less?
Competition, because I was giving people prices that were real and not made up or not $30 over the typical price of the game.
So how did that ever get resolved?
No, I moved away. Started a store.
No, I never apologized. They just hated me and then ran me out the flea market. And then I realized conveniently around the same time that I should probably open up my own store before these flea market guys harass me.
I always had that end game in the back of my head that I'm not going to be here forever.
Yeah, they wanted to
but
end
you
your
might.
game.
So you need to have these interactions with me because they make you feel better. But me, I don't need to worry about them because in a few months, I'm going to be in my own place.
Wow.
So that's powerful. That was how you get over. You rise, you know, John Cena. You rise above hate.
What the
and
fuck?
I think that's
Why
really,
is it
really important
always
when you're
wrestling?
In that position where people genuinely don't like you for reasons they don't even understand.
One of the most powerful axioms I've learned that's helped me, especially on my social media journey, as you were mentioning earlier, that can be kind of toxic, is nobody hates you who's ahead of you. I can't think of a single time that someone I look up to in business who's doing things that I want to do has discouraged me along my path of trying to get better. They're almost always in your corner. The people who hate are the ones who are envious, right, and insecure.
Yeah, it's funny enough. It's like that saying, like, they hate us because they ain't us. You get a lot of people that say, like, oh, you're making the hobby too difficult.
They're
to
actually
get into.
trying to
Oh,
make
you're
an
taking all
honest
the
dollar.
deals. Oh, you're taking all the games. When the truth is, people like us, we're not going to yard sales. We're not going to community sales. We're not going to flea markets. We're leaving those for you. Go have fun. Go to a garage sale. Find your $5 Earthbound. Be as happy as a clam. I don't care.
This dude is corny as hell. I like him.
When they have success.
I could see you, Shroom, opening a game store, and then you talking with the amount of passion that this dude has. Yeah, man, I'm just like, I just love games, man. I was like awake at night. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do video games for a living, right? That's me.
And they post on Facebook, look, I had a guy last night, I found a copy of Alien Resurrection on the PS1 for $33. Boom!
Right.
Go get him, Tiger.
All right, so folks, an absolutely mouth-watering handheld selection here at
Oh, I
Dynamo
like that
Collectibles.
Mario DS right there.
Before we get to this, because I think I am going to have the chance to get to buy a few of these, I wanted to ask you, like, there are a million reasons, like we talked about before, not to open a video game store.
Yep.
So, are you crazy?
Oh, I'm
like, why did you decide to do that?
Yes, that's true.
A lot of it is just passion.
Big ups getting the NES 3DS.
Because
good design for that
like,
one.
I genuinely feel like everybody's here for like kind of like a reason, and I feel like that's kind of like my reason. Wow. Is I just really, really enjoy it. I like helping people and having fun with people.
Yeah.
So yes, I am crazy. It is a very, very difficult business to A, get acclimated to, but B, be successful at.
Yeah.
So it is not for the faint of heart. So yes, crazy would be a great way to describe me.
So for people watching, if they're thinking, maybe I want to get into a game store, how, first of all, do they know whether it's right for them, and what are the biggest concerns? What are the biggest things to watch out for? The biggest pitfalls that people might experience?
The flea market
probably
mafia.
The biggest pitfall that people might experience is not starting with enough money. It is very expensive to start this business. And I'll be just transparent with you guys. I started with about $25,000 and it was a horrible mistake.
Wow.
I thought, you know, easiest day of my life. You know, I could buy this, I could buy this, I could buy this. I'll have money left over for inventory. You don't. To get everything set up, to get A-tracks, showcases, slat wall, everything. You're talking thousands of dollars. So a big pitfall that I see and I fell into is that if you're not going into this with a good bit of money, you're going to fail right off the bat.
Gotta spend money to make money,
so
champ.
Talk to me about some of the most expensive parts of the building.
The slat wall actually costs a ton per 8 feet. And you have to get about 16 feet, for me at least, per wall. So we had to get 3 walls worth of 16 feet of slat wall. Showcases can range anywhere from about $400 to $800. And I'm not embarrassed to say it, when we first opened, I was using Facebook Marketplace to buy showcases.
Oh yeah.
So I had like a hodgepodge. I had like a mishmash of showcases because I didn't have the money to purchase all matching beautiful showcases.
That's such a wild departure from the world that I'm used to. The biggest luxury that resellers have, online resellers, especially if you're sourcing at yard sales and thrift stores to start out, is like there really aren't startup costs. Right. Like what is there? Like shipping supplies and like maybe a label printer if you want to get fancy, but you don't need it. You can buy, like I started my resale business with $500.
Yep.
You started with $25K for this, and things
two
were
more
still
treasures
tight.
to go.
Very tight. And that is definitely a pitfall. All of the setup that you're doing, that's going to drain your bank account. TV monitors, computers, points of sale, it all adds up.
Talk to me about some of the other objections that people might have. Like, is retail dying? Are collectibles prices going down? Interest rates are up. The economy's unstable. Do those factor into your mind at all?
No. As silly as it sounds, this is almost a recession-proof business. When the economy is down, people want escapism.
Yeah.
They want ways to not have to feel bad about themselves. They want to get lost in a video game for 12 to 14 hours. That is what they're paying for, whether they're charging it. And I know this sounds terrible, like I'm like egging people on to spend money when the economy's down. But the truth is that's what they do. It is how it is. We had a hurricane
If people are going to spend money, who am I to say that they can't spend it? Yes, give me your money during this awful recession. The absolute state of our economy, but you want to spend money on games? Be my guest!
Our area, and I opened with no power, and it was one of my busiest
Who
weeks
among
ever.
us would not do the same?
I did a 25% off sale on handhelds that were all charged. I sold out all of my handhelds because people just want that escapism. When the economy's up, people want entertainment.
So one of the biggest things that we really see eye to eye on is pricing strategy. This is a big differentiator between you and a lot of other businesses out there. Talk to me about, one, what is this thing up on the monitor, and how does that relate to your overall business philosophy?
So this is a hot list of systems that we are not so much in need of, but that we want to have a really high stock of because they sell super duper well. So some things like AAA GameCube titles, Pokemon games, random systems, handhelds, all of that we want to have in store because it sells really, really well.
Yeah.
So one of our philosophies is with systems, especially the newer ones, beat GameStop. Make sure you are defeating them in their trade, make sure you are defeating them in their buy cost, make sure you're defeating them for their pro. Because for $15 or whatever it is, $20 nowadays, you can become a pro member and you can get a pretty nice chunk more for trade-in or for buying. So our goal is to buy for more than they do.
Yeah.
That's step one. If they can come to you and sell like an OLED Switch for $140 or get 175 credit, well, GameStop is buying OLED Switches for $88.
Wow.
Now we're buying it for $12 more. Might not sound like a lot, but it is, especially when you're getting that much more credit as well.
He's manipulating
That is
me.
philosophy number one.
Yeah.
Beat
It's only
your
$12 more.
competitors like GameStop.
What am I gonna get
You don't
with
want
$12
to,
more?
browbeat your opponents that are in the same business as you, but you want to beat the juggernaut. That's the big one.
Totally.
You also want to stock very, very popular games. Pokemon, as you know, is a blue chip stock. It goes infinitely fast. The prices are always the same, or they go up.
These games sell really well, which is why I have a stack of a dozen of them right here. He needs this. It's just a surplus. It's backup. He's gonna sell those in a week, guaranteed.
They never ever really go down. I saw a small decline in Pokemon games after the end of COVID, but that's it. So we want to make sure that we're stocking all sorts of things. Nintendo handhelds, for example, those super fast movers. They are just
the
absolute beasts.
Pikachu
you can't sell enough
GBSP?
handhelds. You can't stock enough handhelds.
So this is the list of games that you want people to know when they come into the store. We pay really well for these, and you're willing to do that and take a tighter margin, just to have the stuff in store.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know anyone that's going to be buying a Sony PlayStation.
Phil had a hard time selling Pokemon playthrough. Not that kind of sell.
2 for $65 or giving 80% trade credit on it.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that does that. We price them really aggressively as well. Our margins on them are a lot slimmer because we want to operate on that velocity and liquidity. We want to make sure
Liquidity?
that $60
You said
that we
it.
spend,
Liquidity?
that PlayStation 2 sells immediately. Now that $60 is freed up again, and there's profit margin that we can sink into other things.
So for someone who would say, wait a second, why would you sell a PS2 for 80 when you could just wait a little bit longer and probably sell it for 100?
I just think that the philosophy on it needs to be more consumer friendly. A lot of stores fail because selling games and owning games becomes like a personality to them. It becomes something that they are attached to. So they'll sell
just look at
that
all those
copy
yard
of Earthbound
seller
for
YouTubers.
$500. We know it's like a $270 to $300
Scavengers,
game,
the
but they're gonna
vultures.
sell
I
it
saw a
for
couple of those videos last
a huge
year.
amount of money because they think it's cool. They think it's eye candy. They think it's fetching. People want to come in and see it. I don't have that same philosophy. I'm not attached to anything in the store. I love certain games in the store, but if my favorite game walked through the door, I would sell it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be like, well, Jade Cocoon 2, great game, you should buy it. Market tip, one of my favorite games of all time. I have posters of Jade Cocoon and Jade Cocoon 2 in this place. But if it walked through the door, I'd be the first person to be like, oh, you like PlayStation RPGs? Boom. This is one of the GOATs. This is one of the best, most fun ones. Because I want to share that experience with other people. I don't want to just hoard it.
One other thing that you do that is just
You don't want to hoard it. That's why you have stacks.
that we talked about before is
as a surplus. As a surplus.
Certain individual games.
Yes.
Maybe even at
Take it easy, Joe Blah.
above.
Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the start of the hype train earlier. The 5 gifted.
One
Appreciate
of
it.
the luxuries you do get is you do get
look
that
forward
little bit
to
of
Jack and
markup,
Daxter.
because you're a
And the
store and
Switch
you're providing people
too.
with all sorts of really, really good items. So what I'll do is like a copy of Pokemon Emerald's gonna walk through the door. Dry battery. I'm gonna buy it for 160. I'm gonna sell it for maybe 200 or 210 after replacing that battery.
Right.
But doing so means that that customer is going to tell their friends, hey, this guy buys games for a lot. If you're buying things at very, very competitive prices, you're doing right by the customer, you're getting word of mouth, you're getting goodwill towards that customer for when they want to get rid of more stuff, and it's just cyclical. It's a circle of life. It's do things correctly, get those items, sell those items, do things correctly. It's a never-ending circle where you can keep making tons of money, but at the same time, you can give the customer a fair deal.
You mentioned Mario Kart Wii as a specific one that you just tend to pay crazy for.
Yeah.
Nice Yoshi story poster in the
$25 on a
background.
copy of Mario Kart Wii. I have no qualms doing that.
Even though you're selling it for what, 30, 35?
30, 35. Usually 35. Because it's a very, very fast mover. So yeah, is it like a $29 to $32 game? Sure. But my margin doesn't need to be huge on it, because once I sell it, I'll have 10 people come in and say like, oh, I've got Mario Kart Wiis.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, all those Mario Kart Wiis hit the shelves and they all sell.
Well, and you could totally get away with paying 10, 15, 20 for Mario Kart Wii.
Easy.
Nobody would complain.
No.
That's what everyone does.
Absolutely.
It reminds me a lot of a principle that they use in retail a lot called loss leaders, right? They'll put one product
Walmart loves
on
that.
an end cap, right, that people buy all the time. Eggs, milk, diapers, toilet paper, and say, advertise in all the catalogs, all the commercials, we've got this for $5 and it's normally 15. And they'll actually lose money on that product because they know when people come in the store, they're not just going to get the toilet paper. They're going to get a cart full of other stuff, and the profit on those other...
Correct. That's why Walmart puts all the electronics in the back, because on the way to the electronics, you often get distracted by other shit that you didn't go there to buy.
Items is going to more than make up for it.
Get them in
Snake
the
ascends
door.
to the heavens. Look, what is up with those snakes? Where are they going to? Oh well, Celine doesn't mind them.
This is what I'm on about. It's long term. It's not nickel and dime on every little deal. It's not.
There's got one
$5
treasure to
here.
go.
Oh, I'm gonna hold on to this until I sell it for $20 more. It's do right by people. Pay your partners, get people in the door, make them feel welcome, make them feel good, exactly like you're doing.
It's very, very important to make sure that the customer is happy. I cannot emphasize this enough.
Yeah.
So to all your commenters and readers and watchers, that is where the industry is lacking, and don't ever stop pushing for you deserving better.
So Mark, another thing that we share in common is we're both optimizers. We love taking our business to the next level.
Definitely.
What are some ways that you plan on doing that with this business for the next year?
We're going to get more heavy into marketing.
Okay.
Felting more
we're
flea
going to
markets.
put more effort into getting ourselves out there, whether or not it be through Facebook Marketplace.
I mean, one of those DS
through
systems.
Google Analytics.
Dude,
we're going.
DS has got to be up there for like the most limited editions for a console that were ever released. It's like every fucking third-party release, there's like a special edition for it. At least for like the bigger IPs. And then every first-party release, there's like, okay, here's a new special edition, this, that, and the other.
Going to try to become a more popular store in the area. We're focusing on trade nights too. We're doing video game trade nights and Pokemon card trade nights.
Oh, that's cool.
So we're inviting local resellers to come in here. You can buy from each other. You can sell to each other. You don't have to sell to me. I'm not going to get mad if you're like, oh, you're selling that game that I have in store. No, we want to build a community around it. I offer increased trade credit those nights. So those people that bring in those games that don't sell at the end of the night, they're just like,
wow.
Here you go.
Which that's very countercultural on its own.
Yeah.
Inviting in your competition to your space to make money in the place that you're paying rent.
Definitely.
That's crazy.
We do that specifically because we want to cultivate a community. We want to build something around the store. And in those moments, those people come back and they scan everything in store because now they're trying
the
to make
comments
money.
were critiquing the AI usage as well.
We're bringing them through the door. We're saying, hey, our prices are great, our trading is
It's
great.
us.
Come in, hang out with this guy. buy games off of him, sell games to him. I don't care. I think it's very important to build something around your store that's going to make people go, oh, I need
found
to
the last
be there.
treasure.
I need to be there that Friday night because there's free pizza.
Yeah.
Like, I need to be there so I can see everything that everyone is bringing. And we've had some pretty good success with it. We've had nights where like 20, 30 people showed up and they set up little tables and they just did like a little trade event. And it was really cool.
I love how reckless that business model seems on the surface. Does your store see an increase at all in sales in those days? Is it net negative, positive?
No, it's awesome. Like, I'll do the trade night starting at like 5 o'clock. People will be showing up at 3, setting up, and they'll wander around the store for 2 hours and they'll buy things. And
2 hours in that itty bitty rinky dink store?
Scan every game to see the $7 or $8 games. Buy 4, get 2 free. So, hey, we're making 15 bucks. They'll come in early and they'll just love it. And they'll trade in all their stuff that they want to get rid of early and parlay that into stuff that they think they could sell at night.
Yeah.
And it's great for me because I'm getting in a ton of inventory. Some of it not good, some of it really good. But Reckless was how we were looked
Big
at
old
first,
Pokemon
and
box
then
there.
it was more mad scientist afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, you're doing something that nobody else is doing, but it's working.
That's so cool, man. I love to hear about stuff like that.
I purchased this store for 400 more square feet for a reason, because I want it to be filled with as much awesome stuff as possible.
Totally.
So I think those are the 3 big goals: are marketing, creating a bigger and better community, and really stocking the shelves.
Love the game plan.
Every
man.
trophy in the game.
Gotta have one.
Mark, we've talked a lot about tactics, individual strategies, but let's get real for a second.
Yep.
Talk to me about what is necessary? What do you have to sacrifice to own a business like this? Because it looks great, when you're in the store and it's well stocked and people are coming in and customers are happy, but what's required?
Time. So much time. I work 70-hour work weeks. I never stop. I'm 7 days a week.
Yep.
I sometimes get a day off. I was telling you earlier, I've had Christmas off, and that's my only day off in almost 2 months.
Just like the guy.
Off. I get major holidays off. That's really about it. I have some people that come in and they'll work a day for me sometimes, but that is very few and far between.
So you don't really have a ton of employees. It's you in here.
And that's where a lot of stores don't understand the sacrifices you make. I have a 1-year-old and a 6-year-old. I don't think I'm going to see my daughter walk for the first time. Genuinely. I don't believe
Maybe
I will.
start
I'll see it
giving
on
yourself
camera,
a day
but I
off.
won't see it in person.
Wow.
Because you have to be here so much. You have early days and you have late nights. If somebody calls you on your day off and says, I have to sell this collection today, I need money, I don't care if I'm off. I'll be right at the store.
Wow.
It never stops. Days off for me are maybe sleeping until 11. And then I go right to work on the computer. I start getting into Facebook groups. I start doing marketing for the store. There is no stopping. It is nonstop. I've missed plays for my 6-year-old. Date nights for me and my wife are few and far between. And it might sound like I'm negligent, but I'm not. I'm trying to provide and secure a future for my family. And that is very important to me. The end game is retire by 50.
Wow.
And that is very important to me. That
Bill
I can
will never
spend
get to
time
know
with my
that
family
feeling.
after that. But right now, and just being honest with you guys, it hurts.
If you don't mind me asking, how is your family responding?
My wife is very supportive. We've been together since we were 14, so about 23 years now. She was my middle school sweetheart.
Oh, gosh.
So we're
Yeah,
very,
see if I can do
very
mass
lucky to
counting
be as
without
in love
losing
as we
my
are
mind
and
first.
to have her be as understanding as she is. My kids, my 1-year-old, she doesn't really know. When she sees daddy, she claps. She's excited. My 6-year-old, you could tell, is a little bit more affected by it. He, when I get home and he goes to bed, Daddy, will you sleep with me? He wants that little bit of extra time with me. But my wife is very supportive, so I'm very blessed in that regard. But there are nights, like when it was her birthday, I had to work on her birthday. I had a convention on her birthday.
So
when I
did
got
Phil.
home, I was exhausted. We didn't even really get to hang out. I had to go to bed. I got her a card, told her I loved her, and we're planning a date night really, really soon for that. But if you're not sacrificing,
Is she gonna
you're
do
not
Q&A with you
doing
in the
it
store?
all the way, and it has to be done all the way.
That's real. Thank you for sharing that, man. I think that's a place that a lot of people aren't necessarily willing to go, and I have found
Probably
with
should
the
not have
business
shared
owners
that.
I've talked to, supportive spouses are a huge common denominator. So
They are
guys like
paramount.
you and I, we're really lucky. Anything else, outside of the family, the time, does anything else come to mind for you when you think about sacrifices?
Money, You have to put the business first.
Yeah.
When I first opened, I didn't pay myself for the first 4 months. I had no money. We were living off my wife's paychecks because you have to buy, you have to pay all your bills on time, you have to pay your taxes.
The internet bill,
everything
the electric bill,
to a ton of money. So for those first 4 months, I had nothing. It was peanut butter jelly and ramen because
lunch meat sandwiches
with that type of bankroll, but to know that it's all going to be gone before you even get a chance to spend it. It's really, really tough. You have to be very, very mentally strong to know that your money situation is going to suck for a while. It's not going to be good. And you started with $500. You probably spent $400 of those dollars and then sat there one day on your couch and went, I only have $100 left. Like, what am I gonna do?
74 was the lowest my bank account ever got.
Exactly.
I was like, all right, it's a Saturday. I have $74 to spend at this yard sale, and then I just have to sell something.
Yeah.
Else I can't go next weekend.
Exactly, and that's where I got, where I was so low in my bank account, I cried, man. Like, I genuinely just sat on my bed and I cried. Because
he cried!
I didn't know where the next meal was going to come from. I didn't know where the next tank of gas was going to come from. And when the money started finally rolling in, we started doing really big sales, we started really hitting, it was the biggest relief you could possibly imagine. So in terms of sacrifice, be ready to be afraid all the time when you first start.
Dude, one thing that I think about a
That's
lot
not very
is like
promising.
our business has been doing really well recently with our like buy list program, and Amazon's going good. It's Q4 as we're filming this.
Yeah.
The weird thing is, like, the better the business does, my anxiousness about it,
your anxiety,
my fear, it doesn't go down.
No, it goes up.
You're more aware that, like, on this roller coaster ride of business, it's gonna go down, and the higher you are, the more that's gonna hurt.
Success must be maintained in order to feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Like, to not feel like everything is going to collapse all at once. So you have to make sure that everything that you're doing is to sustain the business and then grow the business. Worry about sustaining, then worry about growing. Then worry about sustaining, then worry about growing.
Wow. Yeah, I often wonder.
People talking
like,
in the background in this
when am
interview.
I not gonna be scared anymore?
Never.
I'm 5 years in so far. It hasn't happened, but I hope one day it does for you. We'll see.
It probably won't, and I think that keeps us on our toes. To be honest, I think that's what separates us from weekend resellers is that fear is always going to be there. That fear of failure, that fear of sometimes that fear of success. That once you get to a certain level, people's expectations of you continue to rise, and when you don't meet those expectations, they start to turn on you. So it comes down to an immense amount of fear, an immense amount of desire, and an immense amount of just being willing to sacrifice in order to be successful.
Wow. That's that real stuff, man. I appreciate you going there. Looks like we missed your first customer of the day. I'm sorry about that.
I think he came in because he thought we were a karate studio still.
We need to get a shot of that sign. Yeah. I love that. Cool. Well, I want to buy some of these things from you. I have a few last tactical questions for you so we can lighten it up a little bit.
Sounds good.
All right, folks, we've got our handheld stack here. I'm going to start going through these and just kind of inspecting and testing as I'm talking about this next one. Resellers, if you're watching, this is another point to get your notebook and pen out, because when I asked you advice that you have for other business owners, one of the things you said was source bravely.
Yep.
Source bravely. Can you explain that? What does that mean?
Sourcing bravely means doing things other than going to garage sales, estate sales, flea markets. It means, like you said before, opportunity is everywhere. I found my niche on Twitter.
You can explain his video as if it's an onion. It has layers.
Exploring, and that's
multiple
not to
layers
say that
to owning a
there
video
aren't
game
other spaces
store.
out there that
Most of them bad.
Could look.
Most of them will make you cry.
Resellers is just an absolutely fantastic resource. It's a way to get out there and make contacts, make friends, make people in the industry or your local community want to work with you.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to contact these people or to reach out to these people. If you see somebody posting on Facebook, hey, I'm buying video games, reach out to them and say like, hey, I'm also buying video games.
Yeah.
Like let's network a little bit. Like let's work together. Is there anything that you are looking for specifically? Hey, I'm looking for Nintendo handhelds, but you're looking for Super Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
If I find Super Nintendo, let me send to you. You send me the handhelds. Like let's start working together.
Totally. Especially if you're the kind of person who is feeling disheartened with how much competition there is, and I can never find stuff at thrifts, or by the time I go to yard sales, people are already walking out with boxes of stuff. Maybe try to not scorn those people and instead go shake their hand.
This is how things
go
start
learn
to
from them.
spiral,
Learn from the best.
Not in a bad way, but they snowball into a really big thing that people can start stores based off of. You might meet a partner when you're doing this. Let's go out there and let's make these connections. Let's be friends with our fellow resellers. Let's not view them as competition. Let's go out of our way to, like you said, buy them lunch. Work with them on what you need.
Buy the
and
resellers
you might
lunch.
Make a best friend that you can start a business with.
I have to just jump in and reiterate how right on this is, this exact words they just said here in this conversation, because I myself was always at swap meets. I still am with my friends, and I would see certain competition. There was certain competition within the group that I'd start talking to them and see the same people out there, and I started to become friends with them. And just like they said, one of those people ended up being Chris, who is now on our podcast, and also now, yes, an actual partner in owning the SoCal Gaming Expo. So yeah, any of this stuff can be completely put into your work practice. These guys are right on.
Right.
So it's definitely, sourcing bravely just means going out of your comfort zone. You're not alone. You don't need to be a lone wolf.
I love that. Tell me this, for people who are watching and are thinking about maybe dipping their toes into this business on the retail side, is this a business that you honestly recommend in 2024?
Nope. Like I was saying, you have to dedicate massive amounts of time to it.
What if we kissed in the game store? Sarah would get upset.
To have that dedication.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are built for this. Not a lot of people are very friendly or personable. They might be incredible on the analytical side of things. They might be great at sourcing. They might be great at buying. They might be great at selling on eBay or Amazon. But at the end of the day, they might not be very good when it comes to that customer service.
So talk to me about, like, with video games in general, maybe not necessarily on the store side. A lot of people would say, hey, physical media is dying. Like, don't get into this business. It's not worth it. You're going to be out of business in 10 years. Would you agree with that?
No. Physical media is going to be around.
But you
a lot
still
longer,
recommend that
especially with
nobody
certain
open up a
companies saying
game
that
store.
They're going strictly to digital. People want to hold games. They want to put cartridges in. They want to put discs in. They want to make sure that they're reliving that experience that they had when they were younger. So if they're not going in there and enjoying the game, if they're not displaying it, or they're not putting it on a shelf, or they're not putting it on a rack, they're going to be a little bit more disappointed. It's more like playing a movie than playing a game at that point.
Yeah.
So I think that the death of physical media is heavily overstated. I think that you're going to see more physical media get sold. As soon as those companies go to digital only, you're going to see a outburst, a huge upswelling of physical media.
Of support?
Wow.
Oh.
Do you think there will be long-term implications, like the kids who are growing up today with primarily digital and downloads and getting games on Amazon, like, will we eventually see a decline?
I think that those kids are a lot more savvy than we give them credit for. I believe that they want those old games. I have a lot of 16, 17, 12-year-olds coming in here. I want Super Nintendo games. I want 64 games. My dad told me that GoldenEye was the best shooter of all time. I got to play that, and I got to buy
Even the
64
kids are resellers. No!
They want those things that their parents grew up on. It's like, you know how kids get into rock music. Their parents got them into Leonard Skinner and Kansas and those bands. Now all of a sudden, they love Leonard Skinner and Kansas. It's the same thing with video games. Their parents are going to get them into 64 games. They're going to break out that box of old Super Nintendo, and that kid's going to fall in love with the sprites and the music, and they're going to want that for themselves too. I think that it's nothing to be afraid of. I think that it might be a little bit, it might be just a little bit of fear of the unknown. But that unknown, to people that aren't afraid of that future, it's very bright for us.
One thing that I always say is, like, I'm not in the speculation business. I'm in the adaptation business.
Exactly.
Right? Our jobs are not to predict what's going to happen. And so as long as the market's currently good, I pretty much recommend it to people.
Yeah.
Everyone eats. And
I've never really benefited from trying to predict what's going to happen 5-10 years down the line.
Yeah, I mean, adaptation is is easily the most important thing. Like I was mentioning earlier, I didn't have any type of love for Pokemon, but it started to show me that it was very, very profitable. I adapted into Pokemon. Same with other hobbies and other
it's kind of ballsy for just having those Elite Trainer boxes out on the shelf.
Now. We're adapting to what the market is dictating.
Okay,
And I think that is a very, very powerful trait to have, that you can easily segue into what is now considered popular and aggressively go after it. But that's another reason that it's really hard to start this business in 2024. You have to be aggressive. You have to be able to adapt very quickly. And if you're not, you're going to get left behind, and you're going to be one of those stores that closes in a year.
Absolutely. So you talked about earlier retirement at 50 is a big goal for you. Beyond that, like, what's your end game with all this?
Basically, I want to spend the next 13 years giving people the best experience they can get. I want to, which is aging me, by the way, I'm 37. Something that means a lot to me is putting it out there for people to have the best time they possibly can. The end goal after that is to literally sell this business, live off some of the money, and invest the rest. That's it. I just want to create a comfortable life for my children, my wife, and I want to live my life. I feel like working 70 hours a week since I was in my 20s, I've earned it.
Folks, if you are in the Fort Myers area, definitely check out Dynamo Collectibles. And if you want to see a video of a $5 million Pokemon card business owner who operates in his basement, I will link it right down here. And we will catch you guys
on the flip.
What? Is that the name of the series? That basement guy seems more suspicious than this guy. An actual basement dweller. Okay, I gotta look for these masks. Well, I can still play games confidently enough somewhat. Yeah, we hate resellers.
There are a lot.
We have Pokemon Scarlet Violet running at 60 frames per second is surreal.
Games that are going to run better on Switch 2 between Switch 2 editions and, of course, the games that are getting free performance patches. But I don't think I'm more excited about anything than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And you know, I mean, it's not even just like games I can't wait to see like how they run on Switch 2. I think just like overall experiences. Now that I'm saying it, I feel like the things that I cannot wait to do when I get my Switch 2. Number 1, play Mario Kart World. Number 2, it's play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's not even that I want to play, I just want to experience it. It's not even that I'm gonna like start a new file or whatever. I just like, I want to see what it is, what the game is like running
buttery
like
smooth, 60 frames per second.
Like a functioning, like full release, not an alpha build, like an actual, more or less finished video game. I think even more so than Zelda, you know? Just like Zelda, I am excited. I really am. Because like, yeah, those games, they look great, but those are like, this game is like too good for the hardware. It's held back, you know, you can see the beauty underneath. And so I am really excited to see how those games run and how they look. Oh, it's going to be incredible. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But like, yeah, Scarlet and Violet, that's something else. Those games, that game, however you want to say it, it was a dumpster fire. I loved it. I loved it despite everything. I know I'm
he
part
loved
of the
it,
problem,
but it was a dumpster fire. It was his dumpster fire,
like,
dude.
Running even if this update was like 30 FPS capped, even if it didn't even
Schedule for DSP Blueprints or Die Stream is what he titled it. Why is he like this? Oh, I can't skip this cutscene.
bring it up to 60. It just made it not like horrible.
Hey, Pancake Mix.
Not like really extra
Looking
bad.
for extra shit in Sly.
That would be impressive enough. So yeah, the idea of it like running at like
Look, Cerulean. Look, Ceru. The only blueprints we care about is Dimitri Fire Emblem.
60 FPS in theory, or so they've told us. it's crazy. I just I cannot wait to do it. And so, luckily for us, Nintendo has actually given us a little bit of footage. Unfortunately, they released it on the Nintendo Today app, and we learned recently that the Nintendo Today app features some like DRM or whatever that makes it basically impossible to like natively record anything on it. So like that's just, I mean, that's a whole discussion.
Play that
on its
Pokemon
own,
game
how,
Z-A?
like, the Nintendo Today app
I
was
need
a
to
really
see more.
cool idea,
I'm not
and it's a
convinced.
cool way to deliver stuff
Or Scarlet
content
Violet.
to us. But like, yeah, you can't even, like, you have to only see it through the app, and then it's not even going to be there forever. You can't just like capture your screen or download the video or anything. So we have this, it's this frustrating thing where it's like extra tricky to get stuff off of it. So whenever we have like a really cool piece of news, they share a really great little video.
Huge dislike bar for the rap.
We
I'm not
have
surprised.
problems actually capturing it and spreading
Maybe don't
that
yell at your
outside
audience.
of the Nintendo Today app, and I suppose that's why
like,
Nintendo
accuse
did
them
it,
of
'cause they're like,
withholding.
no, we don't want you to read about this in the news. We don't want you to watch it on YouTube or Twitter. We want you to do it on the app, and that's not going to stop people from trying. It's just making it more difficult, but whatever. Point is, they dropped a little 30-something second clip on Nintendo Today of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and yeah, like, we don't have like perfect high quality version of it because people are just having to like capture it off the screens or whatever. We have this one Reddit post has a pretty good little rip here. And so yeah, we don't get to like really enjoy the full resolution or whatever. But if we do want to touch on resolution first, you can tell it does look a lot better. It really does look a lot better. It's just clearer, isn't it? But it's not even just it's not even just resolution, because like the entire game, you know, part of what made it run poorly is like it's got to use like so much pop in and so much like, I don't know, there's so much like weirdness that I don't know all the technical details, but weirdness happens to even just the textures themselves. So like you can see that
we know you get the Switch 2 now. No, I don't. Tomorrow night.
Really clearly,
tomorrow
really
night.
far away.
I promise.
You're not getting quite as much of that like nasty far away haziness or whatever. Even just like some of I don't. It didn't sound like they were going to like up-res any of the actual textures in like a remastering kind of way, but I suppose that really just goes to show how poorly that the original game ran, is that like this almost feels like a remaster. You know, like it's just, this is what it's like running really nicely, which does like sort of, I don't know, it almost reveals the plainness of it. You know, now it's clear. Now we're looking at it through a clear screen. Now it's like, wow, this game really is plain. It really does look like an alpha build, but whatever. We'll cover all of the details
unboxing style
when I get my
stream.
hands on the game. I'll do a whole like impressions video or whatever, just looking at all that.
But I have to do the
but
setup.
for now, I will say that even on this like small little
stream.
capture,
I don't want to.
It's easy to see.
I don't want to leak stuff
that,
like Phil did
it looks
when
a lot
he
better.
set up the Xbox.
They weren't kidding when they talked about
here's
more
one.
Pokemon. I still don't know if this is like they're actually increasing the number of Pokemon that appear at any given time, or if it is just more like, oh, you know, they go further out without getting cold.
Yeah, I don't
But,
want
like,
my
some of the
Nidstar
shots
Rune moment.
in this little clip, there's a lot of Pokemon. I don't like. Were there any parts of the game where there were quite that many Pokemon, or is this really like, no, they're just spawning that many more Pokemon? I don't know. Part of me does not like that, because it's a little immersion breaking. You know? Like, this
Unboxing is
doesn't feel
boring.
like a wilderness.
I don't have a hand cam, so you'll just have, like, my version of unboxing is even worse, because I don't even have a camera. You just get to hear me unbox it. I know, it's not for everybody. It's debatably not even for me.
Anymore. This really is just like, there's hundreds and hundreds of Pokemon all over. It's just a buffet.
You have your phone?
Of Pokemon. It's
The
gonna be hard
phone
not to
plays
run into
the
them,
stream
but at the same time,
background
it's
music.
better for like shiny hunting
It's
and
not
whatnot.
doing that right now.
But again, we'll talk about all that later. Let's get to the real thing. It's the frame rate. And you know what? It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. It's weird. It is surreal. You know, like it is. And even like, I don't know, even here, like even in this little video, it doesn't even look like the most buttery smooth ever. I don't know, maybe like I don't know, whatever.
It's
the final
still
version
Game
is probably
Freak.
it'll look the absolute best, like on my TV or whatnot. But like, man, you can just the fact that it's
May run
consistent,
better, but sure as
just the
shit don't
fact
look
that it's
better.
not like struggling. You know, I mean, like, that game, at its worst, it ran in slow motion. Like actual, like in a dream, slow motion. And then at its best, it was like, this is fine. It's all right. But here you're just like, oh, again, it's just like, it's a video game. You know, it's like a finished video game. This character's just kind of running around. And you're just kind of like not even thinking about the frame rate. And yeah, it's interesting. It's weird, you know. I mean, I played the game a lot, played it a ton, probably played over 100 hours or something. It's a little easy to lose yourself, and you know, if you get hooked into the loop or whatever, like yeah, it's a big game. It's a pretty okay amount of content. So like I have spent a lot of time, and you know, I am a Nintendo YouTuber as well, so I've spent a lot of combined hours just looking at this game. I've spent a lot of my precious short life on this planet staring at Pokemon Scarlet and Violet footage. So it is surreal even to look at this little rip from the Nintendo Today app and just see the game, but it's just kind of running at a pretty okay frame rate. It is weird. And yeah, I mean I'm really looking forward to getting the full thing running on my Switch 2, on my TV, to see how it goes. I'm really like explore the environment. You know, this is such a short clip, and a lot of it is taken up by Pikachu terastallizing or whatever. Like I want to fly around. I want to just be up in the mountains and looking around. I want to really play with all the pop-in or lack thereof or whatever. It'll be a lot of fun. But it's nice to get a little sneak peek here. That was a nice little tidbit for them to throw our way. I swear when I get the game, I'll do like a video or something, but like I'm gonna make a beeline for that part in the north end of the map with all the flowers. What is it about? Is it the flowers? I don't know, but that place, it runs terribly. Oh, and then what's the one city? There's the one city with the colorful lights, and like, yeah, it's just slow motion town. It's Slow-Mo-ville. I can't wait to check it out. Watch, I'm gonna get there, and I'm gonna end up being disappointed. It's gonna run normally. I'm gonna be like, I don't know. I think I kind of missed the. I think I kind of missed the slow motion. That was the charm of this town, you know. Every town has a thing. There's that one town. Their thing is they grow olives. In this town right here, it's like a skiing thing, you know. It's up in the mountains, and this one here, everybody moves in slow motion. It's like it's the thing. Come to the gift shop and get a jar of molasses with the town name on it.
The fuck? Thanks, Arlo. This was it's entitled Switch 2s Are in the Wild.
As I record this, the
MSI can't handle it.
As I record this, we are, what is it? A little over a week away. Yeah, like 8 days away from the launch of the Switch 2, which still doesn't feel real. Still, absolutely, I'm still like, I just can't. It is impossible for it to feel real. It might not feel real until I have it in my hands. I've got too much going on in my life. I've got too much work to do. I can't. I have to just keep this like compartmentalized and like kind of separate from my everyday thoughts. I don't know. Maybe it's a survival tactic at this point. I have to just pretend like it's not coming, and like my whole like professional life, my job isn't about to just explode. Point is though, it seems that Switch 2 retail units, the system,
the more you listen to them, the more you don't like them. That's the idea. You're not the only one.
On it and all that. Some 4 real life Switch 2s are in stores. They're there. I mean, you know, naturally, you gotta ship a product to a store ahead of time if you want to make sure that when that product is allowed to go on sale, it's there. I want to say that games don't usually ship this early. It could depend on how sought after the product is. I did work at a game store in the, was it 2006 to 2007 or something, and I do remember, like, usually it would be like a couple days. Maybe the hottest games would be a little bit more than that, just to make sure
Arlo
that
is
all
the worst
pre-orders
YouTuber
were
Dingus
fulfilled and we,
watches
work out
easily.
any problems and build displays or whatever. But yeah, well over a week ahead of time. That is
the man has something to say but won't shut up.
And,
Just
and
like
it's
me.
so funny because like the reason pretty much every game gets leaked online early is because like once it hits the store.
Tevin likes Arlo. Tevin thinks Arlo has
It is now
opinions
in
that
the
are
wild.
worth listening
Once it is in the
to.
hands of people, of employees, like nothing is stopping those people from just kind of having them, taking them home and
Here's
like
one.
doing stuff with them. Companies put a lot of trust in retailers and employees. And, you know, obviously, if you follow policy, you shouldn't be doing that. But like, you know, especially when it comes to like game stores. I mean, I suppose most of the smaller game
How did I
stores
miss
have
that one?
died. GameStop is pretty darn corporate, so maybe you don't get as many people like opening stuff early or whatever. I do remember like
Arlo is like if Duty made Nintendo videos, but in a good way. Okay, well, he said in a good way.
working at Game Crazy. Things were a little bit more loose. We stretched the rules a little more often than I think we probably should have. Systems were pretty serious business, though. I do remember one of the employees,
episode's 100%
somehow,
complete.
I don't know how the system let him, but I think he accidentally sold a DS Lite like a couple days before it came out. I remember my boss getting super mad, just being like, someone's getting fired. It was scary. Anyway, point is, most of these systems are probably under lock and key. However, it is true that any of these employees could, in theory, somehow get their hands on the system, take them home, open them up, whatever. Unfortunately for them, it seems that Nintendo has taken measures to counteract this potential outcome, and I can only imagine that some people have taken these Switch 2s home and tried to use them, otherwise we wouldn't know this, but we do know this. It seems that the systems are not yet usable. You cannot play Switch 1 games on them.
Yeah, I gotta download the day one patch.
System releases on June 5th, and there's going to be an update that kind of unlocks the ability to play games, and people have specified Switch 1 games, because obviously you can just pop any game in there. I imagine that Switch 2 games have not shipped yet. It's possible that the systems are hitting stores, but Mario Kart World and other launch titles have not yet. But yeah, I'm 100% sure that the same will count for them. These Switches will not play video games until June 5th, which is interesting because I suppose that does mean that these do not work out of the box. It means that, like, no matter what, across the board, if you get a Switch 2, even if you plan on playing everything offline, even if you're like, I'm gonna get nothing but physical copies, no game key cards or anything, you still cannot use your Switch 2 to play games until you hook to the internet and get at least that update. At the very least, that
I mean,
one
later
update.
Switch 2s will have like
and of
firmware
course,
past that
it's
one
not
already
gonna be
loaded
a problem
onto
for
it.
99.999% of people. But I do know there are those for whom this may be.
This is just the felt
there you go.
leakers.
Don't even like consider people who are like living off the grid or people who don't have access to internet or whatever. Just consider little Timmy Joe Jenkins hyphen Samberg. You know, it's vacation time. You're gonna go on your big cross-country road trip. You're in the car, you start driving, and then Dad turns around. He turns around real slow with a smirk on his face, and of course, you know, the car veers and Mom has to grab the steering wheel and be like, what are you doing? But he's undeterred. He looks at Timmy right in the eyes, the biggest smirk spread across his face. I got you a surprise, champ. And he pulls that Switch 2 box out of his shirt, like no one knows where or how he's been hiding this box up until this moment, but somehow he pulls it out with a steaming hot off the presses copy of Cyberpunk 2077. Timmy Joe Jenkins hyphen Samberg has never been happier in his entire life. He gets to play Switch 2 during this entire
What am I
trip
hearing?
out into the desert,
His version of a sandwich shop
deepest
scenario.
depths of the Mojave Desert for a 5-month retreat. There's gonna be power, but no internet whatsoever, and he turns on that system and he pops in his physical edition of Cyberpunk 2077, which is not a game key card, does not require an update. He's ready to go, and what do you know? Little Timmy, Jenkins hyphen Simber can't play his Switch 2. What about him? Huh? What about him? Fortunately, that is probably going to be a, relatively fringe case. For the rest of us, probably not going to be a big deal. But I don't know, I just thought it was kind of interesting. It's like video game consoles can now be programmed to just not function until the moment the company wants them to function. So even if you do work at a retail store, even if you can somehow risk really, really severe repercussions, crack open a box, get your hands on a Switch 2, it won't do much for a little over a week. It is crazy though, even just the fact that they're there, even just the fact that there are people, there are humans on this planet who are now just looking at those boxes. They have them. They're done. They're not sitting in a factory, in a warehouse somewhere. They're there. They're in the wild. My Switch 2, the very Switch 2 that will soon be in my possession, may be sitting cradled in a little box, adorably snoozing somewhere at Best Buy. So sleep, little Switch 2, and dream, for soon you will come home with me, and I will be your papa. I'm gonna end this video. I need to just stop.
But he's saying the quiet part out loud. Too bad we're gonna keep going. Goodbye, Nintendo Switch family of systems. This is a main channel video. My Switch is bricked? No, it's not. But what if it bricked on day one and it was all my fault?
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. Not gonna lie, kind of running out of jokey ways to ask you if you need a website. But
you just start the video now.
Not a joke. How useful Squarespace is for building websites. What do you need? Business landing page, blog, portfolio, content archive, storefront, whatever, man. Squarespace makes it easy. Just pick a template to start if you want. Use the intuitive builder to tweak stuff and you're done. You don't need experience because it all just kind of works. And at the end, you've got a website.
It's always Puppet
My
Time,
site, Arlo
GPM.
Recommends, is a blog, so I barely got to do anything. Paste in my text, edit, format, embed some pictures, schedule to post, and automatically push to social media when it does. Boom, that's it, I'm done. If I ever need more, Squarespace offers a bunch of powerful extensions. And let's not forget about the very convenient suite of analytics to enjoy. Hey, point is, anything you need for your site, Squarespace provides, and it's all easy and simple. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial.
Hey,
then when
Jesse,
you're ready to
pulls
launch,
over,
head to
Jack and Dexter one.
squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. And now, for today's recommendation... Coherence. If you love mind-bending movies, don't look up a trailer, don't read a synopsis, just watch it. What it achieves with its tiny cast and microscopic budget is an incredible achievement in filmmaking, if ya ask me. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now, that's the end of the ad. Thank you, I'll see you next time. Just a little dusty. We are here, my friends. We are here. This is it.
Hey, that's how I started out the stream today, by just saying, we're here, this is the moment, we're existing.
Precipice. Okay, I suppose I shouldn't wax philosophical about the passage of time too much. I already did that plenty in my Calm Before the Switch 2 Storm video. What can I say? I love being overdramatic about silly things. Yes, at least in part, I do want this video to capture one last snapshot in time. As I record this, the release of the Switch 2 is 2 weeks away. 2 weeks. Soon, we're gonna start measuring the time in days. But more than anything, I would like to take this time to do something that I always knew I would have to do eventually. You know, even if it was hard to grasp it, way back in March of 2017, even back then, I knew that someday, somewhere in the mysterious cloud of unformed potential that is the future, the time would come to say goodbye to the Nintendo Switch. Oh, sure, the Switch isn't exactly going anywhere. You know, my Switch isn't gonna turn to dust and float away in the wind at midnight on June 5th. And it like blows up into the clouds, and then the music is swelling, and I'm like, wait, don't go. We've got Tomodachi Life and Rhythm Heaven coming next year. I really don't know beyond that. It's possible that Nintendo will support the Switch with exclusive titles for a while. Maybe not, I don't know. At the very least, though,
won't
we've
be
got those
exclusive.
two games. But generations are tied to hardware, and even if Nintendo has kind of dislodged itself from the generational structure of the greater industry by ditching the Wii U really quickly and releasing the Switch midway through Gen 8, does that make Switch 8th gen or 9th gen? I've got the answer for you. It's who cares? At the very least, the release of a new Nintendo console will always mark the beginning of a new Nintendo generation and the end of an old one. And hey, I will also give you that, in a sense, the transition between generations can feel kind of gradual. It's not like 150 million people are gonna throw their Switches in a dumpster and pick up a Switch 2 on day one, especially with all the pricing stuff. It's gonna roll out over time. And, you know, backlogs, I mean, they're a scourge. They've never been a bigger problem than they are today. Most of us have stacks and stacks of games looming over us, and for many people, those games will be Switch games. Don't want to get a Switch 2 yet? No problem. There's plenty to play. You could probably just skip this generation entirely if you wanted. I could take the next 8 years to catch up, and that still probably wouldn't be enough. But the nature of the Switch 2, the fact that it's such a straightforward iteration, you know, pretty much the same system but better, and essentially all Switch games will be backwards compatible. For those who do pick up a Switch 2, the original will be rendered pretty much entirely obsolete immediately, the second you take that new thing out of the box. And then, of course, you gotta look at it from Nintendo's perspective. When Switch 2 lands, that's it. That becomes the system that matters. The day the Switch 2 launches is essentially the day the Switch's life ends. On that day, the Switch stops being Nintendo's primary console, the ones that they're making all their biggest games for, the one being advertised the hardest, the one that represents their foreseeable future. And that is the precise moment we figuratively say goodbye to the Switch. That's when the Switch generation in its entirety becomes a memory. It's retired. It gets all wrapped up and put on the shelf. Series wrap on all the characters. You know, Super Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild and Pikmin 4 and Emio the Smiling Man and Labo and all that. The whole gang takes a final bow.
Really tried to hype
credits.
up Emio the Smiling Man.
You know, sure, some characters will have cameos in the new series, and you can always go back and watch the old episodes.
And once he found out it was anime, he didn't give a fuck.
And it's funny because this is an end of the generation goodbye video. So naturally, there's this temptation to do some grand send-off, like a huge 2-hour-long video going over all the best games and moments and everything of the entire Switch generation. But summing up the Switch's life in one video, it's like, I don't know, it's almost like too big a task, you know, especially for like right now. I'm a little busy at the moment. If I end up doing retrospective stuff, it's more likely to be like a number of videos over the course of the next year or something, you know, like what were the best games? What were the games with the best graphics? What were the best Nintendo Directs? What were the worst? I don't, just like all that stuff. There's plenty of stuff we could talk about, but yeah. We can't do all that today. Today is not a day to do all of that. So I guess all I can do
what
right
are
now
we doing
is,
today, Arlo? Just saying bye-bye, Switch.
You know?
Bye-bye.
Keep this video
That's the
to
video.
just
Bye-bye.
the actual goodbye itself. Okay, well, I mean, it can't just be the goodbye, you know? We do at least have to briefly touch on why this goodbye is such a big deal. You could use a lot of words to describe the Switch, but I don't think it would be an exaggeration to call it a transformative console. Not just a good console, not
Literally
just a great
transformative.
one that made things happen. It made things materialize and change. For many, many people, this was the beginning of their Nintendo fandom. You've got younger folks for whom this was their very first Nintendo console, which is a crazy idea to me, starting on such an incredible generation. I mean, I hope I don't oversell the turmoil us older gamers have been through over the years, all the crazy ups and downs. I know Game of Thrones jokes are pretty old hat by now, but I cannot help but think of the summer children who know only warmth and flowers and all the grizzled old folks who have lived through these long, long winters, looking at them and kind of shaking their heads. Now, don't let anyone tell you that this was the generation where Nintendo lost its way. That's revisionist history. The Switch generation was incredible. What a great way to start your Nintendo fandom. But then in addition, you've got all the people who were never really into Nintendo originally, but the Switch lured them in. It was just so good. It was just so attractive. The games were so cool. I constantly see comments from people saying that Switch really was the start for them. A ton of the Switch's user base is made up of new Nintendoism converts. And then you've got all the people who were into Nintendo sometime back, and then they fell out with Nintendo, and this has brought them back. And then, of course, because of all of these new and returning people, you gotta look at it from Nintendo's perspective. This was the generation when Nintendo completely reversed their fortunes. I know I am retreading old ground here. I covered this plenty, went over the whole thing in the Calm Before the Storm video. Not gonna do the whole entire song and dance, but like, the Switch was when Nintendo not only found their footing again, but they did a complete 180. They went from being in the most dangerous position they have ever been in, the closest they have ever come.
They still had money saved up. Even during the Wii U days, they were never actually for real in trouble.
To having to ditch the hardware business entirely to being the most profitable, the most successful they have ever been in their entire long history. The Switch made Nintendo a household name again. It literally saved them. And then, of course, you've got people like me, the old timers, and I know it's not as simple as Nintendo was bad and now they are good. And you know, like the Wii U, it's got plenty of defenders. Nintendo has always made good games. But to me, the Switch really was like kind of the end of the dark ages. You know, again, I'm not gonna do the whole thing, whatever, you get the picture. Switch just represented such a big change. And even if Nintendo still has plenty of problems, the shift has just been so dramatic. I have witnessed them struggling in a lot of areas for so many years, and yet now they've really figured a lot of stuff out. Basically, the Switch was when it became easier than ever to be a Nintendo fan. There's a simple way of putting it. It used to be a lot more difficult and tumultuous to be a Nintendo fan, but like, I don't know, it hasn't been this easy since the GameCube. And then, of course, there's the whole career angle for me. My channel was already gaining some traction before the Switch came around, but like, nah, I'm a Switch tuber. That's it. You know, I'm a gaming YouTuber, but then I'm a Nintendo YouTuber. But I'm basically a Switch tuber. That's pretty much what I am. Even apart from all the fandom stuff, the Switch basically set the course for my career. But now I really am retreading old ground too much, so I really should wrap this up. Again, it's tempting to look back at everything the Switch did, all the crazy years of fun it gave us, all the ups and downs and all that. But it's like, just too much for one video. It feels weird to simply wave goodbye, see you later, like when we're leaving so much behind, but right now that's really all we can do. As a wise frog once said, life is made up of meetings and partings. That is the way of it. And I want to say I've referenced that before, but I can't for the life of me remember where. If so, then I am not sorry. I will do it again too. And if not, then I just completely ruined the delivery and I am sorry. Anyway, that's it. We have officially reached the end. Goodbye, little buddy. Thanks for all the memories.
Is he gonna sing like Chibi did at Iwata's funeral?
How much do you think a used Switch goes for these days? It is only heavily used. The Joy-Cons still mostly stay attached. My nephew used it a lot, so it is minimally encrusted with peanut butter. And this is the OLED.
Hey, Arlo also
the
loves
base
adjectives.
model in my closet somewhere. I think it's still in there somewhere. And that's actually not the original. That's the one with the upgraded battery. The my original Switch I gave away to my sister already. Any takers? This switch right here. This is the switch that Arlo played Pikmin 4 on. Oh, whoa. It's gotta be worth something, right? Email me.
The sad thing is someone will actually ask for that switch. I mean, it's a good thing, actually. Well, that's another one off, though kind of meaningless. I don't care if Arlo's saying goodbye to the Switch. Am I able to play this one?
Security, thy game is hacked.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you.
It always starts the videos off with the bad audio. This is YouTuber with 7 million subs tries to escape cop. Surprise true crime for those still awake.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up. Just put your arms like you're praying. Look on what? Like you're praying. Yeah, just like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get tased.
You won't believe who it is, sir.
Don't taste me, you guys.
Good boy.
On March 20th, 2024, officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
I'm going to jail again. We can Minecraft that.
The following
Oh, this is what
based
you mean
on
by
official
Minecraft.
police records, and the footage has never been seen before. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. It's near midnight when dispatchers receive a 911 call from a concerned Florida resident.
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink or drugs weapons involved that you know of? I do not know. Do you think he's trying to harm himself? I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
Hey, buddy.
Hey there, bud.
Hey. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live?
Let's see what some of these.
I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of sales rules. Sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See something else.
That alcohol, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, bro.
Do you live around here?
Yeah, I don't want to say it.
Do you have like an ID on you by chance?
Oh, okay. See, no,
well, I just want to make sure you get home safe, that's all.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry. I didn't even see it. I'm so sorry. Well, nothing annoying. Sorry, bro.
No. Do you have an ID? Like a wallet on you or anything?
Well, I'm good. I'm like 5 minutes old. I'll give it to you.
All right, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail.
Guess who's going to jail tonight?
I'm so sorry that my parents go out and show small clowns here.
Do you even live here? Where do you live?
The man is able to provide an address, which the officers quickly note is nowhere nearby.
Commissioner Drive? Commissioners. Where's that at? Is that by San Pablo? Is that by San Pablo?
Yes.
So what are you doing all the way down over here? If you live?
You're a ways from home, bud. Probably at least like 20 minutes out.
I was just drinking. Friends phone to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
Just drove. That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, just call.
Yeah, you got like anybody who can come pick you up? It's like, seriously, yeah, you're like 20 minutes from home, man, and that's like fast driving. You're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I apologize for that. To be annoying.
Well, what's your name?
Pat.
Pat?
What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Juliano.
Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Pat Patrick Thomas Julianelle is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs. His content primarily focused on the game Minecraft, earning him over 17 million subscribers before he suddenly stopped uploading in 2023, leaving fans to wonder where he'd gone. When officers ask Pat if there's anyone he can call to pick him up, they quickly run into a problem.
Oh no, it's dead. Dead? Yeah, that's what it's saying, is like that little battery alert you're getting, that means it's dead and you need to charge it. Yeah, that's what that means there, Chief. Could you try to spell your last name for me? I understand it's French.
I do not have that. It's so free.
Yeah.
It's not something you can't spell it.
Well, again, I'm not trying to be a jerk to you.
I can spell it.
While one officer returns to his cruiser to find a phone charger Pat can use, the other stays with him as he begins to voice a concern.
I don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead.
Yeah.
And the person that doesn't even live here.
Yeah, I know.
You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just hope I don't go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julianelle posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false. Unfortunately for Pat, his fear of returning to jail is about to become a bitter reality.
All right, come on. Come on, stand up.
You don't. Many months of going to jail and no stuff.
Okay, you don't have no weapons, anything on you? Okay, come on. Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to pat you down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay, just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons, anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's just called.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat. At the moment, he isn't under arrest or being detained. However, the situation quickly changes when officers look inside his backpack.
I'm gonna glove up before I start touching weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. Bruh. That's why I asked. I knew. I knew. He spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Patrick Julianelle. Could you try to spell your last name for me? I understand it's French.
Only you can't spell it. I can spell it. Only you can't spell it.
Is it Julianelle?
Send me his 94 because you might have to call Sarge.
As one officer steps away to pull his criminal history, the other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you.
Yes, I am the guy, the well-known YouTube star.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
Yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. That's YouTube boy off Commissioner Drive.
I have no idea what that neighborhood even is. The Commissioner means nothing to me.
You know we did the 51 for that fraud case, right? With St. Johns County.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. Yep.
With the airstrip.
Jesus.
You gotta teach councilman every house like $2 million and up. That's why I'm like, you gotta.
I didn't know that was Commissioner. Okay.
The officers read his Miranda rights before attempting to question him about the items found in his backpack.
Just checked out the bag there.
I mean, there's nothing to that.
So, well, hey, you had a big old bottle of Fireball, which probably explains why you're... Yeah, you can have alcohol.
Big ups on the Fireball. Holy shit.
Part of why you're passed out.
This guy wanted to party.
So, what about the weed in the bag? Well, let me enlighten you here. This weed in the bag, the nice little jar.
It's a candle jar. It's not a regular. There's no prescription, no nothing.
Yeah. It's not like you got this on like a med card, because that doesn't come like that. So, what's up? You don't know you're drunk? Have you been smoking as well?
I don't smoke. That's the funny part. You don't smoke, but you have marijuana.
Yeah. Well, so why do you have the?
He's holding it for a friend. You moron.
What? Alright, fair enough. Yeah, cool.
Ending their brief interview, officers make the determination to place Pat under arrest. But they're about to learn that Pat
I
has
thought this was
intention
America.
of making it easy.
All right, step out real quick. We're just gonna place you in handcuffs. Yes, sir. All right, turn around real quick. Yeah. That's fine. Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just have like palm stuff. We're not doing this.
All right. 261 fighting one. 261 fighting one. Stop resisting. I said we're good already. I said we're good. Why you not? I said we're good already. Why you keep stop? Why do you keep saying stop? When I said good. Stop.
Just face down.
I said we're good, buddy. I said we're good. Here.
Yeah, no.
Hey, you're about to get tased. I already told you you are about to get tased. Are you kidding me? You are about to get tased. I'm saying you are about to get tased.
Me, guys.
I got him. Get your cups. I got him.
Okay, I'm good. Resisting war violence.
Yep.
Good. You don't have to easy. It's good. Get your ass up. I haven't opened yet. Stop. I didn't do not kick. If you didn't kick, do not kick. Did I kick anything?
Alright. I gotta pop this and you're gonna sit in, alright?
Buddy, I didn't do anything. Okay.
Yeah, get on him.
Let me in.
Get your feet in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Backup soon arrives, and officers engage in a short discussion about the YouTuber's fame, fortune, and disappearance from the platform.
He's big on, well, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft.
He used to beg? No, he used to be big.
But he made a lot of money.
Good. What did he do here? Say a friend dropped him off. That doesn't make sense.
While sitting in the back of the police cruiser, Pat asks the officer a question.
Depends on the question. We're not messing with that right now. You already... No. Respectfully, we had to fight you to get those on, so I'm not gonna try to do that again.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. He was making plenty.
The sergeant finally arrives, who will soon remember Pat not by his YouTube fame, but by another of his arrests that went viral.
You won't believe who it is, Sarge.
It's YouTube boy. He's the one who...
You got YouTube.
The Jaguar game.
The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and two others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served. He was also ordered to pay $408 in fees. One of the officers fills the sergeant in on exactly what happened when they attempted to place him under arrest tonight.
I'm standing in the front, I was behind him. And he starts to do like one of these, like try to move like real fast. I tried to juke you. Grab his arm, my camera falls off like completely. He knocks out my camera. So we got him on the ground. The whole time. Let me go. Come on, bro. So you just got weed? They're just weed? Weed in a bottle called Fireball. Yeah, Fireball. You got a resisting. Yeah. You're going to jail.
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. His bond was set at $2,503.
Suffer, Minecraft YouTube.
On March 20th,
Suffer.
2024,
That's what you
he was
get,
declared
bitch.
indigent,
Or,
meaning the determination was
play
made that he
Minecraft.
couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender. He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024. As a result of the plea deal, adjudication probation was withheld and his possession charge was dropped. Pat was sentenced to complete 12 months of probation, 100 hours of community service, and a mandatory substance abuse evaluation with follow-up treatment. He was also ordered to provide a $1,000 donation to the Police Memorial Fund and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January
donate
8th,
to the Memorial Fund, bitch.
He was found to have violated his probation.
It's like you're donating. It's not like you're. It's okay. It's like donating to the policeman's ball. But it's a bit more meaningful.
He was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it. This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10th,
You got some Mary Jane, bish. 100 hours. What do you think about that?
Police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol. Fans to this day continue to post on his videos and social media accounts, hopeful that one day he may make a comeback.
I don't think he'll make a comeback. Big ups, Explorer Does videos are usually have their embedding disabled because of all the things that you can't really show on YouTube without getting your advertising felted. But hey, look, that one had no gore, so we were able to watch it. Shame though, I wish it was a YouTuber I had heard about. You know, I wish I could read a title like YouTuber with 17 million subscribers gets destroyed by cops. I wish I could read a title like that, and then it ends up being about Racc. Thank you, Goki, for the raid. Near the end of the stream, I know I haven't found all the masks yet. I definitely haven't even gotten started on the trophies, but I gotta be responsible because I gotta be up in the morning. So maybe once the switch to hub-up dies down, I can get the remaining masks, and then Jack will be next.
This here robbery's gonna be one for the record books.
Beats in your head? What? You're crazy. Okay, there was a mask there. I need one more mask in this episode. Felt Elena and Marvel Rivals ranked. Big ups. Oh yeah, Elena's out now because she coincides with Switch 2 release date. Yes, that's true.
Right, keep moving forward, Tennessee. Well, I might have to retire after this one.
Found your new secondary.
Admit it, it's just cause she's a hot piece of ass, right?
This here robbery's gonna be one for the record books. This heist is gonna be yeah.
Yeah, well, at least you're honest about it. Bill would never play Street Fighter 6 again just to play with Elaine. Or Elena. I don't know the characters and I don't know their names. I'm a nobody. Gotta make a din-din. Go get yourself something to eat. I'm almost done anyway. There it is. Fuck. How could I have missed that before? Have to redo almost the whole mission. I jumped too early. All the way at the start.
I might have to retire after this one. I'm gonna wipe that smirk right off Toothpick's face.
44 out of 60. A little embarrassed to have missed that one. But come on, it was hidden the same way as the other mask in that level. I didn't think they would use the same trick twice. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Praise be the RE engine, it works when it works. We love the RE engine. It, like many proprietary engines that these third-party companies make, exists solely so that they don't have to pay Epic for use of the Unreal Engine. Or Unity for using Unity. Okay, 11, 10 out of 11. Oh fuck, I'm still one short. Oh, the arcade. It's the arcade mask. Okay. Arcade mask, and then still missing one there. Missing a lot from England, and pretty much almost all of them from Arabia. I know one of the ones that I was missing in Arabia was from the library mission. Okay, but I think I'm gonna call it here. I could like keep going another 3 hours and get the rest of the mass, but I think I'm gonna be responsible and I'm gonna do the right thing. Now push it one more stream, focus on, because we got all the treasures. All the treasures are done, but I'm gonna focus on the mass and the trophies. I gotta get a platinum for the super duper secret ending. But we decided Jack and Daxter is gonna be next. We'll see if they announce that rumored remake tomorrow. Whoa, buddy. And then I still gotta get back to Xenoblade sometime. But tomorrow it begins. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow night around this time. Sorry for, I had my voice cracked there. Because I'm so excited. Tomorrow, this time, it's Nintendo Switch 2. You could win big and race with me in a little short race war. Launch party for the day after? Yeah, of course. I got PTO for Thursday and Friday, so we are good. Gonna try to do the whole day. Friday, I might do Summer Games Fest with Ian. See, because I think he said he's working from home that day. I don't know if he'll be available to be on call. We can watch that and then do even more Mario Kart. But I won't watch State of Play live because that's tomorrow. I will be clocked in, but if cool stuff gets revealed, I will give you my thoughts when I do go live again later that night. It'll be a very, very late boot up. We're talking after midnight boot up because I gotta get the console, gotta go wait in line and shit, then get back to the Dingus layer, and then unbox it, and hook up the game. I don't even know if I want to trade in my OLED or not. I'll have to think about it. I need the quote. I need to know how much it's worth. It's a limited edition. It's gotta be worth something, right? It's gonna be worth a little bit more, right? No? What do you mean that's not how trades work?
Fuck you, GameStop. No, really. No, really. I hope you, I hope you get bankrupt from all the crypto you bought.
Have my Elgato by tomorrow so I can stream console games now. Hey, big ups. Some would say that's a downgrade, though. Who are you rating? Tevin's looking at, this is how you don't play GTA 4. Because he knows that GTA 4 Remaster is going to get announced tomorrow at State of Play, obviously. He's on BRB. We have Wrexham is doing Elena stuff, I think? I don't know, Wrexham he might still have raids turned off. And we got Halligan and Conky. Let's try Wrexham first. And if not, probably Halligan. I'm gonna go to the Phil TU game store. Check U6 Oos. But yeah, big ups everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the positivity with the hype trains. The hype trains. Sorry, I can't even think right now because all I can think about is sleep. Let me pull that up right now so we can shout it out. Okay, Pablo, are you still here? I know it's late. You're excited. You're thinking about the Switch too. I'm still thinking about it too. But you know what else I'm thinking about? Bed! Oh, it's so quiet. Pablo's so tired he's playing the music at a quiet volume. Thanks for stopping by! Big ups to the ding-dongs, the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen double_ones who made it to the end of this 100%ing stream. Fun! Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you again for the positivity. Let's shout it out right now. Thank you, Goki. Raid with a party of 4. Love Cow Media. Hate Army. 2 months at tier 1 for 8 months total. The Hype Train. Anleet, the 100 bits. Devoured Eagle, gifted 1 month tier 1 sub to D-Side. Mr. Pun, the community gift sub. Joe Blot, 5 gifted subs. Anleet, raid with a party of 27. And Haru, behind the scenes follow. Who did the gift sub specifically go to? Mr. Pun's gift sub went to Brian_S. Joe Blah's gifted went to Lint, Gaben Zone, 69 Tells, Jasper Inc., and Detractor Media. There we go. Entertain yourself for 1 more hour. Well, that's what I'm saying. Wrexham is doing Street Fighter 6. Is he accepting raids right now? He wasn't last time. He is not. Well, Wrexham is live, checking out the new Street Fighter stuff. I think Juzzy said he just had... It's not that he wants raids off, it's just that he turned them off once and then never turned them back on. Was it Juzzy? I don't remember who told me that. Alright, we're raiding Halligan. Hopefully they're still live. They are in fact live, and I have not raided them in forever. Alright, bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see ya when we see ya. And if we didn't see ya, then we didn't see ya. But if we did see ya, then we saw ya. And if we didn't see ya, hopefully we'll see ya next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can see hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Root2, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. I can't even say my line anymore! I can't even say my line anymore, JC! JC, I don't know my script! I don't know my script anymore! Halligan is the Detractor. They are Detractor approved. You can go over there and talk about Phil. And he might have some insight for you. The last Dingus raid ever before the Switch 2. That'll be the raid message. Thank you guys. Sly 4 concluding for real, for good. Eventually. We'll do like a week of Mario Kart, and then we'll get back to it and Xenoblade. And then Jack after. Bye-bye! Take it easy.